Imagine waking up in your gym clothes, completely unarmed, right in the middle of a magical war zone. You are surrounded by archmages hurling lightning and ruthless knights wearing impenetrable armor. Then a system window pops up, telling you that out of 100 players, only the last one standing gets to go back to the real world. For a normal college student, this is an absolute death sentence. But what if I told you this guy is a professional battle royale ranker who is about to treat this terrifying fantasy deathmatch like his own personal playground? Let me show you how it all started. We kick things off with a classic scene, a massive fortress sitting under the moonlight. Apparently, survival was the only thing on the minds of these folks after the demonic sect wiped out their entire clan. The narrator lays it on thick, making it clear that everything they have done up to this point was for a single purpose: revenge. You just know this one is going to be bloody. Then we see him, an assassin leaping through the night sky, silhouetted perfectly against a full moon. This guy is moving with some serious purpose, and he is definitely not here to chat. Inside the compound, torches flicker and cast long, creepy shadows against the walls. It's quiet, a little too quiet for a place this heavily guarded. A guard stands watch near a stone doorway, looking completely oblivious to the danger lurking in the dark. Poor guy has no idea he is about to become a footnote in someone else's revenge story. We get a close-up of a young man concentrating hard, his hands glowing with a golden martial arts energy. He is clearly preparing for the fight of his life. Suddenly, the young man glances to the side with a shocked expression. Something just went down nearby, and it was definitely not part of his plan. A cloaked assassin stands over a fallen sentry, knowing it will not take long for the others to realize their man is missing. He has that main character vibe written all over him. The assassin looks down at the body he just dropped in the middle of the courtyard. He is determined to finish his mission before anyone can sound the alarm. Deep inside a temple, an old man with long white hair sits in meditation, completely unfazed by the chaos. He calmly notes that it is getting noisy outside, like he is only mildly annoyed. Then we see his face, and man, this guy is terrifying. One of his eyes is glowing a bright, demonic red, proving he is definitely the final boss of this place. The assassin, Kang Wanxian, finally makes it to the inner sanctum. He calls out the old man for meditating while his subordinates are dying outside, calling him a heartless monster. The old man just laughs it off, asking if a man climbing a mountain would care about the insects beneath his feet. This guy's ego is literally through the roof. The old man stands up, his hands surging with a dark, red aura. He calls out his technique, the heavenly blood-tide art, and you know things are about to get wild. Wuxian does not flinch, staring down the man he calls the heavenly demon. He is ready to end this feud once and for all with his own two hands. Wuxian lunges forward, surrounded by a massive vortex of blue lightning ki. He is not holding anything back for this opening strike. He screams out his move, the heavenly lightning fist. The blue energy is crackling everywhere as he prepares to deliver a devastating blow. The two clash in a massive explosion of light and power. The heavenly demon just mocks him, asking if that is all he has got. The heavenly demon tells him to watch and learn as he ramps up the heavenly blood-tide art. The entire room starts to burn with an intense, fiery red energy. He thrusts his palm downward, unleashing a vertical pillar of red ki that looks like it could melt straight through the floor. Talk about an overkill. The red and blue energies collide again, creating a shockwave that probably leveled half the building. The power scale in here is already off the charts. Wuxian is struggling, grunting in pain as he tries to hold back the red energy with his bare hands. He is getting pushed to his absolute limit. He is shocked to see the old man catching his sword ki with just one hand. This should not be possible, and you can see the panic starting to set in. The heavenly demon gets right in his face, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He tells Wuxian that he is finished, and that he is sending him to see his father today. The screen goes black with big blue text reading CLOUD, Dragon Divine Fist. Looks like Wuxian still has one last trick up his sleeve. The old man is caught completely off guard as a new burst of energy hits him. His shocked face is actually pretty satisfying to see. Wuxian follows up immediately with the heavenly divine palm. It is a direct hit, blasting the old man with a massive surge of lightning. But the heavenly demon just laughs it off, bragging about his steel tempering technique. He claims his fists are harder than actual steel, making him basically a tank. Wuxian is not buying the hype and unleashes a massive, point-blank blast of blue lightning. The sheer force of it is lighting up the entire panel. The old man is actually getting pushed back now, struggling to stay on his feet against the overwhelming lightning chi. Wuxian is really giving it everything he has. Panting and exhausted, Wuxian tells the old man to keep his dirty mouth shut about his father. You can tell this fight is extremely personal for him. Wuxian stands his ground, asking the heavenly demon if he has forgotten all the evil deeds he has committed. He's looking pretty cool here, even with all the cuts and bruises. The old man is actually coughing up blood now, clutching his chest in pain. He mutters that he should have wiped out the Cloud Dragon sect back then, which is a pretty salty thing to say while losing. He's genuinely surprised that Wonxian managed to break through his heavenly demon blood surge art. He realizes he is dealing with someone much stronger than he thought. Desperate, the old man pulls out a small gourd, saying Wonxian has left him with no other choice. This never ends well for the person using the secret potion. Wonxian watches in horror as the old man starts chugging the liquid. He realizes it is an elixir and knows exactly what is coming next. He warns that drinking that much at once will cause demonic chi deviation, which is basically the martial arts equivalent of your body exploding from the inside out. The empty gourd shatters into pieces as the energy starts to overflow. The air is thick with a dark purple aura that looks incredibly unstable. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts from the old man, completely engulfing him. He's trading his life for one final burst of power. The old man screams in agony as the energy rips through his body. His eyes have turned completely purple, and he looks like he is losing his humanity. His hair is flying everywhere as the transformation takes hold. He's becoming a literal monster right in front of Wonxian's eyes. A pillar of purple light shoots up through the roof of the temple. The sheer amount of ki being released here is insane. Wonxian is blown back by the shockwave, trying to shield his eyes from the blinding purple light. He knows he's in serious trouble now. We get a close-up of Wonxian's face as he realizes he might have waited too long to finish the job. The look in his eyes is pure dread. The transformed heavenly demon strikes with a massive blade made of purple energy. Wonxian is barely managing to stay alive at this point. Wonxian is bleeding from the head and looks completely overwhelmed. He thinks to himself that he is too late to stop this madness. Just as the finishing blow is about to land, a bright green energy shield appears out of nowhere. Someone just stepped in to save the day. A mysterious guy in a modern-looking hoodie appears, casually saying the word barrier. Wait, why is there a dude in a hoodie in a medieval martial arts world? Wonxian is absolutely stunned, staring at the strange green light protecting him. He is completely lost as to what is happening. The hooded guy is revealed to be a great mage, and he looks like he just stepped out of a different story entirely. He apologizes for being a bit late, which is quite the understatement. The mage asks if this is the nemesis they were talking about. He seems totally relaxed, like he is just dealing with a minor inconvenience instead of a demonic monster. The narrative text explains that this guy claims to be from another world. If he had not shown up, Wonxian would have been dead meat. Then the scene shifts completely to a guy reading a book. He is wondering why a random high-level mage from another world just appeared in his favorite Muram story. The guy reading is Jin Seowoon, and he is annoyed that the author just ruined the mood with a weird crossover. I feel you, man. Consistent world building is important. Seowoon is 23 years old and looks like your typical college student. He seems pretty chill, but he is clearly a hardcore fan of these martial arts novels. His phone starts buzzing on the table next to him. He mentions that he was discharged from the military 6 months ago and is preparing to head back to school. He gets a text from a friend asking him to come play a game. Seowoon wonders if this guy has any other friends besides him. His room is a mess of books, empty coffee cups, and life plans. Before he got out of the military, he actually had a solid plan for his future. He wanted to earn certifications and study all the things he missed out on while serving. You know, adult stuff. But then we see the big text. BUTT missed too many fun things in society. Yeah, we all know where this is going, down the rabbit hole of gaming. Seowoon is walking down the street, thinking he still has some money left, but wondering if he should find a part-time job soon. He's got that post-military, what do I do now look. He ends up at an internet cafe, and the attendant recognizes him immediately. Looks like he is a regular here. He hands over his card and asks for 10 hours of time. The guy behind the counter asks if he's going to play Loyal Ground again today. Seowoon admits he has sunk countless hours into this game. We see his hand on a glowing mechanical keyboard, ready to grind. Turns out, he is not just a casual player. He became a top 10 ranker in just 3 months after his discharge. This guy is a literal gaming god. He puts on his headset, looking totally locked in. He even makes some side money by winning tournaments at different internet cafes. He clicks the icon for Loyal Ground, which looks suspiciously like PUBG. Time for some Battle Royale action. The game starts with 100 players dropping from a plane onto a massive map. The goal is simple: be the last person standing. Seowoon's hand is a blur on the mouse as he spots 2 enemies 250 meters away. His reaction speed is insane. We see his character in the game, a tactical soldier with a skull mask, letting off a burst of gunfire. He is making quick work of anyone in his way. A headshot sends someone's helmet flying. Seowoon is playing this like a professional, not missing a single shot. The player count is dropping fast, and soon there are only 2 people left in the match. The tension is real. Seowoon tells his teammate to be quiet so he can focus. He wants to find a safe zone and farm some more loot before making his final move. His character moves through an abandoned town looking for any sign of the last enemy. It is a classic high-stakes gamer moment. We see a close-up of his boots as he carefully enters a building. He's being extremely stealthy, checking every corner. He finds a first aid kit and some ammo on the floor. He notes that since the loot is still here, the other guy probably has not been through this building yet. He walks up to the gear, thinking it is free loot. But little does he know he is not alone in the room. The last enemy is actually hiding right behind him, glowing blue eyes staring through a mask. It is a total jump scare for any gamer. Gunfire erupts inside the cramped room as Seowoon tries to react to the ambush. Things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. A message pops up saying his teammate has died. Seowoon realizes he is on his own and needs to get out of there fast. He sprints out of the building, bullets whizzing past him. He is not going down without a fight. He does a quick turnaround, firing his weapon back at the door. He is hoping to catch the other guy as he chases him out. And he does it. The screen flashes with the message. Congratulations, you are the last person remaining. 1 out of 100, the ultimate victory. Seowoon leans back in his chair, exhausted but satisfied. His teammate is yelling in his ear, thanking him for the massive carry. He checks the clock on his PC and it is already 10,000 BPM. He tells himself he really needs to lock in and start studying tomorrow for real. Just then, his phone buzzes with a new message. He looks confused, like he was not expecting any more texts tonight. It is a message from his mom, saying she sent him some extra money for his academy fees and telling him to eat something good. Man, the guilt is starting to hit him hard. He replies to his friend, saying he cannot play anymore starting tomorrow because he has to go to an English academy. His friend is devastated, but Seowoon knows he has to grow up. He walks home through the neon streets, feeling a deep sense of guilt every time he sees his mom's texts. He has been living like this for months, and he knows it is time for a change. We see his apartment window at night as he finally gets home. It looks like a quiet, normal evening. Seowoon is lying in bed, still scrolling through his phone instead of sleeping. Old habits die hard, I guess. He sees a weird news article about people with mysterious powers being spotted abroad. They are calling themselves players, which sounds way too much like a video game. But when he tries to click it, the page has been deleted. He is left wondering if it was just some elaborate prank or a viral marketing stunt. He decides it is just fake news and goes to sleep. The window is dark, and everything seems perfectly normal for now. The sun comes up the next morning, shining through the trees outside his window. A fresh start for his new life plan. He is walking through a quiet alley with his backpack, looking ready for his first day at the academy. But his friend is still blowing up his phone, asking for help with a clan war. He hesitates for a second, wondering if he should help him in just one last game. We have all been there, just one more match turned into 5 hours. Suddenly, he stops and looks around, feeling something strange in the air. He lets out a soft sound as his gamer senses tingle. A bright white light starts to envelop him from out of nowhere. He looks absolutely terrified, realizing something very wrong is happening. The light intensifies around his legs, and you can see his silhouette starting to fade. He yells out, asking what this light is. He is being pulled into the air by a massive surge of purple energy. He is screaming as he is literally being teleported out of his own world. His backpack hits the ground with a thud. He is gone, and all that is left is an empty alleyway. A wide shot of the alley shows the abandoned backpack lying in the shadows. This is definitely not the English academy he was planning on going to. Seowoon wakes up in a lush green field, looking completely dazed and confused. He asks the classic question, "Where the hell am I?" He stands up and realizes he is surrounded by a massive army of medieval knights and soldiers. "Welcome to your new life, buddy. Looks like those gaming skills are about to come in handy." Seowoon is having an existential crisis. He wonders if shattering his resolve to study for just one day earned him some kind of divine punishment. He wakes up on the grass, groggy and annoyed by how loud it is. Someone nearby is shouting in a language he does not recognize at all. He sits up and sees a full-blown fantasy war happening around him. Knights are clashing and mages are hurling fireballs like it is a casual Tuesday. He stares in disbelief at 2 guys duking it out with glowing swords and magic. The hell? Yeah, that is exactly what I would be saying too. He tries to rationalize it, wondering why there are so many cosplayers in the middle of a park. "Buddy, I do not think those are foam swords." An old mage summons a lightning bolt right in front of him. Seowoon is still desperately hoping this is just a very vivid dream. He stands there looking completely lost in his blue tracksuit. Just what? He has no words for the madness unfolding. He looks up at a massive stone sentinel standing over the crowd. The scale of this place is finally starting to sink in. A system window pops up saying that 100 players have been detected. Then he hears a voice in his head talk about a classic isekai start. The giant statue's eyes glow blue as the system begins to initialize. This is getting way too high-tech to be a dream. Seowoon is locked in, his eyes glowing blue as the data transfers. He is probably thinking he accidentally joined a top-secret VR beta. The system announces language synchronization is 100% complete. Suddenly, all the gibberish around him becomes perfect Korean. Talk about a handy feature. A local guy is stoked that everyone is finally speaking his language. Seowoon just looks even more weirded out by the whole thing. Two high-level warriors are mid-standoff nearby. They have been waiting for this day to settle some serious sect business with their blades. An elf-looking mage named Chiron confronts a skeletal guy named Escrow. They are arguing over who exactly dragged them into this mess. Chiron looks done with Escrow's nonsense. He claims he will not be fooled by his words ever again. Escrow, looking absolutely ghoulish, tells him it does not matter what he believes. He says everyone is fated to kneel before the Demon King. Chiron is not having it and starts charging up a massive blue spell with his staff. He promises to end him right here as an archmage. We get a close-up on Chiron looking intense. He is determined to kill Escrow and then take down the Demon King himself soon after. He unleashes an Escrow-style lightning attack, which is kind of ironic given his opponent's name. The whole panel is just pure electric energy. But Escrow just stands there, totally unfazed by the blast. Chiron's jaw practically hits the floor in shock. Escrow shrugs it off, wondering why he did not feel anything despite taking the hit head-on. That is a massive power gap right there. Seowoon is watching this from the sidelines, realizing this is way too realistic for a dream. He is starting to panic for real now. A system notification dings, BEGing the game. Seowoon has that look of, oh no, not again. We get the match details, difficulty is easy, the map is the King's Kingdom capital, and the tutorial is skipped. Easy mode in these stories usually means you're gonna die, just saying. Seowoon sees a transparent game map floating in front of him. A game map? He is finally connecting the dots. The system starts explaining Cloyd survival to the newcomers. It is basically fantasy battle royale. The map gets more limited every day, and if you leave the boundary, you are in deep trouble. Standard zone rules apply. The game goes on until only one person is left standing. If you win or get eliminated, you supposedly go back to your original world. Only the top 90 move on to the next round. Everyone else is basically disqualified from life. Everyone is about to descend to their chosen locations. The competition looks pretty fierce for an easy lobby. The system wishes them luck. It's the classic gamer send-off before the slaughter starts. Seowoon is sweating bullets. He wonders if he is just having a nightmare about loyal ground after playing it too much. He is surrounded by massive, battle-hardened soldiers. He looks like a lost kid at a convention. He realizes the stakes are high, as rewards are only for the top 10. He has got to lock in. Two guys are already staring each other down with swords. The tension in the waiting room is through the roof. He looks at all these absurd humans around him. He is definitely the underdog here. He has a moment of pure dread, thinking he is definitely going to die. Honestly, I would bet against him too. He tries to steel himself. Even if it is a dream, he does not want to die. He is treating this like an actual gaming session. Suddenly, a big guy calls him Messy Hair. Seowoon's like, who? Me? Great start. The guy is towering over him with a giant sword, demanding to know where he is from. Seowoon is speechless. The soldier gets angry, thinking Seowoon is ignoring him. He's about to make our boy a tutorial casualty. The timer hits 3. Seowoon actually starts smirking. This guy is either brave or losing his mind. The soldier is confused why he is laughing, asking if he is insane. Yeah, maybe a little bit. The timer counts down. Seowoon's eyes are glowing green with confidence. He is entering gamer mode. He thinks he is dreaming a fun dream, so why would he not laugh? He has the gaming knowledge to back it up. He is ready to use his gaming skills to crush these bastards and survive. Loyal ground rankers are built different. A massive pillar of light shoots up as the game begins. It is time to drop. Everyone is falling from the sky in blue orbs of energy. This is literally just a fantasy skin for PUBG. People are diving into the crowded, high-loot areas. The early game bloodbath is about to begin. Seowoon knows better. He decides to head for the outskirts to stay safe and gear up first. He spots a quiet area with some buildings, thinking that around there should be good. A strategic landing. He shouts to descend as he dives through the clouds. He's actually getting into it. He crashes toward a small house at high speed. Hopefully there is a parachute spell or something. He lands with a rough thud, kicking up dust and debris. Not exactly a superhero landing. He is in the middle of a peaceful-looking village. For now, it seems he is alone. He claps a hand over his mouth, dealing with some serious motion sickness. Traveling between worlds is rough on the stomach. He spots a house and decides to duck inside immediately. For now, he thinks, let's enter that house. Smart move. He hears a rustle outside and freezes. Someone else might have landed nearby. He curses his motion sickness for making him miss who else landed with him. He is flying blind now. He is crouching low, heart pounding as he moves through the house. Stealth mode activated. He thinks to himself that if he meets an enemy without a weapon, he is done for. Time to loot. He bursts through a door, desperate to find anything he can use. His life literally depends on what is behind this door. He is panting, leaning against a wall inside. He is regretting provoking that sword guy earlier. Crap, he thinks, I should not have provoked him. Yeah, hindsight is 27/20, buddy. He cautiously peeks through the window. He needs to know if the coast is clear. It looks quiet outside. He wonders if it was just the sound of the wind. I doubt it. He decides to focus on the house, thinking luckily he does not hear any more sounds. Famous last words. He stands in the middle of a dusty room. Time to find the fantasy equivalent of an M4. He spots something on the floor. He's hoping it is something better than a frying pan. He pauses, spotting a wooden frame and some bolts. It is a crossbow. He picks it up, and the system confirms he has obtained a heavy crossbow. He groans, saying it is way too heavy. He picks up some bolts, thinking it is better than nothing. As soon as he touches them, instructions flood his brain. He struggles to pull back the string, muscles straining. This thing has some serious draw weight. He finally locks it into place, looking smug. For a South Korean army sergeant, this is nothing, he thinks, flexing that military background. He checks the mechanism, thinking that if he does this, it will shoot. He's about to test his new toy. A bolt flies across the room with insane force. It literally blows a hole in the wall. Seowoon is stunned. Whoa, that is a lot more power than he expected from a piece of wood. The bolt is buried deep in a wooden pillar. This thing is definitely lethal. He is grinning now, thinking this will be pretty useful if he learns to use it properly. Now he is getting confident. He heads back outside to keep looting. He looked around more but could not find anything useful. Standard RNG luck. He realizes the map is huge, which is good for avoiding fights early on. He is playing for the late game. He starts jogging through the field, crossbow in hand. He is looking for a safer place to farm. He hears a sound from another building and freezes again. He is on high alert. He creeps into a room where something is glowing on a table. It is not a weapon, but it is glowing blue. He reaches out his hand, asking what this is. It is a rolled-up scroll with glowing runes. The system dings, confirming he has obtained a small healing scroll. Every Battle Royale player's favorite item, a medkit. He looks at it with interest. It is a one-time use item that heals wounds if you rip it. He is feeling greedy now, thinking he should take more recovery items. He is also wishing he had an item bag to carry everything. He turns around and sees something else on a shelf. A purple glow catches his eye. The system dings again, confirming he has obtained the Black Star Leader's martial arts book. It lets you project dark energy through your fingers. Metal. The system asks if he would like to learn it. He wonders if he can learn this, worried it will start a long tutorial, but he is tempted. He decides to go for it. Purple light explodes from the book, blinding him. Learning a new skill is intense. The energy swirls around his head and eyes. It looks like his brain is getting a massive download. The book literally disintegrates into glowing purple fragments. Talk about a one-time use item. Seowoon is left standing there, hands out. Huh? Was that it? He feels a bit underwhelmed at first. Then his hands start to glow with a deep red and purple aura. He is definitely feeling the power now. He looks at his fingers as they start to flicker with energy. He knows something is about to happen. He grabs a fork off the table. A fork. Really? He is testing dark martial arts with silverware. He flings the fork with a massive burst of purple energy. It looks like a damn railgun shot. The fork shatters a plate and cracks the wall behind it. That is a hell of a buff for a kitchen utensil. He is absolutely ecstatic, grinning like a madman. He has learned a martial art. Watch out, world, the gamer is becoming a Mura master. Our boy Seowoon is testing out his new powers, and yeah, that fork just turned into a lethal projectile. It is buried deep in the wood, vibrating from the sheer force of that QI blast. He looks at his handiwork with a smug grin, clearly feeling himself right now. Nice. One tiny fork, one giant leap for isekai kind. He is putting two and two together, realizing that martial arts and magic are basically the same thing in this world. Since Cloyd survival and loyal ground are so similar, he is ready to exploit these game mechanics to the max. But he knows better than to overstay his welcome in one spot. He has already searched this place top to bottom, so it is time to move out before some other player finds him. Night has fallen as he makes a break for it between the dark houses. He spent the whole day farming like a true gamer, but now he needs to find a safe corner to hide in before things get real. Look at those eyes. Seowoon is locked in and completely focused. The casual college student is officially gone, and the high-ranking gamer has taken over. He spots a house with its lights still blazing in the middle of the night. In a battle royale, that is either a massive neon sign saying rare loot here or a total death trap. He is weighing the options while standing there in the shadows. It is a 50-50 chance. Either he hits the jackpot or he walks right into an ambush. The nerves are starting to set in, and you can see him swallow hard as he stares at that glowing window. Or somebody is there, he thinks. Yeah, probably a high-level player waiting to gank you, buddy. He slowly creaks the door open, trying his best to be a stealth master. Crossbow at the ready, because we all know what happens to people who walk into lit rooms unprepared. The interior is deceptively quiet, and he is crouching low like he is playing a tactical shooter. He knows there are other players out there, and he is not taking any chances. He clears the first floor, moving like a ghost through the shadows. Silence is golden, but in a house like this, it is also terrifyingly suspicious. He looks up toward the second floor, his mind racing with possibilities. He is wondering if someone is lurking just above him, waiting for that perfect headshot. Seowoon is prepping his Blackstar QI palms just in case things get messy. He is confident that even against a pro, his ambush tactics with these new skills might give him a chance. Step by step, he creeps up those wooden stairs, praying they do not creak and give him away. Every gamer knows the stairs of doom. One wrong move, and it is game over. He peeks over the edge of the floor, eyes level with the wood as he scans the landing. He is looking for any sign of movement, any shadow that should not be there. He raises his heavy crossbow, aiming right into the center of the dark room. He has got his finger on the trigger, ready to let it fly at the first thing that moves. Wait, what? He freezes mid-aim, his eyes widening in total confusion. That is not exactly what he was expecting to find up here. It is literally just a lantern sitting on a table, burning away for no reason. Anticlimax of the century, or is it just a lure? Seowoon is still on high alert, thinking this is way too baity to be an accident. He is convinced it is a trap set by another player to distract him. He spots another room door nearby, and his gamer instincts start tingling. A room, he thinks, and where there is a closed door, there is usually something worth finding. He narrows his eyes, his expression turning cold and determined. No more playing around, it is time to see what is behind door number 2. He kicks that door in with zero hesitation, channeling his inner action hero. If someone is in there, they are getting a face full of boot and crossbow bolt. He rushes inside, scanning the corners with lightning speed. He is expecting a fight. He is basically craving a fight at this point. He is looking left, right, everywhere, his heart probably thumping against his ribs. The tension is palpable, but the room remains stubbornly empty. He just stands there for a beat, staring into the void, complete and utter silence. Talk about an awkward moment. The embarrassment hits him like a truck and he just slumps to the floor. Ha, crap, he thinks. I put on a show by myself. Yeah, we have all been there, sweating over a total non-threat. He lets out a massive sigh of relief, leaning back as the tension finally drains away. It is a relief no one was here, but he feels like a bit of a dork. While he is wallowing in his own awkwardness, something catches his eye on a side table. It is a small, unremarkable-looking ring, but in a game world, that is usually a big deal. The system dings, announcing the Ring of Strength. And just like that, he has got a gear upgrade. Plus 20 strength just for wearing some jewelry? I'd take that deal any day. He holds it up, wondering if he really gets stronger just by putting it on. It seems too easy, but in this world, the system is king. He slides the ring onto his finger, the metal catching the light from the lantern. Here comes the power-up sequence. Whoa, an instant surge of energy ripples through his entire body. It is like he just downed 10 energy drinks and a tub of protein powder all at once. He looks down at his hands, feeling totally weightless. That heavy-ass crossbow suddenly feels like a plastic toy in his grip. He is trying to wrap his head around what plus 20 strength actually translates to in real terms. He is literally buffing up before our eyes. He calls out for his stats, and a glowing yellow interface pops up right in front of him. Time to see if he is actually a main character yet. He checks his profile. Jin Seowoon, human, martial artist. I am pretty pathetic, he thinks. Do not be so hard on yourself, man. Everyone starts as a level 1 scrub. He starts comparing his current stats to when he first landed with nothing but a tracksuit. Compared to starting with 0, this is a massive improvement. He heads back down the stairs, deciding to loot the rest of the first floor properly. No more jumping at shadows, it is time to be efficient and find more gear. And what do you know? Another ring. The system confirms he has found a subspace ring. Basically, he just found himself a magic infinite backpack. He is starting to look like a jeweler with all these rings he is finding. I keep on getting rings, he thinks. Hey, better than getting stabbed, right? The system gives him a quick tutorial on how to use the subspace ring. Just think the word subspace while holding an item and boom, magic storage. He realizes it is exactly like a game inventory, which is way better than lugging a backpack around. He wonders if it is like an inventory. You bet it is, buddy. He tries it out for the first time, whispering subspace as his hand starts to glow with a purple aura. This is where the real fun begins. A weird, gooey-looking portal opens up in his palm, swallowing the item whole. This feels strange, but it is insanely convenient to not have to carry a bag. He stares at the glowing void in his hand, totally mesmerized by the tech. He is thinking about how much easier moving day would be back home with one of these. He gets a bit wistful, wishing he could smuggle some of these magic items and martial arts back to reality. Imagine the clout you would get showing up to college with actual magic. He checks the main interface, wondering if anyone has been eliminated yet. He is looking for a kill log, hoping the players are thinning themselves out. Oh, it is here. The kill log finally updates, and the reality of the game starts to sink in. Someone just got taken out. Only one person has been eliminated. Out of 100 people, that is a pretty slow start. He was hoping to farm until only 90 people were left, but it is going to take a while. He spends the rest of the night scavenging and scores some serious loot, consumables, health items, and even some hidden blades to pair with his Black Star QI palms. He is torn between staying in the safe house until morning or making a move under the cover of darkness. Risk versus reward, the ultimate gamer dilemma. He imagines the absolute monsters lurking out there and the dark strong players just waiting for a snack. With his current level, he definitely cannot beat the top 10 yet. But he decides to push his luck and visit one more spot before the sun comes up. He is banking on the idea that there will be fewer people out at night. He is hiking through the dense forest, and he is not even breaking a sweat. That ring of strength is definitely doing some heavy lifting on the endurance side. Despite his increased power, his stomach is starting to growl. Apparently, magic rings do not fix the need for actual food and water. Survival games are rough. He looks around at the vines and trees, wishing a snack would just drop from the sky. He is banking on finding some food in the city before he starves to death. He's checking his map, trying to find where these houses are supposed to be. Suddenly, a low, guttural growl echoes through the trees, and his heart stops. He freezes in his tracks, eyes darting toward the darkness behind him. That was not the wind, and it definitely was not another player. He whipped around, ready to face whatever is stalking him in the forest. He is kicking himself for being so loud and letting his guard down. Shoot, he thinks, I did not hear anything. Stealth is out the window, and he is panicking because he let something get the jump on him. He catches a glimpse of a massive, furry shape lurking in the bushes. A low growl confirms his fears. Yeah, that is not a friendly forest doggo. A cold sweat breaks out on his forehead as he finally sees what he is dealing with. It is huge, hairy, and looks like it wants to eat him. A werewolf. A literal beast with glowing red eyes and claws the size of steak knives lunges at him from the shadows. The werewolf slams into him, and it is absolute chaos. What the heck? He screams. Same, Seowoon, same. He narrowly dodges a swipe that would have turned him into mincemeat. The beast is ripping through the environment like it is made of wet paper. Look at the size of this thing. It is a mountain of muscle and fur, and it looks like it has not eaten in a week. Seowoon is hauling ass, running for his literal life. He thought this was a PvP game, not a get hunted by legendary monsters simulator. He complains that if he knew something like that was going around, he would have just stayed put. Tell me about it. Hindsight is a real jerk in isekais. He is panting and sweating, but his pride as a high ranker is starting to kick in. It would be too embarrassing to die to a basic mob before he even fights another player. He spots another small house in the distance and guns for it like his life depends on it. Finally, some cover to hide from this beast. He dives inside and slams the door shut, desperately trying to catch his breath. This is the most cardio he has done since he was in the military. He slumps against the wall, his chest heaving as he listens to the silence outside. He is safe for now, but for how long? Another growl sounds, this time right outside the door, and his heart sinks into his boots. Crap, he thinks, it is coming all this way? He's looking around frantically, his mind racing for a way out. He needs a plan, and he needs one fast. He peeks through a crack in the wall, and his eye meets the glowing red ones on the other side. The werewolf is literally right there. The werewolf is tracking his scent, its long snout twitching as it gets closer and closer to the door. It is searching for him, and it is not going to give up. Seowoon realizes he cannot just hide anymore. If he does not act now, he is basically delivering himself as a snack. He grips his crossbow, his eyes turning hard and focused. He decides to attack it first. Let's go. He aims through the gap, lining up the perfect shot. He only gets one chance at this before the beast realizes what is happening. He holds his breath, everything going quiet as he focuses on his target. One bolt, one kill, that is the goal. He pulls the trigger, and a streak of light blasts through the door with a deafening crack. Direct hit. The werewolf screams in pain as the bolt hits home. That is a lot of damage, but we know these mobs are tanky. Nice. Seowoon cheers as he sees the beast reel back from the hit, but he might have celebrated a little too early. He realizes the Ring of Strength lets him fire with just one hand now, which is a total game changer. Now he just needs to deal with the second one. Wait, second one? Another werewolf appears out of nowhere, lunging from the side before he can even react. He got tunnel vision, and it is costing him big time. The second beast slams into him, shattering the wall and pinning him down. He is completely at its mercy now. The impact is brutal, and you can see Seowoon getting tossed around like a rag doll. This is the part of the boss fight where everything goes wrong. He is bleeding and dazed, staring up at the jaws of the beast. This is the literal oh crap moment of the entire chapter. The werewolf has him pinned to the floor, ready to take a big chunk out of his shoulder. He is struggling to hold it back, but he is purely outclassed in strength. He tries to bring up his hands to block, but the monster's weight is just too much. He is staring death right in the eyes. The beast roars right in his face, hot breath and murderous intent filling the air. He is literally seconds away from being elimination number 2. Is this how I get eliminated? The thought flashes through his mind as he prepares for the end. No epic loot, just a snack for a wolf. He shouts subspace at the top of his lungs, his hand erupting in a violent purple light. He is pulling a last-minute miracle out of his inventory. He reaches into the void and grabs one of those hidden daggers, channeling his Black Star QI palms. It is a point-blank execution. He blasts the werewolf with a massive surge of dark energy and a literal knife to the face. The shockwave is absolutely insane. The force of the blast is so strong it flings his makeshift projectile right into the wall. That werewolf definitely did not see that coming. Seowoon stands up, his body wreathed in dark, shadowy energy. He yells that he cannot afford to lose to a mere underling. Okay, the main character energy is officially back. Seowoon stands amidst the wreckage of the fight, looking totally dazed. That werewolf was way more than he bargained for, but he managed to pull through. He lets out a massive breath of relief, clutching his head. He thought he was a goner. Yeah, buddy, we all did. He slumps to the ground, his legs finally giving out from the adrenaline crash. He is lucky to be alive, and he knows it. Suddenly, he spots a glowing blue bag sitting in the debris. Thank God he had the foresight to stash that throwing dagger earlier. It literally saved his life. He crawls over to investigate the mysterious item, wondering what it is. It is definitely not something he dropped. He picks up the leather pouch, staring at it with wide eyes. He wonders if it is a mob drop. If wolves drop loot in this world, he might have just found a reason to go hunting. He rips it open and finds water and jerky. Damn it, he thinks. It is just water and jerky? I mean, he was starving 2 panels ago, so he should not complain. He starts inhaling the jerky like it is a 5-star meal. While he is eating, he thinks to himself that he should check out the surroundings. He spots something else in the room. A heavy-looking piece of armor. A piece of armor? It looks exactly like the bulletproof vests from his favorite game, Loyal Ground. He tries to put it on, but it is hilariously oversized for him. It is kind of big for me, he thinks. He looks like a kid playing dress-up in his dad's closet. But then, magic happens. The armor literally shrinks and adjusts to fit his body perfectly. Oh, it adjusts to the user's size? That is some high-tier fantasy convenience right there. The system announces that the advanced orichalcum breastplate is equipped. Not only does it fit like a glove, but his resistance against fire and wind magic just got a massive boost. Seowoon is ecstatic, grinning like he just won the lottery. Whoa, this is awesome, he thinks. It raised more than just 1 or 2 stats. He is becoming a tank. He is officially on a roll and starts checking every nook and cranny of the room. He is convinced there is more loot hiding in the shadows. He looks behind a crate and finds nothing. What is this? There is nothing? RNG can be a cruel mistress, even in another world. Wait, he accidentally kicks something translucent on the floor. He wonders if it is a hidden item. It is almost completely invisible to the naked eye. He picks up a sheer, shimmering fabric that feels like fine cloth. He's looking at it with intense curiosity, wondering what kind of buff this holds. The system confirms he has equipped the nightcloak. The system tells him that if he stays still in the dark, he will completely blend in with his surroundings. He puts the hood up and realizes he is basically invisible. This is sick. He will not be detected by magic, and his movements are completely silenced. Talk about a stealth build. He realizes this is the ultimate survival tool for nighttime. This means I can avoid anybody I come across at night, right? He is thinking like a true pro gamer now. With this new gear, his confidence is through the roof. He is ready to stay alive as long as he needs to win this whole thing. He looks back at the safe house as he leaves. He realized the house in the middle of nowhere was actually a high-tier farming spot, and his luck is definitely turning around on day 2. We get a shot of the full moon shining over the forest. The atmosphere is quiet, but we know danger is always lurking nearby. Seowoon is prowling through the woods, cloak on. He is surprised he has not seen any other players yet, wondering if it is because he dropped in a random, isolated location. He stops dead in his tracks when he hears someone panting and running nearby. Someone is clearly in a hurry, and they sound terrified. A guy comes sprinting through the brush, looking like he has seen a ghost. Damn, damn, he yells. He is clutching a small bag, probably loot he stole. He stops to catch his breath, looking absolutely desperate. He mutters that if he only had time to use his item, an apprentice bastard like whoever is chasing him would be nothing. Seowoon watches from the bushes, completely hidden by his cloak. He sees the guy's pursuer catch up. It is a young apprentice mage. The runner is freaking out, thinking he's actually going to lose to a low-level mage. The power scaling in this game is no joke. Seowoon analyzes the mage from his hiding spot. He does not look strong, he thinks, if I am not wrong. He is doing the mental math on whether he should intervene. He decides he can take the kid out and snag his loot. I can take care of him, he decides. He is getting that predator instinct. He aims his crossbow through the leaves, but he starts sweating. That is not a person, he thinks. This is just a game. He is trying to convince himself that killing another player is okay. Suddenly, a voice booms from the shadows, calling out Escrow's flame. A massive, terrifying wave of fire erupts from behind the mage. The area is instantly engulfed in a localized inferno. The sheer heat and power of the spell are insane. Someone very strong just joined the party. The poor apprentice mage gets absolutely incinerated in a split second. His scream is cut short as he is engulfed in the flames. Seowoon watches the spot where the kid was just standing, now just a pile of burning embers. Did he die? The reality of this game just hit him like a freight train. Seowoon is trembling behind a tree, clutching his mouth to stay silent. This is not just some fun VR simulation, it is a brutal murder match. Where the kid was, there is no body, just a glowing loot chest. This confirms it for Seowoon. They are definitely stuck in a game-like survival world. The killer steps into the light. A sinister-looking guy with long hair. He mocks the dead kid, saying someone who could not even use magic dared to steal his items. He walks toward the chest, calling the kid an unlucky bastard. He claims that if the kid had just died to his sword, he would not have felt the pain of burning to death. What a nice guy. Seowoon is frozen in place as the killer walks right past his hiding spot. He did not see me and just walked by? That Nightcloak is the real MVP of this chapter. The killer, Chiron, tells the invisible heir to be honored that he died at his hands. His ego is bigger than the fireball he just threw. Chiron reaches the loot chest and prepares to open it. He thinks he is totally safe since he killed his only competition. Seowoon watches him, realizing he could be next if he lets this guy walk away. He thinks he could be the next person who gets hunted by this guy. The gravity of the situation sinks in. The moment I hesitate, someone will kill me and get a higher rank, he thinks. He is finally realizing he has to kill to survive. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face as he makes his choice. He is crying, but his eyes are turning cold and determined. If I want to survive. Chiron is happily looting the chest, muttering about the pretty nice stuff inside. He has no idea there is a ghost right behind him. Seowoon strikes from the shadows with a massive burst of blue energy. Chiron is caught completely off guard, his eyes going wide as he is blasted. Chiron is pissed, calling him a player and saying he made too much of a commotion. He is trying to regroup while fire continues to burn around him. Seowoon is not letting up, charging in with another strike. Chiron barely manages to put up a magic barrier to block the blow. Chiron is sweating now, his cocky attitude totally gone. Damn, he thinks, my barrier will break if it goes on like this. He is losing his grip on the fight. Seowoon's eye peeks through the blue energy, staring Chiron down. Chiron is frantic, asking if he is over there. He cannot pinpoint Seowoon because of the cloak. Chiron shouts for a strike as he prepares a massive fire attack. He is aiming for anything that moves, desperate to land a hit. He unleashes a vertical pillar of flame, screaming at Seowoon to stop being a coward and show himself. He is completely losing his cool. Through the chaos, a single silver throwing dagger flies with perfect precision. This is Seowoon's finishing move. Chiron is caught mid-spell, completely unaware of the projectile. He is still looking for Seowoon while death is flying straight at his face. We get a close-up on Chiron's shocked face as he finally spots the dagger. It is too late. His barrier is already failing. The dagger hits. There is a massive explosion of light as Seowoon's energy and the dagger collide with Chiron's head. Chiron's barrier shatters into a million blue shards. He is terrified, screaming, "You bastard! Where are you hiding?" Seowoon is right there, standing amidst the floating fragments of Chiron's barrier. He looks like a shadowy reaper about to collect a soul. Chiron tries to cast one last spell, but he is already falling. He is coughing up blood, completely defeated. The dagger is buried deep in his forehead. He mutters the word flame as the life leaves his eyes. It is a cold, silent end for the arrogant mage. Chiron's body finally hits the ground, his last word strike hanging in the air. Seowoon just took out a major threat. A huge blast of dark energy erupts from the fallen mage. This looks like the system processing a kill and dropping the loot. Seowoon is panting, leaning on his knees. I won, he thinks. He is covered in sweat and dirt, still trying to process that he just killed someone. 2 loot chests thud onto the grass, one from the kid Chiron killed and one from Chiron himself. It is a double jackpot. He knows he does not have much time before someone else follows the light of the fire. He thinks he better farm as fast as possible and leave. He starts looting Chiron's chest first. The system confirms he has obtained some gloves and a medium healing scroll. Oh, that is a good haul, he thinks. He finds a fancy gold dragon necklace, called Escrow's necklace. It says it is just a trash item with no properties, so he just stashes it for later. Might be a quest item. He opens the second chest, and something glowing blue catches his eye. What is that? It is an ornate stone sphere. The system confirms he has obtained the circle stone. It explains that it enables the user to engrave a circle around their heart to use mana. Seowoon is blown away. I can become a mage just like that, from a tracksuit gamer to a martial artist mage in 2 days. This is peak isekai. He remembers Chiron's final words about the stone and how it would have made him unstoppable. The irony is real, so that is why he said that. Seowoon realizes he just snagged the most valuable item on the map. He looks down at the stone with a smirk. I am sorry, but I will put it to good use in your stead. He is officially embracing the survival game lifestyle. He stuffs the rest of the loot into his subspace ring, deciding he needs a much safer spot to use a high-tier item like this. He heads out toward the mountains under the moonlight, needing to find a place where he can use the circle's stone. He finds an abandoned-looking town at the base of a cliff. That place looks good. It is isolated and perfect for a few hours of downtime. He sits on the floor of a dark room, holding the stone. A system prompt asks if he will use the circle's stone. He hits yes without a second thought. Wait, there is a catch. He will be completely motionless for 3 hours and will not be able to use any other items. Talk about a sitting duck. The system also casually mentions that he may feel slight pain. In manhwa speak, that usually means your soul is going through a blender. He screams in absolute agony. The slight pain turns out to be his veins being rewritten for mana. He spends the next 3 hours in a dark room, barely conscious and suffering through intense pain. He had to suppress every scream so nobody would find him. He's lying face down on the floor, sweating and drooling. A slight pain, you said, he thinks? I thought it was over for me. He looks absolutely wrecked. He manages to sit up, panting heavily. He thinks learning martial arts was easy compared to this magic circle nonsense. Status, he calls out. His profile updated, he now has 2 jobs, martial artist and mage, and a brand new mana stat of 30. He is officially a hybrid build. He wonders how many people are left after that chaotic night. He calls out for the survivor list to see the leaderboard. The interface glows bright as it processes the latest numbers. His jaw drops when he sees the number. How is this possible? He looks completely shell-shocked. The survivor count is 45 out of 100. Over half the players were wiped out in just one night. It dropped by that much? The kill log is filled with just one name, Nam Sagwang. This guy is a literal wood chipper for players. Gustav, Rothion, Paul, all killed by palm arts or fist arts. Seowoon is staring at the name. Nam Sagwang? This is clearly the player to watch out for. We flash back to a few hours earlier. We see a guy running through the woods, begging for mercy, pleading for someone to stop chasing him. His pursuer, Nam Sagwang, licks his lips with a psychotic grin. He is clearly enjoying the hunt way too much. Nam Sagwang catches up and pins the guy to the ground with a massive stomp. He is not here to play games. The poor guy is sent flying, his sword landing feet away. He is completely outmatched in speed and power. The guy is sobbing, begging to just let him make it to the top 90. He just wanted to survive the round. Nam Sagwang just towers over him, glowing with a terrifying blue aura. The victim is crying and snot-faced, begging that he cannot just go out like this. Nam Sagwang reaches down and crushes the guy's skull with his bare hand. Absolutely ruthless. He did not even use a weapon. He stands over the body, totally unfazed. He thinks that with this, all the participants will come to know it. He is sending a message to everyone left. We get a shot of the moon over the loot chest. The narrator repeats his name, Nam Sagwang. He is officially the final boss of this round. It is day 3 in this nightmare survival world. The sun is shining, but do not let the nice weather fool you. It is still a killer-be-killed game out here. Seowoon checks the leaderboard and loses his mind. Over half the players were wiped out in just one night, 54 people gone while he was hiding. The kill log is just one name over and over, Nam Sagwang. Seowoon is praying he never crosses paths with this absolute monster. Then a realization hits him. If everyone else is busy killing each other, his cautious playstyle might actually land him in the top 10. He starts daydreaming about the rewards for ranking high. If he can take these magic items and martial arts back to the real world, he would be a literal god in society. He catches himself and snaps back to reality. There is a mass murderer on the loose, and he is already planning his future as a magic king? Talk about counting your chickens before they hatch. Time to get to work. He needs to gear up and move out before someone finds his hiding spot. He tests his new magic circle and actually feels the mana flowing through him. This is not just a game mechanic anymore. He can literally feel the power within his own body. He remembers the loot he snagged yesterday and pulls out a glowing purple magic book. Time to see what kind of spells he can add to his arsenal. The system confirms it is a magic book of wind ball. It lets him create wind spheres, and apparently the more power he gets, the more balls he can juggle. He does not even hesitate, clicking yes as fast as he can because you can never have enough ways to kill things in a survival game. Suddenly, he is engulfed in a swirl of blue energy. He looks a bit confused as the spell information gets downloaded directly into his brain. This magic system is basically a cheat code. It is forcing the knowledge of the spell into his head so he does not even have to study. Every student's dream, right? He prepares to cast his first actual spell. You can see the determination in his eyes as he begins the incantation. He shouts the move name like a true anime protagonist, Wind Ball, and a massive blast of blue energy erupts from his hand. Instead of one big blast, 3 swirling orbs of wind mana appear above his fingers. They look small, but we know how this works. Looks are deceiving. He looks a bit disappointed, wondering if this is all there is. Careful what you wish for, buddy. Sometimes the small ones pack the biggest punch. He stands there for a second, just watching the 3 little balls of energy orbit around his hand. It is a pretty cool party trick if nothing else. He flings them across the room to test their power. The wind spheres spiral out, leaving trails of blue light in their wake. They hit the wall and absolutely shred it. These are not just balls of air, they are like high-speed drills. Okay, he is impressed now. He admits they are stronger than they look and will definitely be useful for taking people by surprise. But wait, the downside hits. He's suddenly exhausted because he already burnt through all 30 of his mana points. One move and he is out of Juice Classic level 1 problems. The circle is finally closing in. Seowoon decides to play it safe and farm loot, right at the edge of the restricted zone. High risk, high reward, but hopefully he does not get caught in the storm. He tries to comfort himself by thinking there are fewer players to worry about. He knows he needs to loot as much as possible before the map gets too small and forces everyone into a final showdown. Little does he know, a pair of eyes is already watching his every move from the shadows. Someone is stalking our boy. It is an old man in white robes, looking down at Seowoon like a scientist observing a lab rat. This guy looks way too calm to just be another regular player. He strokes his beard and mutters about how interesting this is. Whenever an old man in a fantasy world says that, you know things are about to get complicated. He casually leaps off the branch, moving with the kind of grace that only comes from decades of martial arts training. Fast forward 12 hours. Seowoon is still out here looking for loot, following his map to a group of houses in the forest. He stops and looks around, feeling something weird in the air. His gamer senses are tingling again. Something definitely just moved nearby. He is on high alert, his heart starting to race. He whipped his head around, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever is stalking him. The silence is deafening. He does not take any chances and fires off another wind ball at the bushes. Shoot first, ask questions later. It is the survival way. The wind orbs slam into the trees and ground, tearing everything apart. He is yelling for a strike like he is going for a perfect frame in bowling. The dust settles and there is nothing there. He wonders if he is just getting paranoid, asking himself if it was just the wind. He is still not convinced. He cannot shake the feeling that someone is right there, watching his every move. He carefully peeks around a tree trunk, eyes narrow as he scans the area. He is trying to be as stealthy as possible. He finds a ruined building and peeks through a hole in the wall. The interior is dark and smells like old wood and blood. Wait, there is someone in there. A body is slumped on the floor in the corner of the room. He steps into the room and realizes the person is still alive but badly hurt. An injured person. Talk about a moral dilemma. But morality goes out the window fast in this game. He is already thinking about the loot. He figures if they have survived this long, they must have some good stuff, and they are too weak to fight back. Cold-blooded. But then he changes his mind. He decides to prioritize his own safety and just walk away. No need to risk a trap or a sudden counterattack for a few items. Smart move. He walks back out into the light, leaving the mystery person behind. He is focused on his own path to the top. The camera stays inside the room, looking out the broken door. It is quiet, but you know someone is watching. The person inside is actually a guy in full plate armor. He peeks out from the darkness, trembling, and mutters, asking if he left. He was definitely scared of Seowoon. He lets out a massive sigh of relief. He is covered in cuts and bruises, thinking he only survived because he was fast enough to hide. And of course, the ego comes back immediately. He claims he could have taken Seowoon easily if he was not hurt. Yeah, sure buddy, whatever helps you sleep at night. He starts rummaging through a loot chest in the middle of the courtyard. He is trying to grab as much as possible before someone else shows up. Suddenly, a massive red streak of energy slams into him out of nowhere. He did not even have time to react. He looks up with a terrified and defeated expression. God damn it, he knew he was done for the second that hit landed. A crossbow bolt flies across the screen, leaving a trail of blue light. It is a perfect headshot. It was Seowoon. He was baiting him the whole time. He stands in the bushes with his crossbow, saying thanks for coming out so fast. Talk about a gamer play. He's feeling pretty good about himself. He's planning to loot the body and then head back to the edge of the safe zone. Everything is going perfectly. But then a voice right behind him says he seems pretty skilled. Seowoon's eyes go wide. Someone actually managed to sneak up on him. He leaps back in a total panic, cursing himself for letting his guard down. He was so focused on his kill that he did not even notice this guy. It is the old man from before. He stands there totally relaxed while Seowoon is in a defensive pose. He tells him not to be scared and that he just has a few questions. Seowoon asks who he is. The old man gives him a cryptic answer, saying he would not know him anyway and that they all came from different lives. He has got that wise master aura turned all the way up. Seowoon is genuinely confused. This guy is totally different from all the other murderous players he has met. He is starting to think this is not just another fight. The old man asks him if he has ever participated in this kind of play before. He's calling the death game a play, which is a little bit unsettling. Seowoon is baffled by the word play. The old man admits he's been watching him for a while and noticed how fast he adapted. Then he drops a bombshell, telling him he is sure he already knows that this is not real. Wait, what? Seowoon is kicking himself for not noticing the old man earlier. He admits it is his first time here, but that he has played similar games back in his world. The old man is intrigued by the word game. He realizes Seowoon is definitely from a different world just by looking at him. He is basically a fantasy anthropologist at this point. They notice it is getting dark again. Seowoon notes that it is already the third day. Time really flies when you are busy murdering people for loot. They both look up at the moon, which is absolutely massive. The old man asks if the moon in Seowoon's world is that big. Seowoon realized he never even noticed how huge it was. They both agree that the moon here is way bigger than back home. It is a weirdly wholesome bonding moment in the middle of a death game. The old man wants to hear more about this game Seowoon mentioned. Seowoon is a bit nervous though, thinking they are sitting ducks for an ambush out in the open. The old man suggests moving to a better spot for their chat. Seowoon is still skeptical though, asking how he can be sure the old man will not just kill him. Fair question. The old man grabs his shoulder and tells him to be quiet. He has got that. I could kill you in a second if I wanted to energy. He warns him not to make a sound unless he wants to become a target. Then, he literally leaps into the air carrying Seowoon like a sack of potatoes. This guy is definitely high level. Seowoon is losing his mind. He is not used to being carried around at supersonic speeds. He is probably praying he does not throw up on the old man's expensive robes. We see them silhouetted against the massive moon as they fly over the forest. It is a beautiful shot, even if Seowoon is currently terrified. Another beautiful shot of the night sky. The world is so peaceful when nobody is actively trying to kill each other. They are sitting way up high on a branch now. Seowoon is trying to explain video games to this medieval master. He is calling it playing with dolls in virtual space, and the old man thinks it sounds like a magical civilization. I mean, he is not entirely wrong. The old man figures that explains why Seowoon adapted so fast. Seowoon is just internally screaming, wondering how long this guy has been stalking him from the shadows. The old man casually mentions he has been with him since they dropped into the map. Seowoon is totally freaked out, wondering if this guy can actually read his mind. The old man explains he was just going to chill in the mountains, but Seowoon was too interesting to ignore. He promises he does not mean any harm and was just curious about why they are all here. Sure, the 100-year-old stalker says he is a nice guy. Seowoon admits he has no idea why they are here either. Then he brings up the game concept again, asking if the old man had anything like it in his world. He explains the games back home were just for fun and that nobody actually dies. It is a pretty stark contrast to the bloodbath they are currently in. The old man admits he has no clue about the motives of whatever supernatural beings brought them here. He just takes a beat and says he sees. He is a deep thinker, this one. Then he says something interesting. He is sure this game is a huge opportunity for someone. Seowoon is totally confused by that. An opportunity for what? He confirms the dying here is not the end for real. You get a rank and a reward based on how well you did. He thinks the rewards are actually the magic items and skills you picked up in the game. Now we are talking. Seowoon asks if he means the literal items they are wearing. The old man confirms it is everything, the gear, the skills, and the martial arts. It is a literal level up for their real lives. Seowoon thinks magic is cool and realizes what a massive opportunity this is for people struggling back home. These abilities could literally change lives. The old man pushes back though, asking what makes him think his own life is struggle-free. Deep stuff for a battle royale. Seowoon figures the old man is a big-shot master with tons of students back home. He contrasts that with himself, calling himself useless in the real world. That is why he is so hyped about this opportunity for people like him. Our boy is working through some self-esteem issues. The old man just starts cracking up, which totally annoys Seowoon. He tells him to be quiet and lower his voice because they are still in a death game for heaven's sake. The old man asks about Seowoon poking at the air. He realizes the poor guy does not even know how to use the basic interface like the map. It is like watching your grandpa try to use a smartphone. They spent the whole night talking. Seowoon gave him game tips and the old man told him stories about his world. Morning came before they even knew it, bonding through the apocalypse. We love to see it. They both noticed the sun coming up. The night shift is finally over. The old man apologizes for taking up so much of his time. Seowoon is all flustered, saying it was not a problem at all. He is finally starting to like this crazy old guy. Seowoon realizes that staying with a literal master is probably the safest way to survive this round. Plus, he actually enjoyed hearing about the old man's world. Teamwork makes the dream work. The old man asks if there is any way he can repay him for all the game tips. Seowoon's brain immediately starts working. Here comes the big ask. He just blabs it out, asking if he can learn his martial arts. He's desperate to survive until the end and knows he needs a serious power-up to do it. Go big or go home, right? The old man just stares at him with an unreadable expression. The tension is real. Is he going to say yes or just laugh him off? He gives him a sly smile and says he would not say it is impossible. Seowoon looks absolutely shell-shocked. He actually has a chance to learn from a master. But there is a catch. He warns him that he must be prepared for the worst. Seowoon is already sweating, asking what exactly the worst means. He means death. The old man drops it casually. He's asking if Seowoon is ready to risk his actual life to learn his arts. Talk about a hardcore apprenticeship. What is it going to be, Seowoon? The mysterious elder master looks Seowoon dead in the eye and drops a bombshell. Learning his arts could literally mean death. This is not just a friendly tutorial session anymore. The master explains that to succeed without following the traditional slow path, you have to pay a hefty price. He looks like a guy who has seen too many people fail that specific bill. Seowoon is visibly sweating as the master asks if he is actually prepared for the risk. Our boy tries to speak up, probably about to point out the obvious. Ah, you are right. People do not die here. The tension snaps as the master realizes this is technically a game world. They both have these hilarious, derpy faces once they realize nobody actually kicks the bucket. The master strokes his beard, thinking that since death is not permanent, his forbidden method might actually be possible. Seowoon is hyped, basically begging for the power-up now. Seowoon is all in, figuring it is worth a shot if it makes him a top-tier player. He is looking at the master with pure determination, ready to do whatever it takes. The training begins with a vibe check as the elder places a hand on Seowoon's head to measure his inner energy. Seowoon is just standing there wondering what is about to happen. The elder's eye goes wide with total shock as he senses Seowoon's potential, or lack thereof. He looks like he just saw a ghost, or maybe just something really pathetic. The verdict is in. Seowoon has less inner energy than a house dog. Seowoon just sighs, reminding the old man that his world does not even have martial arts stuff. The master tells him to sit in the lotus position while the wind blows leaves around them. It is the classic meditating in the woods training arc setup. The master places his hands on Seowoon's head and back, and you can see the golden energy starting to swirl. This is definitely one of those rebuilding your foundation moments that usually hurts like hell. The master warns him that the pain will feel like death, and he will not be able to move an inch. Seowoon is already starting to look like he regrets his life choices. He tells him to endure it, because if he fails, he will die. The master drops the cold, hard truth as the energy transfer really starts to ramp up. Seowoon is trapped in a vortex of blue energy, and his internal monologue says his senses are on edge. He describes his breath feeling like literal lava entering his lungs. Hard pass on that. We get a close-up of Seowoon struggling, his face turning blue from the spiritual pressure. He is barely holding it together as the power overwrites his body. A massive pillar of light shoots up from Seowoon's head as he screams in agony. The sheer scale of this energy transfer is making the entire forest look like a light show. The panel is filled with a frantic thought in red text. Am I going to die? Seowoon is having a total existential crisis while his soul gets rearranged. We get an extreme close-up of a dilated eye that looks like it is seeing into another dimension. This is that crossing the threshold moment every OP protagonist goes through. The eye effect zooms out, showing a black void with blue rings. It looks like the system or his inner consciousness is being completely reset. In a sea of darkness, we see tiny white silhouettes of the Master and Seowoon. It is the spiritual calm after the absolute storm of energy. Back in reality, Seowoon is slumped over, looking like he just ran a marathon through a blender. The Master is still holding on to him, making sure the procedure sticks. Seowoon is sweating buckets and looking completely drained. He is alive, but he definitely is not feeling like a great mage or martial master quite yet. It is done. The Master finally lets go as Seowoon lets out a muffled sound of exhaustion. The look on Seowoon's face is pure thank God that is over. Seowoon immediately starts puking his guts out on the grass. The Master is actually impressed, saying Seowoon's innate disposition is better than he thought since he did not pass out. The Master explains he fixed the flow of Seowoon's ki, meaning his body is fundamentally different now. Seowoon is still catching his breath, trying to process his new stats. Seowoon looks serious, asking what the next step is to get strong quickly. He is not just playing a game anymore, he is hungry for real power. The Elder explains a wild concept. He pushed Seowoon's soul aside to create an inspiratory gate. Basically, he just installed a supercharger into Seowoon's spirit. The technique allows Seowoon to absorb scattered life ki, the energy left behind when people die, to boost his own power. It is a dark, forbidden mind technique that looks pretty sinister in the visual explanation. Seowoon is panicking again, realizing he literally used his soul as a component for this power-up. The Master just calls him different compared to normal people who use their veins. Since Seowoon started as a blank sheet with zero energy, the Master tweaked his veins to absorb ki harmoniously. He asks if Seowoon understands why he gave him a forbidden technique. Seowoon catches on fast, realizing it is because of this specific game setting. The Master is clearly pleased with how quickly his new student uses his brain. I felt it yesterday, the Master says, starting to get cryptic about the nature of the world they are currently trapped in. He points out that everywhere people died, there was life ki left behind just waiting to be taken. This is basically the experience points of this forbidden martial art. The catch is that you can only succeed through murder in the real world, which makes it evil. But since they are in a survival match, that moral dilemma is conveniently handled for them. Seowoon stares at his hands, realizing that in order to win, he has to become a professional eliminator. He needs to reach a whole new level before the 100 days are up. The Master abruptly announces it is time for them to part ways. Seowoon is caught off guard, reaching out and shouting for him to wait. Seowoon is desperate, begging the Master to at least tell him his name after helping him so much. He does not want to lose his only ally yet. "My name is Jang Do-shion," he says. He gives a rare, slightly kind look while revealing he is known as the Deep Valley Standing Kingly. That is a mouthful for a title, but it sounds legendary. Seowoon bows deeply, promising never to forget this grace. Jang Do-shion gives him some final advice about deep breathing and concentrating on his dantian to grow stronger. The Master comments on how convenient the map interface is. He is already adapting to the player mechanics better than most of the kids here. Seowoon says his goodbyes, looking a bit sad to see his mentor leave. Do-shion promises they will see each other again when the opportunity arises. In a flash of motion blur, the old man is gone. He moves so fast it looks like he just teleported out of the scene. Seowoon is left alone in the clearing, watching the leaves settle. He vanished quickly, like a pro, he thinks. "Yeah, you got that right, buddy." Seowoon thinks about how cool it would be to use Qinggong to travel around. He's realizing just how many martial arts levels he still has to climb. He starts walking toward the edge of the safe zone, sticking to his original plan. He knows he cannot afford to stay in one place for too long. The scene transitions through a beautiful sunset as Seowoon reflects on his abduction to the center of the map. It happened in an instant, but getting back is going to be a grind. Night falls and a huge moon rises over the forest. Seowoon groans about the walk taking half a day. Turns out the map is way bigger than it looks on his HUD. He spots a house with a lantern still lit in the middle of the night. He is crouching in the bushes, crossbow in hand, assessing the situation. He figures it is either an empty house or a newbie who does not know light attracts predators. He's looking pretty sinister under that hood right now. Tonight I am going there, he decides. He has picked his next target and he is moving in for the loot, or the life chi. He leaps onto a rooftop, moving like a shadow against the dark sky. He is actually starting to look like a competent assassin. He creaks open a door and enters a dark hallway. He is moving silently, heart probably pounding as he enters a potentially occupied room. Seowoon creeps through the house, crossbow at the ready. He is moving with stealthy steps, making sure he is not the one getting jumped. He looks out the window at the neighbor's house, seeing another light on. He is grinning because he knows it is time to farm. Total disappointment, he found a loot sack but calls it bullshit. He looks extremely annoyed at the RNG gods right now. He flops onto the ground in frustration after finding only useless items like jerky and a small scroll. The system confirms he has obtained jerky. Wow, what a legendary haul. He lets out a massive yawn, finally feeling the lack of sleep. Talking to a legendary elder all night long really takes it out of you. He pulls a sheer, magic-looking blanket over himself. Let's get some sleep, he thinks. He's practically passing out in the middle of a death house. We see a shot of the house under the bright full moon. It looks peaceful, which in this manhwa usually means someone is about to get stabbed. The system announces it is Cloyd Survival Day 5. We are 5 days in and the sun is streaming through the windows of the looting house. Seowoon is still tucked under his magic cloak, fast asleep. He has got his crossbow right next to him just in case, but he is out cold. His eyes snap open as he hears a sound. He looks groggy but alert, realizing something is moving nearby. He peeks through a gap in his cover, eyes wide. He thinks this does not seem like an empty house. Big mistake sleeping in, buddy. We see a silhouette of a man through the window. Seowoon is sweating, cursing himself for sleeping like a baby while the sun is already high. He slowly reaches for his weapon on the floor. He is trying to move as quietly as possible so he does not give away his position. The wooden door slowly creaks open, letting in a shaft of morning light. Someone is definitely checking the room. A guy with a mustache and a ponytail walks in, letting out a tired sigh. I can finally rest. Poor guy thinks he found a safe haven. He suddenly spots Seowoon, and his eyes go wide with total shock. This is the worst welcome home ever. Seowoon is not wasting a second, aiming his crossbow right at the guy's face. No more Mr. Nice Guy. The warrior guy is fast, managing to block or dodge as sparks fly everywhere. It is an instant high-speed scuffle in the middle of the bedroom. Seowoon looks annoyed that he is dealing with another martial artist. He starts charging up his glowing purple and blue energy. It is go time. The blast hits, and we see the warrior guy getting knocked back. The blue energy trails are everywhere as the skill connects. The warrior guy is bleeding and furious. "Lowly bastard," he shouts. "You dare use hidden weapons?" He is losing his cool after getting hit by that palmart. The guy lunges with his sword, but Seowoon is already mid-air, dodging like a pro. The agility boost from the master's training is really showing. Seowoon counters and pins the guy face first into the floorboards. The impact looks absolutely brutal. The warrior lets out a grunt of pain as he is completely incapacitated on the ground. Seowoon stands over him, looking cold and indifferent. Seowoon holds a dagger over the guy's head. "I was having a nice dream, and you woke me up," he says. He is sounding like a real villain right now. The guy is absolutely terrified, begging for his life. He offers everything he has, pleading that he cannot die here. He is crying and shaking, totally pathetic. A slice silences him. Seowoon does not hesitate for a second. The red sound effect tells you everything you need to know about what happened to that guy's head. Seowoon is covered in blood, looking down at his victim. The kill feed confirms he just headshot Shui Orong. "Neither can I," he mutters, cold as ice. Seowoon stands over the body of his latest kill, looking totally shell-shocked. He is covered in blood splatters, and it is clear the reality of this death game is finally sinking in. Suddenly, a loot chest spawns right on top of the corpse, glowing with a bright green aura. This is not just regular loot. The energy swirling around it looks incredibly potent. Seowoon stares at the chest, remembering what Elder Jungdo Cheon told him. He realizes this is exactly what the old man meant by life chi being left behind when a player dies. He reaches out his bloody hand, and the green mist starts to respond to his touch. It is like the energy is literally waiting to be absorbed by someone with the right technique. The energy begins to coil around his arm, glowing brighter by the second. Seowoon is mesmerized, wondering if this is the vitality he was told to collect to boost his power. A blinding flash of light erupts as the absorption process reaches its peak. Seowoon is just a silhouette against the white-hot energy talk about an epic level-up animation. Seowoon grits his teeth as the power overflows, surging through his entire body. He can feel himself getting stronger in real time, and it honestly looks a little painful. He is breathing hard, totally blown away by the sensation. He asks himself if this is what internal energy actually feels like. It is a massive jump from his basic stats. He stands up, looking at his hands with a new sense of wonder. Even though he only absorbed one person's vitality, his body feels incredibly light and his power is literally overflowing. Seowoon calls out for his info to see the cold, hard numbers. He needs to know exactly how much of a boost that kill just gave him. His status window pops up, showing his internal energy is now at 20, while his mana stays at 30. He is surprised he actually gained a whole new stat category just from one absorption. He smiles, finally feeling like he has a real chance in this game. He realizes that even if he cannot get a kill every time, he absolutely has to secure vitality however he can if he wants to survive. Now that he is powered up, he checks the survivor list to see how the rest of the lobby is doing. He's curious if the player count is dropping as fast as it was before. Seowoon's jaw drops when he sees the number. 24 out of 100. It has only been 5 days, and 3/4 of the players are already out of the game. He looks at his hand, still stained with blood, and lets out a confused sound. He's realizing just how brutal the competition at the top really is. The number ticks down again right before his eyes, 23 out of 100. The kill feed shows Nam Sagwang just bodied a player named Cal Verstappen using martial arts. We get a look at the victim, and it is a mess. The guy has a look of pure terror frozen on his face, and there is blood everywhere. Nam Sagwang stands over the fresh corpse, glowing with a sinister green light as he absorbs the vitality. He is calling out the name of his victim like it is a joke. This dude is a straight-up menace. Nam Sagwang looks at the loot chest that dropped, sounding totally disappointed. He complains that he just dirtied his hands for nothing, like he is bored of the easy kills. He checks the survivor count himself, wondering when this whole thing is finally going to end. He's leaning against a building, looking like he is just waiting for a real challenge to show up. He notices Seowoon's name on the list and pauses. Jin Seowoon? He looks intrigued for the first time, wondering who this random player is. He stares at the leaderboard with those cold, yellow eyes. He has a feeling he has seen that name before, and you just know he is going to go hunting for our boy next. Back to Seowoon, who is sweating bullets. He knows Nam Sagwang has the highest kill count in the game and realizes he absolutely has to avoid that guy at all costs. He looks down at his own gear, feeling small. He admits to himself that he is still far from being on the same level as a monster like Nam Sagwang. Seowoon decides it is time to move. He wants to hurry up and farm more items before the restricted area gets even smaller and forces a confrontation. He loots the chest from his recent kill, but only finds something called a refined troll potion. He figures that if these guys had better items, they would not have lost to him so easily. The sun sets over the mountains as Seowoon makes a decision. He is going to go camping and just hide out until the survivor count drops as low as possible. Typical rank pusher strategy. Fast forward 1 week later. We see a massive monster peeking out from behind a tree with glowing red eyes. The forest has definitely gotten more dangerous. The monster growls, looking like a demonic wolf. Seowoon's internal monologue notes how lucky he was at the beginning of the game to not run into these things immediately. A blue blast of energy clears the area. Seowoon is frustrated because for the past week he has not been able to farm anything but junk while camping. He aims his heavy crossbow at a pair of small creatures. "Okay, you are my meal today," he says. At least he is not starving, but he is definitely not leveling up. It is day 12 now, and Seowoon is looking a bit rough. He is sitting against a tree eating jerky and looking totally over it. "I am so sick of jerky now," he thinks. He stands at the edge of the blue barrier, watching the energy hum. There are only 20 survivors left. The endgame is officially here. He looks at his hand, which is glowing with a faint blue light. He groans that it is going numb, probably a side effect of overusing his new abilities or the environment. He realizes that if he goes outside the boundary, he will not even be able to move. He is trapped in a shrinking circle with the most dangerous people in the world. For the past week, the kill log has been dominated by Nam Sagwang. Seowoon notes that everyone else is being incredibly cautious and hiding, just like him. Seowoon suddenly spots something in the distance. He looks tense, pulling up his hood as his gamer senses start tingling. He watches from a high vantage point as a massive cloud of dust rises from a nearby valley. Looks like they are having a big fight over there. We see an elf-like mage looking absolutely exhausted and covered in grime. He asks a group of people what they are. He looks like he has been through hell. A text bubble from off-screen reveals that a bunch of players have gathered with the common goal of taking him down. Talk about a raid boss situation. The mob of warriors tells Nam Sagwang he has no chance of winning. They are basically telling him to just die peacefully and get it over with. Nam Sagwang, looking like a total brat with his pink hair, just laughs at them. He mocks them for thinking they can catch just one kid by rushing him in a mob. He gets a crazy look in his eyes, clutching his face and grinning. He tells the mob that if they want to kill him, they better be prepared to die themselves. "I will make sure you understand properly," he says. The warriors hesitate for a split second. Something about this kid's aura is making even the seasoned fighters nervous. Suddenly, Nam Sagwang is a blur of motion. He leaps into the center of the crowd, catching everyone completely off guard. He slams a palm into one of the armored knights, counting out one. The impact is so hard it creates a vertical pillar of light. The other warriors are horrified, yelling, "Damn it, how in just one strike." Their tank just got deleted like he was a level 1 mob. Nam Sagwang has blood splashed across his face and a cold, dead look in his eyes. "Now, too," he says, already looking for his next victim. He spins with his sword, unleashing a massive golden arc of energy that sweeps through the entire group. It is an absolute bloodbath. The narrator explains that this was not even a fight anymore. It was indiscriminate slaughter. Nam Sagwang is just on a completely different level of violence. We see a silhouette of Nam holding a severed head high in the air amidst a sea of red. This kid is an absolute psycho. The conclusion is simple. Unless something truly insane happens, the winner of this game is clearly going to be Nam Sagwang. The kill feed starts pinging like crazy. Nam Sagwang just wiped out Peter, Samuel, Charles, Elizabeth, the list just keeps going. Seowoon is watching the feed, looking totally disgusted and terrified. This bastard, is not he a real lunatic? He wonders if the guy is actually hacking. Nam Sagwang is panting, covered in the blood of his enemies. He looks down at the pile of bodies and calls them a bunch of nobodies. Talk about being toxic. He complains about the smell of blood being so sticky. He tells the dead bodies they should have just died cleanly instead of struggling. This kid has zero chill. He decides he needs to find a valley or a place to wash off. He walks away from the carnage like it was just another chore. A field full of loot chests is all that is left of the mob that tried to take him down. It is a literal graveyard of failed ambitions. A mysterious figure in a white robe walks through the clearing, the site of the recent massacre. He discovers a discarded weapon on the ground and immediately recognizes it. It's Elizabeth's staff. He grips a memento, his face a mask of cold fury as he looks to the sky. He vows that he will definitely avenge Elizabeth, swearing on his own name, escrow. The scene cuts to a wide shot of the valley under a bright full moon. A system notification updates the leaderboard. The survivor count is down to 11. Seowoon stands alone in the woods, gripping his heavy crossbow. He thinks if he can just hold out a little longer, he'll make it into the top 10, but his expression is grim. He's realizing the stakes have completely changed. After witnessing the absolute slaughter during the day, he knows the endgame is going to be much, much more brutal. Seowoon realizes that to survive against that Lubu-like bastard, he needs to secure some much more reliable items. He's going for a high-risk, high-reward play. He looks out over a massive, dark mansion sitting in a clearing. He knows that place will probably be outside the restricted zone by tomorrow morning. It is the last point where I can properly farm, he thinks. He stands at the front gate, looking up at the imposing Gothic architecture. It is now or never. He slowly creaks the massive double doors open, his heart probably thumping. He is being as quiet as a mouse, not wanting to trigger any traps or alert other players. He peeks inside and his eyes go wide. Wow, this is amazing. The interior is absolutely lavish, like something out of a historical drama. A wide shot of the grand hall shows huge statues and a massive staircase. It looks completely deserted, but we know better. He finds a suit of royal guard armor, but the system gives him a big red warning, not enough strength to equip. Seowoon just sighs, calling it useless baggage. His current strength is only 30. He looks totally dejected, realizing he's still way too weak for the high-end gear. He starts frantically looking around for something else, muttering that there has got to be something he can use. Then he spots a small blue jar on a shelf. The system confirms it is an elixir of insight. It increases internal energy and has a 3-hour cooldown. Seowoon's eyes practically turn into dollar signs. He realizes that if he has elixirs, he might not even need to absorb vitality from kills to get stronger. He starts thinking this mansion is a literal goldmine of only the good stuff. Next, he finds a manual for martial arts, Secrets of the Unbreakable Fist. The system asks if he wants to use it. Today is a massive lucky streak for our MC. He remembers that just like the Circle Stone, he will have to stay hidden for 3 hours after using it. He needs a perfect bunker to ride out the level up. He stops and looks around, feeling a strange draft. Something in the room is off. He spots a trapdoor on the floor. Is that the underground warehouse? He realizes there might be even better loot hiding down there. A massive explosion rips through the room right as he is investigating. The whole building is literally coming down around him. Seowoon is sent flying through the air by the shockwave. He is clutching his weapon, totally caught off guard by the sudden attack. What the heck? Seowoon lands hard, coughing and looking around in a panic. Someone just tried to blow him sky high. More explosions go off around him as he scrambles for cover, yelling in frustration. The entire mansion is turning into an inferno. He dives into a pile of autumn leaves outside the building, panting and terrified. He is trying to figure out how someone found him. I am pretty sure no one followed me in, he thinks. He is clutching his head, wondering what exactly happened. Was it a trap or an ambush? He looks up and his eyes go wide with recognition. That person, I saw them in the waiting room. He realizes he has finally met a high-level mage. A tall, pale elf with long blonde hair and a staff walks through the fire. He looks completely calm and incredibly dangerous. This is clearly one of the top players. The mage is impressed that Seowoon survived his explosion. He tells Seowoon that he clearly did not just kill all those people and survive by luck. Nam Sagwang suddenly drops from the sky, landing right in front of the fire like a boss. He is staring down the elf, telling him he will make sure to remember the name Nam Sagwang. The mage is bleeding from the shoulder, but he just smirks. He tells Nam that if he just shuts his muttering mouth, he is nothing special. Talk about a legendary trash talk session. He tells Nam to hurry up and attack because his time is precious. He is treating the most dangerous killer in the game like a minor nuisance. Nam Sagwang is looking feral, his eyes glowing as he prepares to charge. The heat from the fire is making everything look warped and intense. Your tongue is freaking long. Nam is absolutely livid. He hates being looked down on, and this mage is pushing all his buttons. Seowoon is hiding in the bushes nearby, watching the two titans clash. He is in total shock that the Lubu monster everyone is terrified of is actually just a kid. This endgame is about to be legendary. We jump straight back into the action with the elf mage, Escrow, looking absolutely livid. He calls Nam Sagwang an impudent brat and tells him it is time to shut that mouth of his for good. Seowoon is hiding in the bushes nearby, sweating bullets. He is watching two of the strongest players in the game go at it, and he knows one wrong move means he is next. Escrow is not playing around and starts chanting a high-level spell. He calls upon his own name and commands the heavens to cast a massive lightning strike. He screams for the strike with a crazed look in his eyes. This dude has zero chill when it comes to his magic. A massive bolt of blue lightning slams down, clashing with Nam Sagwang's red energy. The resulting explosion looks like it is trying to delete the entire map. Escrow mocks Nam for just dodging and tells him to try attacking like he did to Elizabeth. Bringing up a past victim mid-fight? That is some top-tier trash talk. Nam Sagwang is standing in the middle of the carnage, looking surprisingly calm. He admits internally that Escrow's power is truly terrifying and unlike anything he has seen in the Central Plains. Escrow is getting frustrated that his big move did not end the fight immediately. He grit his teeth and calls Nam a rat-like bastard for being so slippery. The mage ramps it up even further, promising to finish Nam off with his next spell. The blue energy coiling around his staff is getting way more intense. A literal lightning storm erupts around Nam Sagwang, pinning him down. Escrow is clearly a master of area of effect spells. For the first time, Nam Sagwang actually looks surprised, his eyes wide as he realizes he is in a tight spot. Those exclamation marks never mean anything good for the guy receiving the attack. A massive shockwave of blue light erupts as the magic connects. The sheer force of it looks like it is cracking the ground open. Nam Sagwang is still standing, looking down at Escrow from a pile of rubble. He is looking a bit roughed up, but he is definitely not out of the fight yet. Escrow slowly descends from the sky, surrounded by flickering sparks of electricity. He looks like a final boss coming down to finish the job. We get a close-up on Escrow, and man, this guy looks cold. He has got that I have already won expression that usually gets people killed in these stories. The two top-tier rankers stare each other down across the burning battlefield. The tension is so thick you could cut it with one of Nam's martial arts strikes. Nam Sagwang lunges forward with a glowing palm strike, aiming right for Escrow's head. He is closing the distance fast to negate the mage's range advantage. Escrow just smirks and holds up a hand, blocking the strike with a shimmering magic barrier. He cockily tells Nam that his attack is not enough to break his defense. The mage counters immediately, unleashing a point-blank blast of energy. "Just die already," he yells, clearly bored of the back and forth. Nam Sagwang looks completely stunned as the magic hits him. His eyes are wide and he looks like he cannot believe he got caught. Wait, Escrow looks just as confused as Nam. Something about that last exchange did not feel right to him. Escrow realizes it was an illusion. He is standing alone in a field of fire, realizing he has been played by a martial artist. Suddenly, the weather shifts and it starts pouring rain. Seowoon, still hiding, is completely baffled by the sudden change. Seowoon realizes the power of these two is so insane that their battle is actually affecting the local weather. He is in awe and terrified at the same time. Escrow realizes he has lost Nam's trail because his item detection is not picking him up. He figures Nam must have already fled far away under the cover of the rain. The mage screams into the storm, promising to catch Nam and kill him. This guy does not handle losing his prey well. Somewhere else in the forest, Nam Sagwang is leaning against a tree, panting hard. He barely made it out of that magic storm alive. Nam is fuming, swearing that he will not let it slide next time. He vows to kill Escrow with his own two hands for ambushing him like that. A wide shot shows Nam retreating into the dark, rainy mountains. He knows he needs time to recover before he can settle the score. Seowoon watches Escrow leave and breathes a sigh of relief. He thanks his invisibility cloak for keeping him hidden through that absolute mess. Seowoon decides to hide near the edge of the lamp, thinking Escrow and Nam will not return here for a while. It is a classic hide in plain sight gamer move. He spots something hidden in the shadows and his eyes light up. Found it. Looks like our boy just hit a hidden objective. He looks at a heavy, locked trapdoor on the ground. He is wondering if it is a treasure vault, or maybe even a hidden dungeon full of legendary loot. He creaks the door open and peeks down into a deep, dark staircase. It looks ominous, but for a gamer, dark and deep just means rare items. He is grinning to himself, sweating a bit from the excitement. He is convinced no one else has been here yet, so all the loot is his for the taking. Seowoon starts heading down into the depths holding a lantern. He's glad he had the foresight to grab that light from a previous house he looted. He reaches out to adjust a lantern on the wall, his hand glowing in the soft light. He's moving deeper into the mysterious cellar. He reaches the bottom and finds a room full of hanging meat and sausages. Talk about an anticlimax for someone looking for a dungeon. He asks the void if this is just a food storage. All that hype for a bunch of spicy pepperoni? He is looking pretty dejected, thinking he is running out of places to farm gear. Then again, he realizes that if there is nothing but food, that is actually awesome because he is starving. His stomach lets out a massive growl. He admits he's been living on nothing but tasteless jerky for a week, and actual meat sounds like heaven right now. 1 hour later, and Seowoon is slumped against the wall, looking totally stuffed. That was a good meal, he says, living the best post-battle royale life. He's looking super content, thinking it would have been perfect with some rice. He decides that since he is full, it might be time to try taking that elixir he found. He pulls out the book of martial arts he snagged. The system confirms it is the Book of Unbreakable Fists, created by some guy named Manhwa. The info says the creator had a record of 1429 wins and 1429 losses, and was ridiculed his whole life. Seowoon's face says it all. Why did I pick up such a trash skill? He opens the glowing book anyway, figuring it is still better than learning nothing at all. Beggars really cannot be choosers in a survival game. He looks at the elixir bottle, wondering if he should just chug it. He is a bit hesitant after what happened the last time he tried a major power-up. He decides to stop thinking and just goes for it, gulping down the whole thing. He is hungry for strength and willing to endure whatever pain comes with it. Mana is filling up my lower abdomen. He yells internally as he glows with a massive blue aura. It is an even bigger surge than what he felt before. Suddenly, his body starts vibrating and his movements turn sluggish. He is hit with that 3-hour motionless debuff again. Talk about being a sitting duck. 3 hours later, he is finally able to move again, panting and drenched in sweat. He looks around, checking if he is still alone in the dark. He groans that staying still for 3 hours is freaking exhausting. It is ironic that doing absolutely nothing is the hardest part of his training. He lies on the floor, reflecting on the week he has spent hiding in the forest. He is amazed he survived encountering both the Great Mage and Nam Sagwang in a single day. He stares up at the ceiling of the meat room, totally drained. He is just a kid in a tracksuit playing for his life. The candle in the lantern finally burns down to nothing. The room goes dark, signaling the end of his long night. The system announces it is Cloyd Survival Day 13. Another day, another step closer to the final showdown. A wide shot shows the ruins above ground, with a broken wooden door lying among the rubble. Something looks different from when he entered. The trapdoor is standing wide open, looking like a dark mouth in the middle of the floor. This is a classic something is wrong panel. Seowoon stands in the ruins, looking out at the bright morning sky. He realizes he is right in the middle of the restricted area now. He checks the survivor list, 10 out of 100. He has made it to the top 10. But he is confused because someone else was eliminated in the middle of the night. What? Seowoon's face is a mask of pure horror as he looks at the kill log. This is the biggest shock of the series so far. The log shows Jang Do-cheon committed suicide. His mentor, the legendary elder, just took his own life. Seowoon is devastated. He sees a loot chest sitting in a beam of light. He wonders if the old man knew he was at risk and chose some insane training method that backfired. Seowoon looks somber, realizing he reached the top 10 because his teacher died. He admits it feels good to rank up, but definitely not like this. The restricted zone barrier is closing in, looking like a wall of blue digital hexes. He does not have time to mourn if he wants to stay in the game. The map is already shrinking. Seowoon realizes he is in danger of getting caught in the zone. He needs to get out of the ruins immediately. We get a close-up on the shimmering blue barrier. It looks beautiful and deadly, a ticking clock for all the players left. Seowoon starts leaping through the forest, moving way faster than before. He is trying to hold out as long as possible without getting into a fight. He grips his heavy crossbow, thinking to himself that playing defensive is the only way a powerless guy like him can climb the ranks. Talk about a humble brag. Suddenly, he stops and looks behind him with a look of pure shock. Something massive is coming. A huge explosion of fire rips through the trees right behind him. Someone just tried to blow him to smithereens. Seowoon is thrown to the ground, looking dazed and coughing from the smoke. He wonders where a fireball that powerful could have come from. He realizes who it must be, and his face goes pale. Could it be? The ultimate nightmare scenario just became real. Walking through the smoke and flames is Escrow, the blonde elf mage. He looks completely unfazed by his own destruction. Escrow, Seowoon gasps. The guy he was praying to avoid is standing right in front of him. Escrow looks annoyed, saying his item detection went off and he thought it was Nam Sagwang. He's looking at Seowoon like he is just a piece of trash in the way. Seowoon is kicking himself internally, realizing he got too distracted moving quickly with his new power and neglected his surroundings. Total rookie mistake. He is sweating hard, staring up at the mage. What an idiot, he thinks, knowing he just walked right into a death trap. Escrow looms over him, asking if he knows where a guy named Nam Sagwang is. He's not even interested in Seowoon's life, just his next target. The mage's staff starts to glow with a menacing blue light. If Seowoon does not have an answer, he is in for a world of hurt. Then you will have to die here, Escrow says with a sadistic smirk. This is it, the final showdown for our boy Seowoon. Archmage Escrow, the guy who looked like he would never lose a single fight in his life, just got absolutely humbled. Watching him fall so miserably to a monster like Nam Sagwang is a total wake-up call for our MC. Nam Sagwang is looking totally unhinged here, standing over the chaos with those creepy glowing eyes. He's definitely not the type of guy you want to run into in a dark alley, or anywhere else for that matter. Seowoon is sweating bullets while hiding in the bushes. A thought strikes him that completely overshadows his fear of Nam Sagwang or any pity he might have felt for Escrow. He looks down at his hands, his face shadowed by his hood. He is wondering just how much stronger he could become if he managed to absorb the life force of high-level players like these. Escrow is barely hanging on, his eyes narrow as he tries to process his defeat. He cannot believe he is being finished off by a kid who was hiding just a moment ago. Nam Sagwang is grinning like a psycho, loving every second of this. Seowoon is watching from afar, absolutely baffled that Nam seems to be fully recovered already. Nam shouts that he will end this now as he lunges forward with a glowing blue fist. He is going for the execution, and he is not wasting any time. Nam Sagwang delivers a brutal strike right into the center of Escrow's chest. The shockwave of blue energy is tearing up the ground beneath them. Escrow tries to act tough, thinking a simple physical attack cannot possibly damage a high-tier mage like him. Talk about famous last words right before getting your world rocked. Nam Sagwang stands there with a sadistic smirk, looking totally satisfied. He asks Escrow if he has ever heard of Gangi, which sounds like some top-tier martial arts nonsense. We get a close-up of a blue energy point piercing through Escrow's defenses. Nam mentions Sugang, a legendary martial art that only a handful of masters have ever touched. Nam towers over the kneeling mage, telling him to consider it an honor to see this technique. Escrow is coughing up blood, completely at the mercy of the Lu Bu of this game. Nam unleashes a brutal barrage of strikes, and Escrow is just screaming in agony. This is not even a fight anymore, it is a one-sided beatdown that is hard to watch. Escrow is looking like a broken mess, bleeding out while Nam mocks him. He tells the mage that he will not even be able to cast those annoying spells anymore. Seowoon is crouching behind a rock, watching the whole thing go down from the sidelines. He's wondering if he should count himself lucky that Nam showed up and did the dirty work for him. The MC knows he needs to move fast while these two are preoccupied. He is planning his escape, realizing that being near Nam Sagwang is a death sentence. Nam Sagwang looks down at his victim with cold, dead eyes and says to just die already. He is totally bored of the conversation and ready for the loot. A massive spray of blood paints the panel red as the finishing blow is delivered. It is a clean, brutal end for the blonde archmage. Nam plunges his hand straight through Escrow's torso in a massive explosion of light and gore. He is literally tearing the life out of one of the game's top players. Nam Sagwang starts talking about Elizabeth, mentioning she was Escrow's most cherished disciple. He is rubbing salt in the wound even as his opponent is dying. Escrow looks down, looking genuinely heartbroken for a second. He thinks about how Elizabeth was kicked out of society just because she was a girl man. Even in a death game, people are still trash. Nam just laughs, mocking Escrow for not noticing his disciple looked no different from a man. He is being a total dick, which honestly just makes him more terrifying. Escrow smirks through the blood, a dark shadow falling over his face. He tells Nam that now he can finally shut that filthy mouth of his for good. Nam Sagwang pauses, looking up with a confused expression. What did you say? He realizes too late that a cornered archmage is the most dangerous thing on the map. Seowoon is frozen among the leaves, asking what that is. The sky is literally changing color as the mage prepares his final move. A massive, glowing ball of fire and magical energy starts descending from the clouds. It looks like a miniature sun is about to crash land right on top of them. Seowoon stares at the falling disaster and screams out, asking if it is a meteor. This is way above his pay grade as a newbie martial artist. Escrow is the one calling down the fire, looking like a total badass even while dying. He's putting every last drop of his mana into this final middle finger to Nam. Nam Sagwang is panicking, staring up at the sky in disbelief. He thought escrow could not cast spells anymore, but apparently, mana and life force is a heck of a currency. The narrative boxes reveal the truth. This is Armageddon, the final suicide spell of an archmage. It is an everything must go sale on the battlefield. Nam Sagwang screams about what a crazy bastard he is as the entire world starts turning into an inferno. He realizes he walked right into a mutual destruction pact. Seowoon is hauling ass through the burning forest, cursing his own slow reaction time. I should have just run away sooner, he yells. Escrow is standing in the center of the light, looking peaceful. He whispers that it was good to see Elizabeth again after all this time, very sentimental for a guy who just nuked a forest. The mage starts to dissolve into golden light as the spell consumes him. I hope we can meet again, he says as he fades out of existence. In the middle of the scorched earth and falling debris, a single wooden loot chest thuds onto the ground. That is all that is left of the high-tier mage. A massive, white-hot pillar of energy erupts, visible from miles away. The impact of Armageddon is making everything else on the map look like a fireworks show. Seowoon watches the massive explosion from a distance, looking totally drained. The sheer power on display is honestly demoralizing for our guy. He figures that only Escrow could have pulled off magic of that caliber. He's starting to realize the gap between the top rankers and himself is a literal ocean. RMC is face down on the ground, wounded and swearing. He is bleeding from the head and cursing his own life force for making him stay for the show. He starts frantically digging through his inventory, looking for a miracle. I cannot die so pathetically like this, he thinks. He is desperate to stay in the game. Seowoon is still in pain even after using the scroll, clutching his side. He realizes one low-tier scroll is not going to fix the massive internal damage from that explosion. He finds a spot to rest for a second, catching his breath among the ruins. I can finally breathe a bit, he says, sounding like a tired grandpa. He drags himself to his feet, determined to survive no matter what. He is looking pretty rough, but the light of the morning sun is giving him a second wind. Suddenly, a weak voice echoes through the trees, asking for someone to save them. Seowoon freezes, his eyes narrowing as he looks toward the sound. He pushes through the thick bushes, trying to be quiet. The sound definitely came from this way, he thinks, his hand drifting toward his hidden blade. He peeks through the leaves and hears the voice again, pleading if anyone is there. It sounds desperate and completely broken. His eyes go wide as he finally spots the source of the voice. He looks like he just saw a ghost in the middle of the woods. Nam Sagwang spots Seowoon and begs for help, shouting, "Hey, you there, just tear this for me." He looks absolutely pathetic compared to his King of the World vibe from earlier. We get a close-up on Nam's terrified, sweat-streaked face. Those golden yellow eyes are wide with the fear of a kid who realizes the game is actually over. Seowoon stares down at him, his face cold and unfeeling. He admits he always wondered what made Nam so strong every time his name appeared in the kill log. Seowoon raises the knife high above Nam's head, a dark grin spreading across his face. I will become the Lu Bu of this game, he thinks. He is officially embracing the villain arc. Nam snaps and starts snarling at him, his teeth bared like a wild animal. He shouts that Seowoon does not know how many more monsters are out there or what kind of secrets he is carrying. Seowoon just stares him down, telling Nam that he should at least know the name of the person who is about to collect his loot. He's being ice cold. My name is Jin Seowoon, he says it with a smirk that would make a demon sweat. The apprentice has truly surpassed the master in ruthlessness. Nam is screaming his lungs out, vowing that he may die this time, but he will never forget. He looks like a cornered beast as Seowoon brings the knife down. Seowoon lets out a long sigh, standing over the final resting place of Nam Sagwang. He admits it feels weird killing someone who looked so much like a kid, and he is feeling a tiny bit of guilt. Suddenly, a bright teal aura starts coiling around Seowoon's body. The absorption process is starting, and the energy is way more intense than anything he has felt before. We get a close-up on Seowoon's blue eye as the vitality pours into him. He looks totally mesmerized by the sheer amount of power he is inheriting. A massive vortex of white and blue energy explodes from Seowoon, reaching high into the sky. This is the biggest power-up in the entire round so far. Seowoon is grinning like a lunatic, feeling the immense amount of internal energy surging through his veins. He realizes Nam Sagwang was basically a human elixir just waiting to be harvested. Somewhere else, a high-level player with long white hair looks up at the sky, hearing a notification. A glowing orange HUD pops up with the survivor count. The HUD updates, 8 out of 100 survivors left. We are officially in the single digits, and the end of the round is staring everyone in the face. We see a tall, muscular warrior in heavy blue plate armor standing in a grassy field. He looks like a massive tank that just woke up from a nap. An orc-like beastman in red armor checks his own HUD and sees that Seowoon killed Nam Sagwang with a long sword. He looks absolutely stunned that the top killer is down. A dark-skinned elf or demon with long white hair is perched on a high tree branch, watching the forest below. Now that the tiger is dead, he mutters to himself. He leans back, looking incredibly dangerous. The foxes will run rampant. He knows the power balance of the map just shifted completely. Seowoon is practically vibrating from the power surge. He stares at his hands, realizing he has just absorbed an enormous amount of internal energy. He is pretty sure he can hold his own against anyone in the lobby now. He looks over at Nam Sagwang's loot chest sitting in the middle of the scorched clearing. It is glowing with that same ominous blue energy, and you just know the gear inside is going to be legendary. Seowoon reaches for the chest, his mind racing. He figures with all that internal energy, Nam Sagwang must have been farming like a madman to begin with, so there is no way this box is empty. He throws the lid open, and a blinding pillar of green light shoots into the sky. It is like opening a mythic pack in a gacha game, pure dopamine. We get an extreme close-up of Seowoon looking absolutely shell-shocked. This is what? Even he did not expect the jackpot he is about to reveal. The loot notification starts screaming. It is a literal waterfall of high-tier jewelry. Kaiser's ring, Tyron's ring, Galen's ring. This dude Nam was a walking jewelry store. Check out Kaiser's ring. It massively increases agility. The design has a lightning bolt on it, which is perfect for a speed-based build. Seowoon is covered in rings now, looking like a total baller. He realizes Nam only farmed rare items and then had the nerve to talk trash about not relying on gear. What a total jerk. The MC is feeling the speed buff immediately, his eyes widening as the energy settles. He is about to become a literal blur on the battlefield. Time for a vibe check on the HUD. Seowoon calls out for his info to see just how broken he has become after that double kill and loot haul. The stat screen pops up and man, it is beautiful. Strength 70, Agility 75, and a massive magic resistance of 90. These stats are absolutely no joke for this stage of the game. Seowoon is pumped up, clenching his fists in the morning light. At this rate, he thinks victory is basically guaranteed. Talk about a major confidence boost. There were also a bunch of books of martial arts in the pile, but they are all purple rank skills he cannot learn yet. Still, having them in the inventory for later is a huge flex. He stops mid-thought and tenses up, his hood shadowing his face. Wait a minute. His gamer senses are tingling again. A long shot of the forest shows Seowoon standing among the trees. He senses someone approaching fast, looks like the farming session is officially over. Seowoon whipped around, spotting a familiar mana signature. He recognizes the escrow core's specific fire magic immediately. Someone calls for a strike. A massive explosion of fire and light rips through the clearing. Someone is trying to sneak attack our boy while he is busy looting. A new challenger appears. Jahar, a mage from the escrow corps, walks through the smoke. He mocks Seowoon, telling him he should not be so clueless while farming in the open. Jahar looks super smug with his staff in hand, thinking he just scored an easy kill. He is looking for the loot chest, but he's about to get a rude awakening. Seowoon walks out of the fire, looking completely untouched. Jahar's jaw practically hits the floor. He cannot believe anyone could tank his flame spell head-on like that. The system pings, Jin Seowoon, magic resistance 90. Seowoon just stares him down, looking bored. That stat boost is already paying for itself. The MC starts walking toward the mage with heavy, menacing steps. The intimidation factor is through the roof right now. Jahar is losing his cool, screaming at him to back off and asking what trick he is trying to pull. He is realizing he just poked a bear with a very small stick. The mage threatens to deal with him using a stronger spell if he keeps coming closer. Seowoon just keeps walking, unfazed by the amateur hour magic. Jahar charges up his escrow core flame again, his face a mask of pure desperation. He is dumping all his remaining mana into this one shot. We get a close-up of Jahar's face. Seowoon's voice bubble says he knows it will not work though. The calm before the storm is real here. The mage screams for an explosion. A massive wave of fire engulfs the entire area. He is screaming the move name like it is going to make it stronger, but Seowoon is just standing in the middle of it. Jahar is frantically swinging his staff, trying to push back the encroaching shadows. He's completely blind in his own firestorm. Through the flames, Seowoon lunges forward, his eyes glowing with dark intent. He has got his fist cocked back, ready to show this mage what real power looks like. He mutters, Peerless Fist Chapter 1, as he delivers a point-blank strike. The blue energy coiling around his arm is way more intense than anything the mage can muster. He yells out, Straight Severing Fist. The impact is absolutely massive, creating a shockwave that clears the fire instantly. It is a direct hit to Jahar's chest. Jahar's face is a mask of pure agony as the energy rips through his torso. He is coughing up blood and realizes he made the biggest mistake of his life. The mage is sent flying through the air, crashing through trees and debris. Seowoon is just a blur in the background, already preparing to loot. Seowoon looks down at his hand, surprised by his own strength. He admits he did not have high hopes for a trash skill that always loses, but apparently internal energy makes all the difference. Jahar is slumped against a tree, bleeding out, and lets out a final pained groan. He is finished, and he knows it. The survivor count is now 7 out of 100. The kill log confirms Jahar is out of the game. Seowoon is officially climbing the ranks by taking out the mid-tier players one by one. Seowoon realizes that because his magic resistance is so high, even decent spells do not leave a single scratch. He is basically the ultimate mage killer now. He pulls his hood back up, looking dark and mysterious. He notes that now Nam Sagwang is dead, all the hidden players are finally starting to crawl out of the woodwork. We get a wide shot of the dark forest at night. Seowoon has a feeling that tonight is going to be a very long, very bloody night. He starts moving through the trees using a new lightness skill. He is a blur of motion, leaping between branches like a professional assassin. He thanks the elder Jongdo Shan internally for the training, promising that he will definitely win this game. He is finally starting to act like a true ranker. 1 hour later, the full moon is high in the sky, casting a cold blue light over the mountains. The endgame is fast approaching. Seowoon is perched high in a tree, watching a clearing below. He senses something loud and obnoxious coming his way. A guy is shouting into the night, yelling for Jin Seowoon to stop hiding and play together. Talk about being a total target. Seowoon looks down, totally annoyed. He cannot believe someone is being that loud in the middle of a deathmatch. He thinks Jahar was a useful mage compared to this loudmouth. The loud guy is Stanko, a massive warrior with a giant sword. He is challenging everyone to fight like a man instead of hiding like cowards. Stanko is flexing, calling out someone named Stark. "You are all hiding because you are scared of me," he shouts. This guy's ego is even bigger than his sword. He stops and looks around, sensing something in the shadows. He is not as dumb as he looks. His warrior instincts are actually decent. Stanko whipped around as a glowing blue arrow whistles past his head. Someone just tried to snipe him from the dark. The clearing is filled with blue energy trails from the arrow. Stanko is on high alert, his sword ready to deflect the next shot. Stanko screams at the forest about a cowardly sneak attack, demanding they come out and fight fair. Seowoon is watching from above, muttering about the arrow. The MC peeks through the leaves, eyes narrowed. Who is it? He knows an arrow with that much aura behind it is a sign of a high-level archer. Stanko is sweating, realizing who the shooter is. He says only one person can imbue an arrow with that much aura. He looks toward a high branch. Jirokwana, the elf archer, appears. He is standing on a branch looking down at Stanko with absolute disdain. Stanko calls him a legend among mercenaries. Jirokwana asks Stanko if he knows him. Stanko says it is obvious because the divine archer is a legend. Talk about some major reputation points. Stanko tries to play it smart, telling Jirokwana that his goal is to win the competition anyway. He is looking to form a temporary alliance. He proposes they join hands and take out Jin Seowoon first. Jirokwana just watches from above, his long hair flowing in the wind. Jirokwana smirks, thinking it over. It is a classic battle royale team up to kill the top player moment. Stanko leaps down from his vantage point, his heavy boots hitting the ground with a thud. He is ready to seal the deal. The two allies stand together in the clearing. Stanko introduces himself with a good judgment, saying his name is Stanko and he works as a mercenary in the guild. Stanko is grinning like a shark. "You definitely will not regret it," he says. You can practically see the traitor tag hovering over his head. Jirokwana looks cold and distant, just giving a short confirmation. He is definitely not trusting this loud mercenary for a second. Stanko internally mocks Jirokwana, thinking they say he is a divine archer, but his head must be completely useless. He is already planning the betrayal before the alliance even starts. Jirokwana starts counting down in his head, timing something perfectly for 2 seconds. No, about 1 second from now. Suddenly, Jirokawana's eyes go wide. Something just went wrong with his timing. Stanko lunges forward with a massive blue energy strike, yelling for him to just spit out his gear and die already. He did not even wait 5 minutes to betray the archer. The clearing explodes in a vortex of blue energy. Stanko is swinging his massive sword downward with everything he has got. It is an absolute mess of power. Stanko is laughing like a maniac as he delivers the blow. He thinks he just pulled off the perfect gank on a legendary player. A massive spray of blood erupts as Jirokwana gets slashed across the torso. It is a brutal, deep wound that probably just ended the elf's game. Stanko looms over the dying archer, mocking him. He asks if he really thought he would cooperate with a minion like him, saying even a passing dog would laugh. Talk about being toxic in the endgame. Seowoon is watching from the tree, looking totally over it. I have wasted time, he thinks. He realized Jirokawana was not the threat he thought he was if he fell for such a basic trick. The MC jumps down from the tree, his invisibility cloak flickering. With only 6 people left, every single person's vitality is important. He is moving in to harvest the loser. Seowoon reaches out his hand to absorb Jirokawana's energy. "Come on, hurry and become my internal energy," he mutters. He is becoming a true predator now. Suddenly, Stenko whipped his head around. He senses something right behind him, his instincts finally working. Stenko is staring right at where Seowoon is hiding, even though he is cloaked. He is looking super intense and actually quite dangerous for a minion. We get a close-up on Stenko's face. He looks dead serious now, his mouth set in a hard line. He is definitely not the loud idiot he was pretending to be earlier. Seowoon is sweating under his hood. What is it? My cloak should not be detectable even with detection magic, right? He realizes he is in a tight spot. We get an extreme close-up of Seowoon's panicked eye. Was not he just an archer? Does he have some ability I do not know about? He's starting to question everything he thought he knew about this player. Stenko looks annoyed, muttering that he is trash anyway, so he probably only has trash items. He's clearly talking about the guy he just killed. Stenko starts walking away, deciding the corpse is not even worth looting. He will just be a burden, he says. He is already looking for his next real fight. The heady warrior walks off into the dark woods, his cape fluttering. He has got that final boss walk going on now. Seowoon finally collapses to the ground, exhaling a massive breath of relief. The tension was so thick he could barely breathe. He leans back against a tree, still shaken. He has a strangely good sense, Seowoon admits, realizing he almost got caught by a guy he totally underestimated. The MC stares at the spot where Stenko was standing. He said his name was Jirokawana, did not he? He is realizing the names and roles might be switched, or someone is lying. The final shot shows a cloaked figure with a bow on their back walking through the blue-tinted forest. The real Jirokawana? Or someone even worse? We will have to wait and see. The digital hive pattern of the restricted zone is closing in fast, glowing with an ominous blue light. It's a clear signal that the play area is getting dangerously small. The digital barrier hums with energy as it swallows up the trees on the other side of a line. Seowoon watches the blue wall approach, sweating. He's realizing the zone is shrinking way faster than he expected, and he's running out of places to hide. He checks the survivor list, and the numbers are scary. Only 6 people left out of 100. He wonders if the map shrinks based on the survivor count, which would definitely explain this sudden rush. He spots a wide open area ahead and it hits him. He's walking right into a death trap. In a battle royale, being out in the open like this is just asking to get picked off. A close-up on Seowoon's eye shows pure panic. He's seen something in the distance, and it's completely thrown him off his game. He ducks into the tall grass to keep a low profile. He knows if he runs into someone here, the noise from the fight will bring every other survivor running. Suddenly, green bolts of magical energy streak across the field. Someone is already letting the spells fly, and they are coming in hot. Seowoon goes on high alert, his invisibility cloak shimmering. He wonders what that sound was, knowing he's definitely not alone out here. The whole area gets peppered with magical strikes, tearing up grass and dirt. It's a literal minefield of mana. Seowoon looks terrified as an explosion goes off right next to him. It's dawning on him that his stealth might not be enough to save him from attacks that hit the whole area. A massive green blast erupts in the middle of the field, lighting up the night sky. Whoever is casting these spells has some serious mana to burn. Seowoon is a blur of motion, sprinting through the chaos. He weaves between the energy beams, barely staying one step ahead of the destruction. He crouches low, trying to figure out what's happening. And then it hits him. Those spells weren't random. Someone was aiming specifically for him, even though he's supposed to be hidden. More green energy coils and swirls in the air. Looks like a high-level mage is getting ready for a follow-up strike. We see the silhouette of an attacker perched on a high ridge. As the magic starts to rain down, Seowoon realizes they're coming again. He's completely surrounded by energy beams. He realizes with this many attacks hitting at once, dodging is officially off the table. Seowoon takes a wide stance, a massive vortex of blue energy swirling around him. He's done running. He's preparing to meet the attack head-on. He looks incredibly focused. He figures since it's come to this, he has nothing to lose. It's time to put all his chips on his own internal energy. He yells out the name of his move, Mujul Quan, Chapter 1, the Extreme Straight Punch. This is the big power-up moment we've been waiting for. He lunges forward, his punch glowing with white-hot power. The force of it is so intense it cracks the ground under his feet. A massive pillar of blue light shoots into the sky as his fist connects with the incoming magic. It looks like a small nuke just went off in the middle of the field. Seowoon stands in the middle of the crater, staring at his hands in disbelief. He thinks he might actually be stronger than he realized, which is a massive understatement. The scene shifts to the dark woods. Something is moving fast through the shadows. The air is quiet, but incredibly tense. A dark silhouette leaps across a gap between trees, moving with an agility that is definitely not human. Seowoon is also on the move, soaring through the air to get a better vantage point. He knows he needs to find his attacker before they can reset and try again. He lands and freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He's found someone, and they do not look friendly. A mage is sitting casually on a rock, looking totally unfazed. He compliments Seowoon on his hiding spot, clearly thinking he still has the upper hand. But then the mage's expression shifts to genuine shock. He can't believe Seowoon just neutralized a spell he'd poured all his mana into, just like that. The mage screams at him to wait a minute, his eyes wide with terror. He's realized way too late that he's completely defenseless. Before he can even finish his sentence, a blade slices through him in a spray of blood. A brutal, sudden execution. The mage stares down at his chest in total shock, a massive, bloody gash now carved across his torso. He mutters to himself, wondering how this even happened. A blue-haired assassin appears behind him, looking cold and professional. He tells the dying mage he should have saved some mana for a shield or a detection spell. The assassin is a total savage, bragging that erasing his presence is a piece of cake for him. He tells his victim to just go peacefully. This guy is a real piece of work. Blue energy erupts from the fallen player as the system processes the elimination. Another one bites the dust. The user interface updates. Survivors, 5 out of 100. We're in the home stretch now, and the tension is peaking. Seowoon lands in the grass with a heavy thud, looking exhausted. He's still on his feet, but he took a lot of damage to get here. The assassin looks down at him, recognizing his opponent as Jin Seowoon. He's got that annoying, smug look on his face like he's already won. He mocks Seowoon, asking if he's the one who took out Nam Sagwang. He figures everyone else must be desperate to get their hands on him now. Seowoon stays silent, just staring the guy down with focused eyes. He knows words aren't going to win this fight. The assassin strikes a pose with his twin blades, telling Seowoon to stop showing off and just die already. He boasts that he's never missed a target he's set his sights on. Okay, buddy, we'll see about that. The assassin dashes forward, his feet barely touching the grass, telling Seowoon to just hand over everything. He's moving so fast, he's basically a blur. He screams at Seowoon to die as he closes the distance for the killing blow. He lunges with his curved blades aiming right for Seowoon's neck. This guy is a literal human blender. The assassin looks back over his shoulder with a cold smirk. He mutters that Seowoon was too slow, clearly thinking he's already landed the killing blow. He makes a lightning-fast pass, and blood sprays into the air. The guy is moving with insane speed. Seowoon reels from the hit, blood splashing across his face and clothes. That last attack definitely left a mark. Seowoon stands his ground, thinking if he hadn't covered himself with internal energy, that attack would have sliced him clean in half. That was way too close. The assassin gives a creepy smile, telling Seowoon his death is just a matter of time. He boasts that he's never failed an assassination in the dark before. Seowoon takes a second, realizing he's mostly dealt with mages up until now. He isn't used to specialized killers like this, and he's definitely feeling the pressure. Wait a minute, in the dark? Seowoon latches onto that phrase, his eyes narrowing. He thinks he's just found a potential counter to this guy's advantage. The assassin stands ready to finish him off, his blades glowing faintly. He looks like he's already counting his loot. Suddenly, blue energy slashes rip through the air as Seowoon makes his move. The counterattack is finally on. 2 broken sword hilts fall into the grass. Looks like someone's weapons just got completely deleted. Seowoon stands over the assassin's last known position, surprised that the guy could just vanish like that. But the assassin is right behind him, dropping from above for a surprise attack. Red motion lines show just how close the strike is. Seowoon actually compliments the guy's stealth, then calls it an inferior version compared to his own invisibility cloak. That is some top-tier trash talk. The assassin is losing his mind, screaming out and looking totally confused. He's completely lost track of Seowoon. Suddenly, Seowoon's hand reaches out of thin air, grabbing the assassin's arm in a vice grip. A cracking sound echoes out, making it clear he's not letting go. Seowoon appears right behind him, telling the guy he can pinpoint his movements just by tracking his energy. He looks completely in control now. He taunts the assassin, asking if he's still going to run his mouth about finishing him off. Seowoon is being absolutely savage. The assassin lets out a blood-curdling scream as he's struck through the back, dark energy absolutely wrecking his body. The guy gets desperate, begging Seowoon to cooperate so they can aim for first place together. He asks if Seowoon can really face the remaining players all on his own. Seowoon doesn't answer with words. A final, bloody strike silences the assassin for good. Seowoon stands over the body as the kill feed confirms he just took out Tamiren with a headshot. The survivor count drops, 4 out of 100. The system notification glows, recording the latest elimination. Seowoon is officially one of the final four. He absorbs the life energy from his last 2 kills and uses their healing scrolls to patch himself up. He's already looking much better. He finds a strange purple magic book in the assassin's loot, thinking it's an unexpected item for a killer like that to have. It's the Scroll of Spirit-Wielding Illusion Step, a skill that lets the user create clones based on their internal energy level. He doesn't even think twice, immediately hitting yes on the prompt to learn it. This skill is going to be a total game changer. He realizes he got lucky. If that assassin had known how to use internal energy, he would have been facing an entire army of them. Purple light surrounds him as the knowledge is transferred. Inside the loot box, he also finds a magic book called Carmen's Eye. It's a top-tier detection spell that can see through any kind of stealth, and that's when it clicks. That's how the guy found him despite his cloak. He's starting to see that his supposedly invincible gear has some major counters. Suddenly, a glowing yellow projectile zips past his face. An arrow. Someone is taking long-distance shots at him. He whips around to see the arrow embedded in a tree trunk behind him. In an instant, he's back on the defensive. He's calculating his chances, knowing there are still high-level archers in the game. He looks focused, ready for the next move. A huge surge of blue magical energy erupts from the trees. The sheer scale of this attack is terrifying. Seowoon looks worried. He thinks it's a type of magic he's never seen before and wonders if it's from that same archer. He realizes he can't dodge this one. He's got no choice but to put all his internal energy into a direct counterattack. He unleashes his ultimate move again, the Mujol Quan Extreme Straight Punch. He's meeting this magic head-on. His fist connects with the incoming energy in a massive shower of sparks. It's pure physical power against raw magic. The magic literally shatters under the force of his punch. He's breaking right through the enemy's offense with nothing but brute strength. The shockwave blows everything back, clearing the trees and grass around him. Seowoon stands tall in the middle of the carnage. He realizes 2 attacks came in at once and wonders if it was a joint assault. He's breathing hard, completely on edge. He catches a glimpse of someone moving through the smoke. They're coming in fast. A massive warrior in red armor lunges out of the gloom, and Seowoon is about to get dragged into a close-quarters brawl. He dives out of the way just as a heavy strike smashes into the ground where he was standing. His agility is the only thing keeping him alive right now. He realizes he's up against a coordinated 3-person team, a party of 3. He's officially the underdog again. The trio looms over him, one of them declaring that his luck ends here. He's completely surrounded by the final survivors. The system highlights the final players: the King of Hassan, Senturk, the Demon King's right hand, Garon, and the Divine Archer, Trudana. It's a literal boss squad. He looks at his own tag, which just says Jin Seowoon. He feels like a total nobody compared to their flashy titles. He stands alone in the dark clearing, facing down 3 legendary players. The endgame is finally here. Senturk, the King of Hassan, looks down his nose at Seowoon, telling him that his luck has finally run out. He is standing there with his rapier drawn, looking every bit the arrogant noble he is. Seowoon is not backing down, but he is definitely feeling the pressure of being caught between 2 literal monsters. He notes that these guys have a completely different vibe from anyone he has faced so far. The skeleton-masked mage, Garon, drops in and greets Senturk with a mock bow. He calls him Your Majesty, but you can tell there is zero actual respect in that greeting. Senturk is immediately offended, asking how a mere black mage dares to speak to a king. Garon just laughs it off, reminding him that in this death game, status does not mean squat. Seowoon is watching this play out, realizing that these 2 have actually formed a temporary alliance. In a solo game, teaming is the ultimate scum move, and Seowoon is rightfully pissed. Senturk decides to let the scoundrel handle the dirty work, telling Garon to take care of Seowoon's stealth. Garon claims it will be as easy as a piece of cake big words for a guy in a bone mask. Garon starts charging up a massive amount of golden energy in his clawed hand. He is not going for a direct attack yet, he is setting the stage. A blinding flash of light erupts from Garon's palm, catching Seowoon completely off guard. He screams out, asking what this is as his vision is totally white out. Seowoon is grimacing, trying to shield his eyes from the overwhelming glare. He can feel his tactical advantage slipping away in real time. The light continues to expand in jagged motion lines, flooding every corner of the clearing. There is literally nowhere left for a shadow to hide. Garon has created a literal miniature sun, mocking Seowoon by saying there is no more darkness to hide in. Senturk is actually impressed, noting that the mage is smarter than he looks. Seowoon realizes the hard truth. His cloak of stealth only works by blending into shadows. Without darkness, he is just a guy in a torn tracksuit standing in the middle of a field. Seowoon looks over at the dead archer from earlier, thanking Nam Sagwang for taking out escrow first. At least he only has to deal with 2 bosses instead of 3. Garan points a skeletal finger at him, telling Seowoon it is time to die in the great demon lord's name. This guy is a total fanatic, which makes him even more dangerous. Gairon unleashes his Chaos Blade, the Dark Blade Storm, filling the air with jagged purple energy slashes. It looks like a blender made of dark magic is moving toward our boy. Seowoon's eyes narrow as he analyzes the attack. He knows from experience that mages are glass cannons. If he can just close the distance, he has a chance. He dives forward into the storm of purple energy, using every bit of his agility to weave through the slashes. He is betting everything on one decisive counterstrike. Gairon is shocked that Seowoon is charging him head-on. He screams for the foolish brute to just die as he tries to ramp up the magical pressure. A massive purple explosion rocks the area as Seowoon gets caught in the blast. The energy trails are everywhere, showing just how much power Gairon is dumping into this. Seowoon is midair, his body wreathed in blue internal energy. He is desperately trying to circulate his chi to minimize the damage, but it is a struggle. He groans as blood sprays into the air. One of the dark blades catches Seowoon across the torso. That is a deep wound, and it is definitely going to slow him down. A system notification dings with bad news. The cloak of stealth has been damaged. The fabric is shredded and glowing with a failing orange aura. The message confirms it. It loses its function until repaired. Seowoon's best defensive item is officially out of commission. Seowoon looks panicked, realizing his internal energy barrier is also breaking under the strain. He's bleeding and exposed, and the King of Hassan has not even moved yet. Gairon stands with his back turned, assuming Seowoon has been torn to shreds. He is already celebrating his easy victory over the newbie. But then, the purple smoke clears, and multiple energy slashes reveal that Seowoon is still very much in the fight. He is not done yet. Seowoon appears right in front of the startled mage. He shouts, "Severing Fist Chapter 1, his fist glowing with a fierce blue light. He delivers a devastating punch, the motion lines showing the sheer velocity of the strike. This is the trash skill he learned, and it is hitting like a freight train. "Straight cut fist," he yells. The blow connects, sending Gairon flying backward through the air. The shockwave of the impact is clearing the grass for yards around them. Seowoon is a blur of motion, his body covered in blood but his eyes glowing with murderous intent. He is following up immediately, not giving the mage a second to breathe. Gairon scrambles to his feet, furious and summoning his Chaos Deadman hands, the touch of the dead. He is pulling out the big guns now. Massive, decaying, purple skeletal hands erupt from the earth, reaching for Seowoon like a scene from a nightmare. The ground is literally vomiting up the undead. The spirit hands tower over the battlefield, casting long, dark shadows. Gairon is putting his all into this summoning to crush the annoying brat once and for all. Seowoon is dodging between the massive fingers, realizing Gairon is on a completely different level than any mage he has faced before. He knows he needs a new trick to get through this. He yells for his spirit illusion steps, clapping his hands together and activating the clone technique he learned from the assassin. This is where things get interesting. Suddenly, the air is full of Seowoons. Dozens of clones are leaping through the air, surrounding the bewildered skeletal mage. Gairon is losing his mind, asking how he can use illusion magic too. He is frantically looking for the real body as the Seowoon army closes in. Seowoon's clones strike from all sides, and Gairon desperately tries to throw up a barrier. He thinks his victory is complete, but he has forgotten about his ally. Senturk finally moves, his eyes narrow as he activates his piercing aura. The mustache might be funny, but that look is pure death. In a shocking betrayal, Senturk stabs his rapier right through Gairon's back, just as Seowoon attacks from the front. The blood splatter is absolute chaos. Gairon is coughing up blood, looking back at Senturk in disbelief. He mutters about the one who calls himself king doing something so vile with his dying breath. Senturk stands over the dying mage with zero remorse. "I never said I would collaborate with a wretch like you from the start," he says coldly. "There is no greater justification than victory." A system message pops up confirming that Senturk killed Gairon with swordsmanship. Senturk thanks Seowoon for the help in eliminating a nuisance. Senturk looks around the quiet battlefield and asks if it is just the two of them left. He looks up at the cliffs and spots something that makes him pause. He stares up at the elf archers standing on the rocks above, recognizing the divine archer Zurokana, a headache for his army back home. Zurokana smiles down from the cliff, looking totally relaxed. "It does not seem to be just yet," he replies, pointing behind the king. Seowoon has appeared right behind Senturk, his face covered in blood and his eyes filled with rage. Senturk is totally oblivious until the very last second. Seowoon delivers a massive punch to Senturk's back. The shockwave of blue energy is so intense it looks like a lightning strike. Senturk is sent flying across the field, his royal master armor literally shattering from the force of the blow. That is what you get for being a backstabbing teammate. A massive pillar of energy shoots into the sky from the point of impact. Seowoon stands in the crater, watching the king skip across the ground like a stone on water. Seowoon is leaning over, panting heavily. He has given that attack everything he has, and he is looking like he is about to collapse. Seowoon thinks he has finally reached the top two, but Zurokana calls down from the cliff. He thought he died by Senaruku's sword, but it seems it was an illusion, the archer notes. Seowoon looks up, blood dripping down his face. He growls at Zurokana to stop spouting nonsense and come at him. He is ready to end this right now. Zurokana just smiles that annoying elf smile, asking why everyone is in such a hurry. He says it looks like that person clearly has business with him before me. Behind Seowoon, the king of Hassan is standing back up. Senturk is looking like a mess, but he is furious. He mutters about this damn bastard using such unpleasant tricks. Senturk turns around, his chest bare where his legendary armor used to be. He admits he is impressed that Seowoon could shatter armor made by a Carson master. Seowoon is covered in blood and sweat, looking totally savage. He challenges them to stop talking and come at him, asking if they want to come one by one or together. Senturk's eyes go cold. "Regret making me give my best," he says. You can tell he is about to stop playing around and actually use his real power. Senturk moves so fast he becomes a literal blur of blue and brown. This is not just speed, this is high-level swordsman movement. Seowoon is wide-eyed, barely able to track the king's movements. Fast, he thinks, realizing he might have just pushed Senturk into his final form. The two clash in a flurry of sparks and energy. Senturk's rapier is a blur of stabs, while Seowoon is desperately parrying with his glowing fists. Senturk boasts that he, Senruku, is confident he will not lose to anyone when it comes to speed. He is looking totally in his element now. Seowoon is getting pushed back, blood flying from small cuts all over his body. He is shocked that a strength character could move with such speed he can barely sense his chi. Seowoon is looking rough, his internal monologue admitting he cannot lose like this after coming all the way to the top. He is searching for any opening. He decides to bet it all on his core strength. "I will trust the internal energy within me," he yells internally, charging up for one last desperate gamble. Senturk looks horrified as Seowoon does the unthinkable. He catches the rapier blade with his bare hand. The king screams, asking how he dares touch his rapier. Seowoon grips the blade with such force that it literally snaps, blood and metal shards flying everywhere. Talk about a grip of steel moment. He follows up immediately with a black annihilation hand, striking Senturk right in the center of his chest with a beam of dark energy. Senturk is clutching a massive, bleeding gash across his face, looking absolutely livid. He screams, asking how he dares to wound his face. His vanity clearly hurt more than his body. Seowoon is in even worse shape, desperately ripping a healing scroll with his teeth. He is covered in gore and his breathing is ragged, but he is not dead yet. Senturk walks toward him, a dark shadow falling over his face. "You insist on struggling to the very end, huh?" he says, sounding genuinely impressed by Seowoon's tenacity. The king activates his ultimate technique, Aura Blade, the formless sword. His broken rapier is suddenly encased in a massive, glowing blade of pure white energy. He tells Seowoon that to make him use his Aura Blade, he will have to acknowledge him. The king is finally going for the finishing blow. Seowoon is glowing with a green light, muttering that he guesses he can use this much. He has used a buff or a heal and is ready for the final round. He activates his spirit illusion steps again, his body becoming a blur as he prepares to flood the battlefield with clones one more time. With a full internal energy release, multiple Seowoons erupt into existence, all of them looking just as bloody and determined as the original. Senturk is surrounded by the Seowoon army, looking totally unimpressed. "You certainly have troublesome tricks," he says, his aura blade humming with power. We get a split shot of the two finalists. Senturk claims the victor is always him, while Seowoon tells him he better brace himself because it is for real now. We see a wide shot of the epic standoff in the valley. High above on the cliff, Zurokana is just sitting there watching, telling someone to just win and get this over with quickly. The elf archer lets out a massive yawn, looking bored out of his mind. He is literally the ultimate third party waiting to clean up whoever survives. The system notification dings, survivors 3 out of 100. The endgame is here, and only one person is walking away with the gold. Seowoon is not hiding anymore, standing tall with a swarm of clones at his back. He tells the king that from now on, he is truly going all out. Senturk looks totally over the talking, gripping his glowing sword and telling Seowoon to just shut up and attack already. The king of Hassan is clearly losing his patience. The king realizes he is on a ticking clock, thinking that his aura blade only has a 2-minute duration. He's got to wrap this up fast before his power runs dry. On the other side, Seowoon is also sweating, knowing his internal energy is almost completely tapped out. This next exchange is going to be the absolute endgame for both of them. The action kicks off with a massive blur of movement as the two titans collide. You can see the debris flying everywhere from the sheer force of their opening moves. Seowoon is a blur as he leaps through the air, while Senturk stands his ground in the background. The battle for the top 1 spot is reaching its peak. Senturk swings his glowing aura blade in a massive arc, trying to catch Seowoon. He is moving with an intensity that shows he is truly feeling the time limit. But Seowoon finds an opening and lands a direct fist to Senturk's face. That is a clean hit on a literal king, and you know that had to hurt. Senturk is pushed back, looking absolutely livid and calling Seowoon a slippery bastard. He is not used to being touched by someone he considers a nobody. The king stops for a second, looking at his hand in confusion. He realized he did not feel anything when he swung at Seowoon. Was he just hitting a clone? He decides it does not matter and vows to cut them all down, whether it is the main body or a fake. He's entering total destroy everything mode now. Another Seowoon appears out of the blue and smashes a fist into Senturk's jaw. Our boy is really making the king work for this win. The two of them are locked in a high-speed melee, their energy trails lighting up the night sky. The power scale here is getting absolutely insane. Senturk catches another strike, but this time his eyes go wide. So that was the main body. He finally thinks he has found the real deal. Seowoon is looking pretty beat up, panting heavily as the blood drips down his face. He has pushed himself way past the limit to keep up with this monster. Senturk looks down at him, still thinking he has got the upper hand. He is bloodied too, but that mustache-wearing king is not ready to quit yet. Seowoon does a quick backflip, putting some distance between them as he prepares his next trick. He has always got one more card to play. He drops a major truth bomb. All the clones from his spirit illusion steps can actually attack just like the main body. So, good luck figuring out which one to kill, buddy. Seowoon goes on the offensive with his Severing Fist, Chapter 1, the Straight Cut Fist. It is a point-blank blast of pure blue energy aimed right at the king's chest. Senturk is suddenly facing two Seowoons at once, his eyes darting back and forth in total frustration. He is being completely overwhelmed by the numbers game. The king screams out his piercing aura, and a massive explosion of golden light erupts from his body. He is trying to clear the board with an area of effect attack. The clearing is flooded with a blinding white and gold light. It looks like a nuclear bomb just went off in the middle of the forest. Senturk looks around the smoking crater, seeing the dark silhouettes of Seowoon's clones still standing. He is looking pretty desperate now. He notes that the durability of the clones is terrible though. He only needs one good hit to pop them, but finding the right one is the real problem. Seowoon is not letting up, and now there are 5 more clones surrounding the king. This is a literal one-man army closing in. They are all closing the distance at once, and you can see the panic finally starting to set in on Senturk's face. The king is becoming the prey. Senturk is sweating bullets, checking his internal clock. He realized he only has about a minute left before his aura blade shuts down for good. Jurokana is still perched on the cliff like a spectator at a movie. He's got a front row seat to the most intense fight of the tournament. The elf archer admits he did not expect the king to struggle this much against a nobody. Even he is starting to respect Seowoon's grind. In a moment of pure desperation, Senturk yells up at Jurokana for help. He promises to reward him with anything if he helps him win. Talk about a pathetic king. Jurokana just looks down with a bored expression, telling Senturk to watch out ahead. He is clearly not interested in saving a sinking ship. Senturk whipped around just in time to see a fist coming straight for his face. Seowoon is staying on his neck like a shadow. The king desperately blocks with his crushing wave aura, creating a massive shockwave that cracks the ground beneath them. Seowoon is sent flying by the impact, looking totally dazed as he hits the ground. That blast definitely took whatever energy he had left. We get a close-up of a massive explosion of light as their energies clash again. This whole fight is basically a fireworks show at this point. Senturk looks absolutely spent, his sword energy dimming and blood dripping from his chin. He is running on pure ego right now. Seowoon is also frustrated, cursing under his breath because his last big move was blocked. He is starting to feel the heat. The king lunges forward with everything he has, shouting that he has got him as he goes for the killing blow. He stabs his glowing blade right through Seowoon's chest in a massive spray of blood. It looks like it is game over for our main character. But wait, Seowoon is just staring him down with a bloody smirk, muttering a quiet sound of contentment. He does not look like a guy who just got stabbed. The body Senturk just killed suddenly starts to dissolve into black smoke and energy. It was another bait. Senturk looks absolutely horrified, realizing he just wasted his final burst of power on another clone. This was a clone too? The king finally snaps, realizing Seowoon has been toying with him this entire time. He looks like a man who has lost his mind. Seowoon stands nearby, looking totally unimpressed and calling the king truly humiliating. The mental damage is doing more work than the physical hits. Senturk goes into a full blood-red rage, screaming that he does not care about winning anymore. He vows to use every last drop of his strength just to kill Seowoon. Jurokana watches from above, wondering if the Emperor of Madness is finally being revived. This guy is becoming a literal demon right in front of them. Now glowing with an unstable golden electricity, Senturk tells Seowoon to avoid it if he can. He's about to turn this valley into a crater. Senturk unleashes a massive electrical explosion that lights up the entire sky. The sheer output of energy is enough to level a city. The shockwave blasts through the clearing, sending Seowoon and his remaining clones flying like ragdolls. This is pure, unadulterated power. Senturk is panting, his vision blurry as he sees only 2 Seowoons left. Only 2 left now, he thinks, main body or clone. It is one or the other. But Seowoon appears right behind him through the smoke, shouting that now it is his turn. He has found the final opening he was waiting for. Seowoon delivers a point-blank punch, the SK straight-cut fist, that looks like it is made of pure blue lightning. Direct hit. A flurry of strikes lands on Senturk, shown in a series of high-intensity action panels. Seowoon is finally letting the king have it. Senturk gets smashed in the gut, coughing up a huge spray of blood. He realized too late that this attack actually had an impact. Seowoon is looking totally fierce, wreathed in a massive aura of dark energy. He looks less like a college student and more like a demonic god right now. But Senturk just smirks, thinking this one is also a clone because he cannot feel any weight behind the blow. This guy is literally too mad to die. The king stands with his glowing blade, asking if only the main body is left now. He is determined to settle this with one last clash. We get a wide shot of the 2 warriors standing across from each other in the moonlight. This is it, the final 1v1 for the top of the leaderboard. Senturk vows to end everything with this one single clash. He's putting his entire soul into his blade for this final move. Seowoon stays silent, his eyes locked on his opponent. No more words are needed. The winner will be decided in a split second. They both lunge at each other with a deafening war cry. The air is literally screaming as they close the distance. They collide in a massive explosion of blue and gold energy that shakes the entire mountain range. The power scaling here is off the charts. Senturk is actually impressed, admitting that Seowoon is quite good at fighting unarmed. High praise from a guy who is currently trying to kill him. The king unleashes his ultimate form, the Aura Blade Lightning form. He is turning his entire weapon into a bolt of pure, concentrated energy. We get an extreme close-up of the energy surging at the point of contact. The ground is literally melting beneath their feet from the heat. A massive vertical pillar of light shoots up, visible for miles. It looks like the heavens themselves are being split apart by their battle. We see Seowoon's fist glowing with electricity as it connects with the king's lightning blade. It is a contest of pure will at this point. Seowoon is screaming in absolute agony as the lightning rips through his body. He is taking a direct hit from a king's final move. Senturk looks battered and bloody, but he has got a victorious smile on his face. He thinks he has finally won the whole game. Seowoon falls to the ground in a heap, looking like he has finally been defeated. That last attack was just too much for him to handle. He realized that only Jurokana benefits if they both kill each other. The elf archer is just waiting to pick up the pieces of whoever is left. But suddenly, Senturk's chest literally explodes with blood. He lets out a final pained grunt as his body finally gives out. We see a close-up of a broken sword hilt on the ground, glowing with a dying energy. The king's weapon is finally shattered. A bloody hand is shown gripping the broken hilt of the rapier. It looks like the king tried to hold on until the very last second. Senturk is dead on the ground, and Seowoon is standing over him, barely able to stay on his feet. He has won, but he has paid a heavy price. The king's final thoughts flash on screen. If I had been even a little late, I would have been completely done for. He knew he was losing long before the end. Seowoon looks down at the broken blade, muttering that something is strange. He is sensing that the fight is not over just yet. He stands over the corpse in total silence, the reality of the win finally sinking in. He is officially the top 2 in the entire world. We see a flashback of the final hit. Senturk realized he did not feel any impact in his hand. It was another clone decoy that landed the final blow. We get a close-up on Senturk's face as the realization hits him right before he dies. He was outplayed by a gamer strategy until the very end. Senturk's body is shown with a massive, gaping hole through his chest as the system starts his elimination process. The king is officially out of the lobby. The survivor count pings 2 out of 100. Seowoon thinks that if he had not drained the king's stamina with his clones, he would have been in serious trouble. The system message confirms it. Jin Seowoon killed Senroku with strength. Our boy just took down a king with his bare hands. High on the cliff, Jurokana just smiles that annoying elf smile. I did not expect him to even beat Senroku, he admits. The archer calls down to Seowoon, acknowledging that the king was quite a headache. He's looking at Seowoon like a hunter looks at an injured deer. Jurokana starts pulling back his bow, telling Seowoon that he will personally honor his struggle by ending his life right now. We get a close-up on the elf archer as he lets out a chilling grin. He's going to make sure Seowoon personally dies by his hand today. A massive, blindingly white arrow of light is fired down from the cliff. It is a vertical death strike aimed right at Seowoon's head. Seowoon's blood-soaked face is shown as he looks up at the incoming arrow. He has got no energy left to dodge. Is this really the end of his run? Seowoon is covered in blood and grime, but he's feeling the surge of a massive amount of vitality. He realizes that while it is not as much as Nam Sagwang's pool, it is still more than enough to get him back in the fight. His hand is glowing with an intense green aura as he focuses his newly acquired energy. The power is literally vibrating through his skin as he prepares for the final exchange. Clenching his fist, Seowoon stares up at the cliff with pure determination. He is geared up with his rings and knows that with this boost, he finally has a real shot at taking down Jurokana. Suddenly, Seowoon spots something and his eyes go wide in shock. Whatever he just noticed in the environment has completely thrown him off his game for a split second. He does not hesitate and leaps forward, his silhouette a blur of motion against the dark landscape. He is putting everything into this final approach. He calls out his technique, immeasurable steps, as he blurs across the battlefield. He is moving so fast that he is leaving trails of blue energy in his wake. Seowoon uses his spirit illusion technique, sending a swarm of clones flying toward the cliffside. It looks like a literal army of one is descending on the lone archer. Jurokana stands his ground on the cliff, looking completely unimpressed. He calls out the troublesome doppelganger technique, sounding like he has dealt with this kind of trick 1,000 times before. The elf archer gives a chilling smirk, showing he has got a plan to deal with the crowd. This guy is way too calm for someone about to be swarmed. Jurokana leaps into the air, drawing his bow and firing a vertical arrow of pure light straight down. The speed and precision of the shot are absolutely terrifying. A massive spray of blood erupts as the arrow finds its mark. It looks like the elf archer did not have any trouble finding the real Seowoon among the fakes. Seowoon is sent reeling, blood splashing everywhere as he realizes he has been tagged. He is clutching his chest, looking completely stunned that his illusions were seen through so easily. A massive cloud of dust and debris kicks up as Seowoon hits the ground with a heavy thud. The sheer power behind that arrow was enough to level the area. Jurokana lands gracefully and starts walking toward the downed player. He is moving with the confidence of a predator who knows the hunt is over. The archer looms over Seowoon, telling him he is going to make sure he cannot escape this time. Seowoon is pinned to the floor, screaming no as the final blow approaches. An arrow slams right through Seowoon's hand, pinning it to the ground. He lets out a blood-curdling scream as the pain hits him. We get a gruesome close-up of the black arrow buried deep in Seowoon's palm. The blood is pooling on the stone as he struggles to move. Seowoon looks up at Jurokana with a face full of terror and confusion. He cannot understand how the archer managed to pick out his real body from the clones so quickly. Jurokana just gives him a cold, sadistic smile. He is clearly enjoying the fact that he completely outplayed the tracksuit warrior. He stands over the defeated Seowoon, casually telling him it was just a gut feeling. Talk about a cold-blooded way to end a fight. Seowoon is gasping for air, looking totally broken as an arrow whistles toward his face. Jurokana mocks him, saying he worked hard to get this far, but it is finally over. The archer draws another arrow, telling Seowoon he respects his efforts. Seowoon is not having it, swearing and telling him to give that respect to the dogs instead. We get a close-up of Seowoon's eye as a shadow falls over him. He is staring death in the face, and you can see the light starting to fade. The screen turns red as the final strike connects. It is a brutal, silent end to the battle. A system message pops up in a bright orange box. Jurokana killed Jin Sejun with an arrow. Seowoon has officially been eliminated. Jurokana stands over the corpse, looking around the quiet battlefield. He mutters, asking if it is over, like he has just finished a light afternoon workout. The elf stands near a loot chest as the world starts to turn gray and white. He is the winner, and everything is beginning to dissolve. The screen flickers and goes static, looking like an old television set turning off. The game world is officially shutting down. Suddenly, we see Seowoon back in his blue tracksuit, staring at a screen in a dark room. He is clutching his head, groaning about how he totally messed up and gave the win away at the very end. The notification dings one last time. Cloyd survival has ended. It is finally over, but it looks like there is more to come. Seowoon looks a bit dazed, but then a new message appears, congratulating him on being among the final two. He realizes that even though he lost the 1v1, he still placed incredibly high. Then he sees the bombshell. He is qualified to participate in the next game. Seowoon is totally floored. He thought this was a one-and-done deal. We get a close-up on Seowoon's eye as he processes the news. The stakes just got raised, and he is clearly not done with this mysterious system yet. The system starts summoning all the items he acquired during the survival match. He sees a pile of gear and gold, wondering what exactly these coins are used for. His inventory screen is packed. Rings, magic books, and armor. He really did a great job farming while he was in there. He's surprised by just how much stuff he managed to hoard. A new prompt tells him he can take the items he acquired out of the game using his reward coins. This is the ultimate carryover mechanic. He looks at the price for the Spirit Illusion Steps book and his jaw drops. 130 coins? That is almost everything I have. He is having some serious buyer's remorse before he even buys it. But wait, there is a gotcha. The system tells the final 5 players they get a chance to spin a roulette to draw a high-tier item for free. Since he came in second place, he gets 2 chances at the wheel. He is hoping to land the Cloak of Invisibility or Spirit Illusion Step so he can save his coins for other gear. Seowoon gets a devious little smirk on his face. He is feeling lucky, and he knows that a good pull here could make him absolutely broken for the next round. The roulette wheel starts spinning at high speed, glowing with golden light. The words Spirit Illusion Steps are right there. Come on, big money. He watches the wheel with bated breath, his hands clenched. This is the most stressful part of any gamer's life. The RNG gods are in control now. He yells for it to stop at the top of his lungs, trying to time the spin perfectly. He looks like he is about to have a heart attack from the tension. We get a close-up of Seowoon looking intensely worried as the wheel slows down. Everything depends on where that little marker lands. The wheel stops on Asgro's necklace. Seowoon looks like someone just told him his favorite dog died. He is absolutely losing it, clutching his head and screaming about how he got the cheapest, most useless item on the board. What a joke. Why did that trash come out? But he takes a second to breathe and remembers he still has one more chance. He is trying to steel himself and not let the bad luck get to him. He literally starts praying to every god he can think of. Please, God, Buddha, Jesus, someone help me out here. He is desperate for a win. He screams again for it to stop as the wheel spins for the second time. This is it. His final chance to score big without spending his coins. The wheel is a blur of purple and gold as it starts to slow down. Seowoon's eyes are glued to the screen, praying for a miracle. His eyes go wide as he sees the marker passing over some high-tier items. It is getting closer and closer to the jackpot. The roulette settles on Spirit Illusion Steps. Seowoon is staring at the screen in absolute disbelief. He actually did it. A big nice fills the screen as the system confirms his reward. He just saved a massive amount of coins by pulling the most expensive item for free. Seowoon is cheering, his fists raised in the air. Awesome, this is basically like doubling my coins. He went from total despair to pure hype in 10 seconds. We get a close-up of him grinning like a madman. He is feeling like a total gaming god right now, and honestly, after that first pull, he deserves this. He holds the book in his hands, which is glowing with a brilliant purple light. The knowledge of the Spirit Illusion Steps is being transferred to him permanently. The system message confirms that it will now provide all the items he acquired. It is time for the final reward distribution. Seowoon looks around at the various items floating in the void. The prompt tells him he can keep shopping until the coins are gone, and then he will be sent back home. He wonders if he should start shopping. The narrator notes that because he got the Spirit Illusion Steps for free, he had a ton of coins left to spend. He spent a long time agonizing over the remaining items because there was just so much cool stuff. Eventually, he realized he could not stay in the lobby forever. He made his final choices, compromised where he had to, and finished his shopping spree. As he prepares to leave, the system gives him a final well done and wishes him luck in the next game. This is really just the beginning of his journey. A blinding flash of white light fills the entire panel as the teleportation process begins. Goodbye, Cloyd Survival. Hello, reality. Seowoon is back in the real world, standing in the same dark alley where he first vanished. The transition is so jarring, he looks like he is about to trip over his own feet. He looks around at the graffiti and trash cans, totally bewildered. What, did I really come back? It feels like he was gone for a lifetime, but the clock probably barely moved. He suddenly looks down at his hand and freezes. Something feels different, something feels real. He is holding the ring of subspace in his palm. It is small, dark, and has a single purple gem. This is definitely the ring I brought back from the game. He slowly slides the ring onto his finger, checking to see if it still works. The metal is cold and solid against his skin. Looking at the ring, he finally admits the truth to himself. It is not a dream. Everything he went through, every kill and every level up was 100% real. His backpack is still lying on the ground where it fell when he was abducted. It is just a normal, everyday bag, but it looks so out of place now. He reaches down and grabs the strap, hoisting it back onto his shoulder. The weight feels familiar, grounding him in his boring, normal life. The narrator explains that his first game has officially ended. To anyone else, it looked like nothing had changed, just another college student walking down an alley. But Seowoon has a tiny, knowing smirk on his face. He can feel the power humming through his body, and he knows that a massive transformation is just beginning for him and the rest of the world. He walks out into the neon-lit city streets, looking like a totally different person. He thinks to himself that studying for the TOEIC exam is definitely the least of his problems now. He stops and looks at his hand again, hearing a faint voice in his mind. The system is still with him, even out here in the real world. A small notification appears over the ring, telling him there will be a next game and that the ring of subspace cost 30 coins. The game is not over, it is just on pause. Seowoon walks through the night, looking incredibly focused. He knows he has to go home and prepare for the second game. He is still annoyed about barely coming in second, but he has learned his lesson. Clenching his fist, he vows that he is definitely going to win the next game. He is done being the runner-up. It is time to become the #1 ranker for real. We see the outside of his studio apartment near the school. His parents found this place for him to focus on his studies, but they have no idea what he is really planning to study in there. He enters his room and shuts the door behind him. From now on, his entire life is dedicated to becoming stronger using everything he brought back from the game. He tosses his bag onto a chair, already thinking about his next move. He refuses to be a weakling who has to run away when the second game starts. Seowoon sits on the floor in a meditation pose, trying to sense his energy. He realizes that unlike inside the game, he can feel his danjon is empty, and wonders if he really expended all his internal energy in the last battle. He closes his eyes, focusing inward. He is trying to replicate the feeling he had in Cloyd Survival, looking for that spark of power. He remembers the elder's lesson about internal energy being accumulated through Chukki. He knows that now that his danjon is formed, he can gather energy just by focusing. We see a flashback of Seowoon, bloody and panting, asking the elder if he can become as strong as him just by training. He was so eager back then, and he is even hungrier for that power now. The elder just laughs at him, calling him bold. He warns Seowoon that, like a wren trying to follow a stork, he might tear his own groin if he pushes too hard, but the old man gets a serious look in his eyes. He says he would not know whether Seowoon is just a useless wren who will break, or a baby stork who will grow into a legendary beast. Seowoon meditates in his room, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. He is determined to prove he is the stork that will rule the sky. Seowoon is deep in focus, letting out a long breath as he meditates. He's been at it for 4 hours, trying to build up his energy manually. He's looking pretty frustrated though, realizing that accumulating inner energy in the real world is a total grind. At this rate, it's going to take him forever just to reach his peak. The mental strain is real. He lets out a frustrated shout because the progress is just too slow compared to the fast-paced survival game. He stares at his hands, realizing the massive gap between game mechanics and reality. He estimates it would take years to accumulate the kind of power he had in Cloyd Survival. He decides to stop digging a deeper hole and focus on the loot he managed to bring back. A purple aura flares up as he reaches into his subspace storage. He pulls out a manual for the Book of Iron Free Fist, though he's not exactly thrilled about it. He's wishing he had scored some more top-tier martial arts instead of this mid-rank skill. Seowoon worries that he'll have to learn every single move bit by bit, just like his energy training. If that's the case, his dream of becoming OP quickly is pretty much dead. Suddenly, a system prompt pops up right in front of him asking if he'd like to learn the skill. He looks absolutely stunned that the game UI is functioning in his actual living room. Wait, the system applies to reality too? He's losing his mind realizing he just found the ultimate real-world cheat code. A massive burst of golden energy fills the room as he hits yes. The knowledge is being downloaded directly into his brain, skipping years of practice. He immediately tests it out with a lightning-fast punch. Blue energy trails follow his fist, showing that the martial art is fully engraved in his body. He follows up with a high kick, moving with the kind of form and speed that should be impossible for a normal human. He's officially a martial artist in real life now. Seowoon stands tall, looking at his hands in awe. He realizes that even though his energy was low, the power behind that move was on a completely different level. He reaches back into his subspace pocket to see what else he brought back. A purple, cosmic energy swirls around his hand as he searches his inventory. He pulls out a gold necklace and remembers it was just a cheap trash item he won from a 1-coin lottery spin. It's called Escrow's necklace, and he didn't think much of it at the time. He stares at the shimmering gold ornament, realizing it looks way too detailed for a common item. The craftsmanship is unlike anything he's seen in the real world. This dude actually bites the metal to check if it's legit. He's absolutely floored when he realizes it's pure, solid gold. He starts doing the math and realizes that, based on its weight, this thing is worth at least 10 million won. He can't believe a 1-coin item is worth a literal fortune. Look at that face. He's officially found his new career path as a gold smuggler. He's already dreaming about how much bank he could make if he lands 10 of these in the next game. He pulls out a bottle of refined troll's blood next, which only cost him 2 coins in the shop. He's realizing that game value and real-world value are two completely different things. The bottle is shaped like a green, snarling face. Just reading the description about it giving a healthy life for a year makes him realize how valuable this would be for rich, sick people. He gets a devious look as he thinks about the profit margins. If he can sell these to terminally ill billionaires, they'd probably pay any price he asks. Seowoon stands in the middle of his room, finally understanding that Cloyd's survival is an incredible life-changing opportunity. He's not just a gamer anymore, he's a potential mogul. Reality check time? His stomach lets out a growl. He realized that while cultivating inner energy, he totally forgot he hadn't eaten anything but dry jerky for a week. He decides to head out and find some actual food. After a week of game rations, a real meal sounds like heaven. He ends up at a local spot called Grandma's Restaurant. He keeps it simple and orders the standard set meal. Look at that feast, I-1001 spread that looks like a 5-star dinner to him right now. This was his literal dream meal while he was stuck in the survival match. Our boy is literally in tears over a bowl of white rice. The emotional damage from that jerky diet was clearly way worse than we thought. The grandma who runs the place is not having his drama. She calls him a jerk and tells him to man up and stop scaring the other customers with his crying. He tries to play it off with a laugh, thanking her for the delicious food. She just tells him to stop fooling around and finish his plate, even offering more if he's still hungry. He's feeling much better after a full stomach. He notes that, as expected, the time spent in the game didn't actually pass in the real world. He heads out, giving a final thanks to the grandma. She gives him a typical gruff send-off, telling him to stop whining and come back soon. He walks down the street, already thinking about the next game. He knows he needs to build up some serious inner energy before he gets sucked back in. A sudden thought hits him. He remembers he has one more major item he hasn't checked out yet. He pulls out the Ring of Strength and wonders if the stats will apply the same way in reality. He's hoping for a permanent physical buff outside the game. His eyes go wide as he feels a sudden jolt through his body. Something definitely just clicked. He takes a low stance, testing his new power. You can see the blue energy crackling around his legs as he prepares to launch. Holy crap! He literally just rocketed into the sky. He's flying over the city buildings like a damn superhero. He's having the time of his life, shouting as he feels his body overflowing with power. This agility buff is no joke. He's parkouring across the rooftops like it's nothing. This is way better than any VR game he's ever played. He lands back in a dark alley and immediately checks his surroundings. He knows it would be a massive hassle if someone caught him on camera and uploaded it. He stares up at the sky, wondering if the other game mechanics are implemented just as smoothly. He's ready to push his limits even further. He's back home, still thinking about his power-up strategy. He was going to wait to build up energy, but he's getting impatient. He decides to stop stalling and use it quickly. A purple energy vortex forms around his hand again. This is it. The Elixir of Inner Sight, his most expensive purchase at 50 coins. He's about to experience the ultimate power-up. He's remembering how much it sucked the last time he used one. He knows it's going to feel like his insides are burning for 3 hours, but he's willing to pay the price. No more hesitation. He pops the cork and downs the whole thing in one go. The effect is instantaneous. His eyes snap wide as the magic starts to take hold of his body. A massive pillar of blue and green energy blasts through him. He's screaming in total agony as the potion rewrites his internal structure. The empty bottle rolls across the floor as the energy continues to surge. He's completely incapacitated now. 3 hours have passed, and something is going down in the hallway. A woman is complaining to the police that the wall was burning hot to the touch. The cop is skeptical, telling her she should have called the fire department if things were that hot. He's trying to be reasonable while she's clearly panicked. She insists she tried to knock, but the doorknob was too hot to even grab. The cops are finally starting to take her seriously. The lead cop sighs and tells her fine, agreeing to check it out just to shut her up. They still think it might just be a boiler problem. The cop reaches out to grab the handle, ready to prove the woman wrong. Big mistake. He yanks his hand back as soon as he touches it, shouting in pain because the handle is literally searing hot. Now they're worried. They start banging on the door and shouting that they're the police, demanding that whoever is inside opens up immediately. He's shouting into the room, genuinely concerned that someone might be dying in there from the heat. The door finally creaks open, and a wave of hot steam rolls out into the hallway. Seowoon is standing there looking like he just survived a war. The cops are totally caught off guard, explaining that they got a report of a fire. He tries to play it cool, but he's sweating like crazy and panting. He tells them he's just got a little fever and everything is fine. He doubles down on the boiler story, trying to act like a normal person who just likes it hot. His face is totally flushed, though. The cops are skeptical, but they can't do much if he's conscious. They offer to call an ambulance, but he just insists he needs rest. The cops scold the woman for wasting their time as they head out. She's still insisting she was right to be worried, which she definitely was. Seowoon finally shuts the door, his hand still visibly shaking from the energy surge. He collapses against the door, finally letting out a breath. He realizes he almost died from the elixir's energy surge. He's realizing that using game items in reality comes with a subtle risk that he didn't have to deal with in the virtual world. Despite the danger, he's feeling the power vibrating under his skin. He's ready to test out his new limits. He takes a combat stance, preparing to test a high-level move called the Fist of Nothingness. He unleashes the 10,000 defeat poem, and the entire room explodes with light and force. The sheer power of the strike is absolutely insane. Well, he destroyed his own room. He's looking at the wreckage of his furniture and realizing he's going to need to sell some loot just to replace his chair. The next day, we see him at a local outdoor gym. Looks like he's decided to take his training outside where he won't demolish his apartment. He's doing some serious training, realizing he needs better physical conditioning to refine his iron-free fist. He's annoyed that there are so many people at the park during the day, though. He decides he'll have to switch to late-night training to get some privacy. He's currently hanging upside down from a pull-up bar, looking totally locked in. Suddenly, something catches his attention. He stops his workout and looks toward a group of people nearby. He spots a group of high school punks smoking in the park. He remembers there was a school right below the mountain and figures these are the local bullies. An old man steps up to them, telling them this mountain is a non-smoking area. The kids just insult him, showing zero respect for their elders. The old man doesn't back down, asking the kids if they think it's wrong for students to be smoking. The lead bully just brushes him off, telling him not even his parents say anything to him. The old man throws a massive insult back, saying if his parents don't say anything, it must be a flaw in his upbringing. That is a bold move when surrounded by a bunch of punks. The bully is absolutely livid now. He's losing his cool and looks ready to explode after being insulted by an old man. Seowoon is watching the whole thing play out from above. He's getting that bad feeling that a fight is definitely about to break out. The bully snaps and takes a swing at the old man, screaming at him to die. He's totally lost it. Denied. Seowoon's foot comes out of nowhere and connects right with the bully's face. That is a total shutdown moment. He sends the kid flying with a single kick. The power behind it is insane, and the bully is literally launched backward through the air. Seowoon stands between them, lecturing the kid that no matter how rude someone is, you shouldn't attack an elder. He's looking pretty cool here playing the hero. The other bullies are terrified, shouting for their leader Mi Min-sik Hyun, who just got flattened. The girls in the back look absolutely stunned. Seowoon looks over his shoulder, acknowledging another presence. He calls the newcomer shaggy-haired guy, clearly picking out his next target. The new challenger enters the fray, telling Seowoon that it seems they haven't met before. This guy looks a lot more dangerous than the other punks. This guy is not playing around. He's towering over Seowoon with a menacing blue aura, basically asking him if he has a death wish. Seowoon is feeling the pressure now. He realizes this guy is on a completely different level than the regular bullies and thinks things are about to get really troublesome. The punk Seowoon just leveled is struggling to even breathe, coughing up blood in the dirt. He manages to wheeze out a question, asking who had the nerve to do this to his younger brother. Seowoon stands his ground as the older brother, a tall student with a buzz cut and a serious aura, steps up to confront him. The tension in the park is thick enough to cut with a knife as the two stare each other down. The older brother looks surprisingly calm, but you can tell he is a menace. He starts lecturing about how high schoolers smoking in public need to be taught a lesson, claiming he is the one who usually handles serious trouble. Seowoon is not intimidated at all, giving the guy a cheeky grin and a wave. He tells the guy that if he is the older brother, he should have done a better job raising the kid instead of letting him turn out like a total brat. The bully has seen enough and throws a lightning-fast punch. You can see the red motion lines as his fist whistles toward Seowoon's head, showing some serious speed for a regular human. But Seowoon is on a completely different level, leaning back just enough to let the fist graze the air. He looks bored while the bully follows through with a heavy strike that completely misses its mark. Seowoon decides it is time to show this guy what real power looks like, charging up his aura. He calls out his move, the piercing fist, and the blue energy starts swirling around him like a storm. Seowoon delivers a massive punch right into the bully's chest. The impact is so heavy it creates a shockwave, launching the tall guy straight into the air like he is made of cardboard. The older brother hits the ground hard, face down and completely out cold. Seowoon looks at his hand, realizing he might have gone a bit too far with his strength control again. Suddenly, Seowoon freezes as he hears something behind him. He whips his head around with a surprised sound. Looks like the fight is not as over as he thought. One of the other punks is actually pulling out a butterfly knife. He is flipping it around with some practiced moves, trying to look intimidating now that his buddies are down. The guy with the knife is absolutely livid, calling Seowoon a creepy son of a bitch. He demands to know where a freak like him came from and vows to kill him right here in the park. Seowoon just starts laughing, looking at the knife like it is a toothpick. He mocks the kid, saying that the younger and older brothers are exactly the same, totally out of control and full of themselves. The punk lunges forward, swinging the knife in a wild arc. Seowoon just casually sidesteps the blade, moving with the kind of grace that only comes from survive or die game experience. Seowoon blurs behind the kid, realizing that fighting ordinary people is becoming way too easy for him. He does not even need his full speed to make these guys look like they are moving in slow motion. Seowoon drops low and delivers a devastating leg sweep. The punk is sent spinning through the air, losing his grip on the knife as he is flipped completely upside down. We get a close-up of Seowoon's face as he locks in, blue energy trails flickering around his eyes. He is reminding himself that he needs to control his strength unless he wants to accidentally catch a murder charge. He prepares a final strike, his hand glowing with a fierce white and blue light. He is calling this one the undefeated palm strike, and he is only using 50% of his power to be gentle. The strike connects right with the bully's jaw in a spray of blood and spit. The guy's face is totally distorted from the impact as he lets out one last pained gasp. The force of the palm strike sends the bully flying headfirst into the ground. It is a brutal landing that definitely finished the fight for good. The rest of the crowd is absolutely shell-shocked, watching their buddy get stuck in the base of a tree like a lawn dart. They are staring in silence, probably wondering if they just witnessed a murder. Seowoon looks down at his hand, blue energy still crackling between his fingers. He is sweating, thinking he messed up and that this is not what he meant to do. Control is hard when you are this OP. He tries to play it off for the witnesses, rubbing the back of his head and laughing awkwardly. He calls the bully an action movie actor and claims he was just doing some dramatic acting. Nice save, buddy. Seowoon stands over the pile of unconscious high schoolers, looking like a total boss. He tells the ones still awake that from now on, things are going to change. He gives them a final lecture: respect your elders, quit smoking, and stop carrying around dangerous weapons like knives. He says it all with a smile, but the intimidation factor is 10 out of 10. The girls in the group are freaking out, crying and asking if the guy Seowoon hit is even still alive. Seowoon does not stick around to answer and starts hauling ass out of the park. As he runs, Seowoon is kicking himself for showing off his strength to regular civilians. He is realizing that his gamer logic does not work well in a world where people do not just respawn. He is sprinting through the trees, terrified that if that guy actually died, his normal life would be completely over. The consequences of his power are finally starting to sink in. Even though he learned his skills easily thanks to the game, Seowoon realizes he needs serious training in the real world to master fine-tuning his output. He has got to learn to tap, not smash. He disappears into the depths of the forest trail, a lone figure running away from the mess he just made. He needs to find a more isolated place to train before he accidentally levels a building. We get a wide shot of the quiet city outskirts under the morning sun. Everything looks peaceful, which usually means a time skip is coming up. 1 month later. The neon signs of the city are glowing as Seowoon has clearly settled into a routine. He has been out of the game for a while, but he has not been slacking off. Seowoon is meditating in his room, surrounded by a massive swirling vortex of blue mana. He is looking much more composed now, his training finally showing some real progress. His meditation is interrupted by a vibrating sound, and he slowly opens one eye. He looks a bit annoyed at the distraction while he is in the zone. His phone is buzzing on the table, lighting up the dark room. Someone is calling him at a pretty important moment in his cultivation. It is his mom calling to check in. She asks if he has eaten, and he gives her the standard "Yes, I did" response while looking a bit guilty about keeping secrets. She sounds worried because he was not answering her calls earlier. She is checking to see if he is sick or if something is wrong, sounding like a typical protective parent. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large hospital at night. The atmosphere is heavy, hinting that the call is not just a casual check-in. Seowoon tells her that things are manageable at his new academy. He is internally groaning because he definitely cannot tell her he has been spending all his time mastering death-dealing martial arts. He asks how his dad is doing, mentioning he heard he found a new delivery job. He is trying to keep the conversation light, but his mom's face tells a different story. The bombshell drops. His father got into a car accident. Seowoon's eyes go wide in total shock. This was the last thing he expected to hear. He's panicking, demanding to know how bad it is and what happened. His mom explains that it happened during his delivery route when a car ran a red light and hit him hard. The mom is devastated, explaining that while they were not trying to cut corners, the insurance is not covering enough. She's terrified about the surgery costs, which are going to be insane. She asks Seowoon if he still has any of the allowance money she sent him left over. She feels terrible even asking, but she is clearly at her breaking point with the bills. Seowoon asks how much the surgery costs while he reaches into a glowing purple portal. He is pulling something out of his subspace storage right in the middle of his room. His mom says it is around 1 or 2 million won. Seowoon is clutching the gold dragon necklace he brought back from the game, realizing he has the solution in his hand. He tells his mom not to worry and that he might have a way to fix this. She apologizes for burdening him while he is busy studying, which just makes him feel more determined. He hangs up the phone and looks out at the city lights. He mutters that it is fine to himself, knowing that his secret life is about to pay off in the real world. Seowoon thinks about his family's past, how his parents spent their whole lives bouncing between tiny rented apartments. He is looking at his bag, remembering the struggle. He reflects on how his dad worked harder than anyone he knew, but his income just kept shrinking as he got older. It is a pretty bleak picture of the working class reality. He knows his dad's jobs were always easily replaceable, forcing him to hop between workplaces just to survive. The weight of that struggle is clearly visible on Seowoon's face. He admits he used to be the classic freeloading child, a burden with no future or direction. He looks ashamed of who he used to be before the game changed everything. The neon signs of the city blur as he makes a vow, but not anymore. He is done being the guy who just takes. It is time for him to be the provider. Seowoon walks into a high-end jewelry shop, his backpack still on. He is looking serious and ready to make a move that will change his family's luck. He holds up the gold dragon necklace to the jeweler, asking how much he could get for it. The piece looks absolutely stunning and incredibly rare in the shop's lighting. The jeweler is stunned by the craftsmanship, noting that it does not look like a local or modern item. Seowoon lies through his teeth, saying it has been a family heirloom for 5 generations. The jeweler admits the styling is definitely not done through any modern techniques she has seen. Seowoon cuts to the chase, asking the only question that matters, so how much is it worth? Seowoon plays up the desperate son act, sweating and explaining that his father needs emergency surgery. He's banking on her sympathy to get a better deal. The jeweler is hesitant since he does not have a certificate of authenticity. She's looking at the piece closely, trying to figure out if it is a scam or a once-in-a-lifetime find. We get a shot of the shop window at sunset as they continue to negotiate. The light is fading, matching the high-stakes vibe of the deal. The deal is done. The jeweler sends him off with a polite thank you and tells him to have a nice day. Seowoon is walking out, but he looks like he is in another world. He checks his phone and sees a bank transfer of 11,500 won. He's realized that gold prices must be through the roof for him to score that much for one cheap gacha item. As he walks away, he thinks about how excited the jeweler was. He starts to suspect that even at 11 million won, he might have actually undersold a priceless artifact from another dimension. He smirks, realizing that 11 million won is just quick buck money for him now. He is already planning how to find better ways to sell the more valuable loot he is hoarding. Seowoon walks through the neon-drenched streets at night. He knows his first priority is getting that money to his mom so she can stop worrying. His mom calls him back immediately, sounding absolutely shell-shocked. She asks him where he even got this much money from. She is terrified that he did something illegal or took out a dangerous loan. She is crying, asking how she can possibly spend money if she does not know where it came from. Seowoon stays calm, lying that it is just money he saved up from his part-time jobs and his military service. He reminds her he does not even have a full-time job, so how could he get a loan? He tells her not to worry and promises to visit the hospital soon. She finally settles down, thanking him with a shaky voice. We get a shot of a train zooming through the city. Life is moving fast, and Seowoon is right in the middle of it. Seowoon is on the subway, keeping his head down among the other commuters. He is just trying to blend in like a normal person after his big financial move. Suddenly, a guy next to him holds up his phone and asks if this is fake. Seowoon looks over, his gamer senses immediately tingling. Another passenger scoffs, calling it obvious CG. They are arguing over a video, asking how anyone could actually believe what they are seeing. Seowoon peeks at the screen and his heart stops. It is a video of an elf mage using a flame spell right in the middle of a forest. We get an extreme close-up of Seowoon's eye as he panics. He knows exactly what that is, and it definitely is not CGI. The video shows a player from Cloyd Survival unleashing a massive fire spell. Seowoon knows that people seeing this for the first time will be confused, but for him, it is a terrifying confirmation. He starts sweating, realizing the truth. He is not the only person in Korea who has experienced that game. The secret is out, and things are about to get chaotic. The commuters keep talking about how the video keeps getting uploaded and then instantly deleted. They figure it is just some crazy person looking for attention. Seowoon looks out the train window, his reflection looking grim. He realized he had no idea what the consequences would be if other survivors started showing off their powers. The scene shifts to a high-tech office where a landline phone is sitting on a desk. A voice on the other end is giving orders, and the person in the room is sounding very compliant. A scarred man with a mustache is on the phone, looking worried. He promises they will cut off internet access across the whole country if they have to, just to keep a lid on the videos. The man is standing in front of a line of elite-looking men in black suits. He apologizes into the phone, promising they will take care of the problem immediately. He slams the phone down with a heavy click. This guy is clearly the head of some secret government or corporate task force. He turns to his aide, who reports that the number of survivors has surged dramatically. They are finding it almost impossible to track all the players appearing in Korea. He is gripping a heavy, gear-shaped paperweight on his desk. He is clearly losing his patience with the whole situation. The scarred boss is looking at a profile of a player, looking absolutely livid. He cannot understand why the number of new survivors is going up while their number of agents stays the same. He is shouting at his men to find and bring in the attention-seeking bastard who uploaded the video. He is not here for excuses. He is here for results. He screams at one of his bloodied agents to stop bleeding on his expensive carpet. He threatens to kill the guy himself if he makes a mess talk about a toxic boss. He looks exhausted, wondering if weaklings like his men can even catch the high-level survivors. He mentions having enough headaches dealing with the freebears, whoever they are. The agents all bow in unison, shouting, "Yes, sir," and understood as they prepare to head out. The hunt for the survivors of Cloyd survival is officially on. The midsummer heat has finally faded, and the night air is starting to feel nice and cool. We see Seowoon out in the forest, keeping up with his nightly routine far away from prying eyes. It has already been 2 months since the first survival game ended. Seowoon has been training like a maniac every single night while the rest of the world is asleep. He is looking down at his boots as he moves, thinking about how much internal energy he has managed to hoard. He is finally getting a real feel for how to circulate and use all that power. But there is always a catch. The biggest problem he is facing right now is his output limit. He leaps through the trees, a lone blur against the dark blue night. He claps his hands together and activates Spirit. Stepping Phantom Walk. Blue energy explodes around him as he prepares to test his high-speed movement. As he lands, multiple afterimages flicker in the grass around him. His clones are looking sharp, but he knows they are still draining his reserves way too fast. Seowoon goes on the offensive, shouting Unbroken Fist, Spatial Strike. He's throwing a flurry of punches that are literally ripping through the air with electric energy. He stands next to his double, realizing that even with all his progress, he can still only manage to create one clone. The army of one dream is going to have to wait a bit longer. We get a close-up on Seowoon, and man, he is drenched in sweat. He notes that the duration of his clones is still way too short for a prolonged fight. He is pushing himself to the breaking point, his clones flickering in and out of existence as he moves through the forest. Every strike is a drain on his mana. He kicks off a massive tree root, using the environment to build momentum. He is determined to break past this bottleneck. A massive explosion of red and blue energy lights up the entire clearing. This is some serious power scaling for just a training session in the woods. The two Seowoons are actually duking it out, fists clashing in a shower of sparks. Sparring with your own clone is definitely one way to find your weaknesses. Seowoon is looking totally spent, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He is pushing his internal energy to the absolute limit here. He slumps back into the grass, staring up at the canopy. Is this my limit? Even for a high ranker, the grind is real. He flashes back to the final battle with Senruruk, where he was controlling 8 clones at once without breaking a sweat. He figures he must have burned through too much permanent energy in that last fight to recover this slowly. He reaches into his pocket, his hand brushing against one of the rings he brought back. Even in his weakened state, he has still got some serious hardware. He decides to call it a night and head back home. He knows he needs to focus on accumulating more base energy before he can push his techniques any further. His stomach lets out a massive growl, reminding him that training consumes calories. He is thinking about what kind of snacks he has stashed in his subspace pocket. Suddenly, a bright blue pillar of light engulfs him out of nowhere. He did not even have time to finish his thought about food. Seowoon is looking absolutely terrified as his silhouette starts to fade. The second game is calling, and it did not even give him a heads up. He lands in the middle of a massive crowd of players. One guy nearby is having a total meltdown, screaming about where the hell they are. A confused knight in full plate armor looks around, totally lost. Seowoon notes that a lot of people look just as bewildered as he was during his first match. Seowoon stands in the middle of the chaos, looking much more composed than the others. He is wondering if the second game was scheduled for exactly 2 months after the first one ended. The system notification dings, thanking him for participating in Cloyd survival. Here we go again, round 2. A massive stone statue looms over the crowd as the tutorial begins. Seowoon is genuinely confused because his first game skipped the tutorial entirely. We get a close-up on Seowoon as he processes this new info. He realizes that the tutorial skip in his first game was probably because that lobby was full of pros. A devious little smirk spreads across his face. He figures that if there is a tutorial, it means this lobby is mostly full of total beginners. He spots someone in the distance and pauses with a curious sound. Someone else seems to have caught his eye. It is a guy in a school uniform, looking completely out of place. Seowoon wonders if he is actually a high school student who got dragged into this deathmatch. The student is perched on a high rock, looking down at the crowd with a bored expression. Seowoon realized he is not the only Korean player in this round. We get a close-up of the high schooler, and man, this kid looks cool and collected. He has got that I have seen some things vibe that the other beginners are missing. Seowoon scoffs, calling him a typical high schooler who is just dying for attention. He clearly thinks the kid is just posing, but then he takes a closer look and notices the kid's aura. He admits the guy looks experienced and wonders if he is a hidden talent on the level of Nam Sagwang. The system pings, connecting 200 players and starting the game. The player count just doubled compared to the last match. We get the match details. Difficulty is easiest, the map is Cantor's Valley, and rewards are only for the top 20. The tutorial is officially starting. Seowoon does the math, 200 players, and he just needs to be in the top 200 to survive. He realizes there is literally zero risk of elimination this round. He gets a shadow over his eyes and a menacing grin. Then this time, I am definitely going for a Lubu playstyle. No more hiding, it is time for a total sweep. Seowoon walks toward the starting line, already knowing everything the tutorial is about to explain. But then, a surprising announcement stops him in his tracks. The system pings. This game is a duo game. Seowoon looks completely floored. He was banking on a solo carry. The rules explain that you have to find a partner within 5 minutes, or you'll be forced to go solo. If either member survives, both get the rewards. Talk about a carry mechanic. Seowoon looks around at the massive crowd, finally understanding why the player count was so high. This round is all about teamwork. He watches as everyone starts frantically pairing up with people they have never met. He thinks it is insane to just trust a total stranger with your life like that. He knows that choosing the wrong partner can be a literal death sentence. He is looking for someone who will not be a liability. Suddenly, he remembers the high school kid from earlier. He realized the kid looked skilled and might actually be useful in a fight. He whips his head around to where the kid was sitting, but the rock is empty. Seowoon is looking all over the place, frustrated. He cannot believe the kid was fast enough to disappear that quickly. Damn it, should I just grab anyone? He is feeling the clock ticking down and starts to panic as the pairs form around him. He tries to ask a heavy knight to team up, but the system dings him. This participant has already formed a duo. Rejected. He tries asking a mage next, but gets the same red notification. Everyone is already paired up and ready to go. He is getting spammed with rejection messages as he tries to find anyone left. It is like the last kid picked for dodgeball, but with more swords. He stands alone as the game officially begins. Looks like our boy is going solo after all. He clenches his fist, his expression turning cold. Since it has come to this, I have no choice. He gives the most menacing look we have seen yet. Duo or solo, I will kill everyone and win. The predator is officially on the hunt. The drop phase starts, and the sky is filled with blue energy beams as 200 players descend into the valley. It is an absolute light show over the mountains. Seowoon spots a group of villages in the valley that look like perfect looting spots. He is already planning his farming route to get ahead of the beginners. We get a close-up on his face as he shouts for the descent. He is throwing himself into the game with 100% intensity. He is a vertical streak of blue energy, tearing through the clouds toward the village. The speed of his descent is way faster than a normal player. He hits the ground with a massive thud. It is a perfect three-point landing that kicks up a huge cloud of dust. Seowoon stands in the middle of the village square, looking like a total badass. He is ready to start the slaughter. He looks up and sees 6 more blue beams landing nearby. 3 teams? This is going to be fun, he mutters. He blurs into motion, disappearing from the square before the other players can even get their bearings. We get a close-up on his determined face. He has been reviewing his mistakes from the first game for 2 months, and he is not planning on making any this time. His boots hit the grass as he stalks through the forest outskirts. He is moving silently, like a ghost. A player in a wizard hat is looking around, feeling totally nauseous from the teleportation. He groans that he feels queasy talk about a total beginner. Seowoon is perched in the bushes right above the wizard, watching him like a hawk. The wizard is looking for his partner James, completely oblivious to the predator above him. Seowoon drops from the sky and smashes the wizard with a point-blank, unbroken fist spatial strike. The blue energy is absolutely blinding. The wizard is screaming in terror as his magic barrier shatters like glass. He did not even have time to finish his question before Seowoon wrecked him. Seowoon looks cold and unfeeling as he stands over the wizard. 1 down, for now. He is moving at the speed of a pro gamer in a lobby full of noobs. He does not stop for a second, launching into his next unbroken fist strike. He has already found his second target. He delivers a bone-shattering strike right to another player's face. The sickening crunch tells you everything you need to know about that guy's jaw. The victim is coughing up a massive spray of blood as he hits the ground. Seowoon is not pulling any punches this time. A system prompt appears, telling him his opponent is incapacitated and to deliver the final blow before their teammate can recover them. The rules of duel matches are finally coming into play. Seowoon stands over his victim, looking annoyed. He thinks the teammate recovery system is a total hassle and wants to finish this quickly. He raises his boot over the downed player's head, ready to deliver the elimination blow. No mercy in this house. He stops mid-stomp, his eyes darting to the side. He has sensed someone else coming for him. A heavy armored knight charges out of the bushes, his sword ready to strike. It looks like the teammate has finally arrived to save the day. Seowoon blurs backward, dodging the knight's giant blade by a hair. His reaction speed is still his best asset. The knight lunges with a massive thrust, but Seowoon is already positioning himself for a counter. The choreography here is top tier. We get a close-up on Seowoon's battle-worn face. He's looking pretty savage right now, and you can tell he is actually starting to enjoy the fight. Welcome to Contra's Valley. Seowoon is grinding his fingers into the dirt with insane force, leaving deep claw marks in the grass. He is pushing off with a massive burst of speed, showing just how much physical power he is packing now. He crouches low in the forest clearing, feeling the raw energy vibrating through his limbs. What an incredible power, he mutters, finally seeing the terrifying results of his 2-month training arc. The piece is short-lived as an armored knight stomps into view, demanding to know if Seowoon killed his comrade. Seowoon just watches him calmly, noting that this guy is clearly a close-quarters specialist. We get a close-up on Seowoon's narrowed blue eye as he locks into combat mode. He knows his unbroken fist is meant for bare hands, so his main challenge is figuring out how to shut down opponents using long-reach weapons. He throws a test punch against a tree, and blue electricity literally arcs off his skin from the impact. He is visualizing every move, treating this forest like a high-stakes simulation. Seowoon is glowing with a massive, shimmering blue aura that looks like something out of a final boss fight. He admits that the thought of using his new techniques in a real match is actually making him excited. He drops into a deep, ready stance, looking like a predator about to spring. "This looks fun," he says with a dark look, proving he has officially embraced the chaos of Cloyd's survival. A close-up of that savage smirk shows Seowoon is 100% locked in. He is done being the guy who runs away. Now he is the one hunting for a high kill count. The knight lunges with a massive stone lance, but Seowoon launches himself high into the air. He is moving way too fast for the heavy armor to track, leaving blue light trails behind him. Seowoon lands his boot perfectly on the shaft of the knight's weapon mid-thrust. He is using the enemy's own lance as a platform to close the distance instantly. Still airborne and looking like an absolute menace, Seowoon winds up his fist. He shouts for a counterattack as his hand erupts with blinding blue energy, ready to end the exchange in one hit. His fist slams directly into the tip of the knight's lance. The shockwave of blue and white light is so intense it looks like a literal bomb went off at the point of contact. We get a close-up of the collision, sparks flying as Seowoon's internal energy clashes with the solid stone weapon. It is a pure test of raw power, and Seowoon is not flinching. Seowoon uses the momentum to slide down the lance like it is a rail, getting right into the knight's personal space. The swishing sound shows just how fast he is closing the gap. He blurs past the knight's head, moving with the kind of agility that makes the armored warrior look like a statue. The knight is frozen in shock as Seowoon completely bypasses his guard. The knight freezes as he realizes his opponent is already behind him. He is totally wide open, and the realization of his mistake is written all over his face. Inside the visor, the knight's eyes are glowing with a terrified red light. He is panicking, unable to believe a bare-handed fighter just shifted his entire attack direction so easily. Seowoon is already prepared to finish him, looking back with cold, determined eyes. He is winding up a strike that looks way more powerful than anything he has thrown so far. The knight desperately tries to turn his heavy body, shouting that he has found an opening, but he is moving like he is stuck in molasses compared to Seowoon. Seowoon focuses all his energy into his palm, which starts to glow with a fierce, swirling red and orange light. This is the unbroken fist at full throttle. He yells for a hidden strike, slamming his palm right into the center of the knight's breastplate. The impact is shown in a chaotic flurry of high-intensity motion lines. The armored knight's chest literally implodes. A massive metallic boom echoes as the reinforced metal shatters into a million pieces under the pressure. A huge spray of blood erupts from the knight's back as the force of the strike passes clean through his torso. Seowoon is looking like a cold-blooded reaper while he delivers the blow. Seowoon places a hand on the knight's helmet, steadying the dying man as the light leaves his eyes. It is a total fatality moment that shows Seowoon is not pulling any more punches. Seowoon delivers a brutal punch straight to a different armored knight's face, spraying blood across the panel. The guy lets out a painful grunt as his head snaps back from the impact. Seowoon stays in the air, following up with a heavy kick to the side of the knight's head. You can see the debris and blood flying everywhere as the knight struggles to stay conscious. He is not stopping, driving a solid fist right into the center of the knight's chest. Blood splatters against the armor as the force of the blow sends shockwaves through the enemy's body. The armored warrior is looking completely wrecked, blood dripping from his mouth and his eyes rolled back. He lets out one last painful scream before the life officially leaves him. Seowoon stands over his defeated opponent and delivers a final, disrespectful stomp to the head. The sickening crack lets you know that guy's jaw is officially history. That makes two. Seowoon stands tall amidst the wreckage, looking back at the trail of bodies he has left behind in the street. He is looking totally cold and ready for the next target. He is engulfed in a swirling vortex of green vitality as he harvests the energy from his latest kill. He notes that this guy actually had a surprising amount of energy to take. We get a close-up on Seowoon looking grim and intense. He is realizing that no matter how much he trains at home, absorbing vitality is still the fastest way to get OP. He stands in the middle of the quiet village street as the green energy continues to rise. He thinks that with this, there are 4 guys left who dropped near here, checking his mental map. Suddenly, a red arrow slams into the cobblestones right between his feet, exploding with a jolt. The snipers have finally found him. Seowoon whipped around, looking at the arrow embedded in the ground. He shouts, asking where that came from, immediately tracking the source of the shot. A wide shot shows the long, empty village street under the bright sun. It looks like a peaceful ghost town, but Seowoon knows a killer is lurking on one of those rooftops. A single black projectile whistles through the air, heading straight for Seowoon's position. Someone is taking long-distance shots while he is out in the open. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face as his instincts scream at him to move. He curses, realizing he just walked into a perfect sniper's nest. Seowoon leaps toward a stone wall just as a red energy blast detonates right where he was standing. The vertical motion lines show how close he came to getting toasted. Seowoon wipes a streak of blood from a fresh cut on his cheek. He's looking pretty annoyed that someone actually managed to land a scratch on him in an easiest lobby. He stands alert, scanning the buildings for any sign of movement. He wonders if it is still coming, his blue eyes narrowed as he prepares for the next volley. The sniper unleashes a full barrage, sending multiple red energy bolts raining down on the street. Seowoon is a blur of motion, weaving between the explosions like a pro. Seowoon kicks off a tree trunk, gaining a massive speed boost. He is not running away, he is hunting the archer down. He stomps down on a stone ledge, launching himself higher into the air. He is moving with the kind of confidence that comes from knowing you are the strongest one on the map. He is a blur of motion as he runs through the forest toward the village. He realized the archer's energy is not that powerful, even if their aim is top tier. He looks out over the village roofs, wondering if the archer is operating solo or if a teammate is currently flanking him. Strategic thinking is still his best weapon. We get a close-up of Seowoon's hand gripping a stone wall. You can see the rings he won in the first round glowing faintly. He is definitely bringing his best gear to this fight. He leaps over a high wall, muttering that it does not matter who else is there. If I catch one, the other is bound to pop out. Predator mode is officially ON. Seowoon is parkouring across the rooftops like a professional assassin. He reflects on how in previous games he would have been hiding and trembling, but now he is the one doing the hunting. We get a close-up on his face, showing a fresh cut that is bleeding down his cheek. He's looking intense, his blue eyes scanning every corner of the village square. He does a mid-air spin, dodging 3 more red arrows in a single pass. The sharp sounds show just how narrowly he is avoiding these shots. He lands on a balcony and lets out a soft sound of realization. He has finally spotted where the shots are coming from. Another arrow grazes his forehead, cutting deep. Seowoon looks totally stunned as the sound of the impact echoes through the panel. What? I clearly felt a hit. He is staring at a sniper position in a window across the square, looking genuinely confused about how he is still being tagged. The shooter is revealed to be a hooded assassin with purple hair and red marks on his face. He looks totally bewildered, muttering that he disappeared as he loses track of Seowoon. Big mistake looking for him on the ground. Seowoon drops from the ceiling like a ghost, his boot coming down with a massive thud right behind the assassin. Here, Seowoon shouts as he delivers a point-blank punch right to the assassin's face. The blue energy of his unbroken fist is lighting up the whole room. The force of the punch is so insane, it launches the assassin through a window and across the room. He is crashing through furniture and walls like a ragdoll. Seowoon lands in a crouch, looking at the spot where the impact happened. He mutters about definitely feeling an impact, sensing something strange. He looks down at a pool of blood on the floor where the assassin was just lying. He wonders where he disappeared to. The guy is literally dissolving into blue pixels. No way. Seowoon is looking behind him in total shock. He thought he was the only one with high-tier stealth gear in this lobby. The purple-haired assassin suddenly appears from thin air, lunging with his bow and dagger. He has caught Seowoon totally off guard. Seowoon's eyes go wide as he realizes what he is up against. A cloak of stealth? He knows that gear well, and he knows how dangerous it is in the right hands. We get a close-up of Seowoon's eye as he panics. Something just went wrong with the assassin's movement, giving him a split second to react. He looks at the floor and sees the shadow of the cloaked figure. The assassin might be invisible, but his shadow is still a dead giveaway in the bright light. Suddenly, a glowing red gem on the floor catches his eye. It looks like a dropped item or a part of the broken trap. Seowoon unleashes a fury of high-speed strikes. The sharp sounds and red motion lines show he is hitting everything in his immediate vicinity. The assassin is sent flying off the balcony, his invisibility flickering. He screams, asking when he got behind him as he falls. The assassin lands on a lower roof, looking back at Seowoon with pure terror. He knows his tactical advantage is completely gone. Seowoon stands on the edge of the balcony, looking down at his fleeing prey. He is looking dark and menacing against the backlight. We get a wide shot of the village street as Seowoon chases the assassin down. He shouts, asking if he thought he would let him go easily as he closes the gap with quick steps. We get a close-up on Seowoon's boot as he hits the cobblestones with a heavy thud. He has officially entered the no-escape zone for the assassin. Seowoon launches into the air with a massive leap. He is soaring through the blue sky, determined to track down the cloaked runner. The assassin is hauling ass down the street, clutching his side and panting hard. He is desperate to put some distance between himself and the monster in the tracksuit. The runner ducks into a dark alleyway, letting out a terrified scream as he realizes he is cornered. He is looking up at the shadows, waiting for the killing blow. The assassin pulls his hood back up, trying to activate his gear. Seowoon's voice echoes through the alley, telling him it was a big mistake to pick a fight in broad daylight with a cloak of stealth. Seowoon stands at the mouth of the alley, looking incredibly smug. He tells the guy to hurry up and die so he can just hand over the loot and get this over with. Suddenly, a new voice interrupts the execution, telling him to stop his mischief there. A tall, pale elf with a glowing green tattoo on his face steps into the light. The elf swordsman holds a curved blade right to the assassin's throat, looking ice cold. The assassin is crying for help, demanding his comrade protect him no matter what. The elf looks Seowoon over with a judging expression. First of all, he notes, I do not see his party, realizing Seowoon is running this duo match solo. The assassin guy is losing his mind, screaming that he does not care and to just kill him first. He is pointing at Seowoon, desperate for his high-level partner to finish the job. Seowoon is looking pretty beat up, blood dripping from his chin, but he is still standing tall. He realizes he should have ended this quickly and wonders if he can take on two opponents at once. We get a close-up on Seowoon as a savage grin spreads across his bloody face. He looks less like a victim and more like a predator who has finally found a challenge worth his time. An elf swordsman comes diving in from above, his dual curved blades ready to carve Seowoon up. Seowoon is immediately on the defensive, barely catching a glimpse of silver hair and green war paint before he has to dodge. Seowoon is looking stressed, with blood already trickling down his cheek from a graze. He's quickly realizing these guys aren't just tutorial scrubs, they've actually got some serious speed. Suddenly, a red energy arrow whistles past his face, catching him in a deadly crossfire. Now he's stuck in a narrow alley with a swordsman in front and an archer at his back. The elf lunges with a horizontal slash, aimed right for Seowoon's legs. He leaps back just in time, but the attack was so close it was only a hair's breadth away from slicing him. The elf doesn't give him a second to breathe, immediately following up with a diagonal red energy strike. Seowoon is a blur as he dodges, but this cramped alley isn't doing him any favors. Seowoon lands in a low stance, clasping his hands to gather internal energy for a counterattack. But behind him, the elf and the archer are already preparing their next move, looking like a well-oiled killing machine. The duo stays right on his tail. The elf swordsman leads the charge through the village street while Alex the archer hangs back, drawing his bow to cut off any escape. Alex thinks he's got him, calling Seowoon a slippery bastard as he readies a special skill. You can see the red mana glowing around his hands and bow. It's about to get ugly. He unleashes a triple shot, sending 3 red energy arrows fanning out towards Seowoon. This guy isn't just a sniper. He's got area of effect skills that are tough to dodge in a chase. Direct hit. 2 arrows slam right into Seowoon's back, sending blood everywhere. Looks like he got a little too cocky and paid the price for underestimating the archer's aim. Alex is grinning like a total psycho, bragging that he never misses a shot. He's feeling himself way too much for a guy whose teammate is doing all the heavy lifting. Seowoon is slumped over in the shadows, bleeding from the arrows stuck in his shoulder. The duo looms over him at the mouth of the alley, looking ready to collect their prize. Alex is still running his mouth, thinking the fight is over, but Seowoon is already standing right behind him. The archer's face goes from smug to pure terror in record time. Seowoon looms over the archer like a shadowy reaper, commenting on his arrogance. He completely vanished and reappeared, leaving the elf teammates staring in disbelief from the background. We get a close-up on Alex's terrified face, his eyes wide with total shock. He can't believe he got outmaneuvered by a guy he just shot in the back. Seowoon's hand is a blur of dark red energy as he reaches for the killing blow. The look in his eyes is cold. This is the professional rancor coming out to play. Seowoon's fist goes clean through Alex's torso in a massive spray of blood and blue energy. The archer lets out a final scream as his health bar gets completely deleted in a single hit. Seowoon stands over the fresh corpse as a system notification appears on the screen. The message says his opponent is incapacitated, and he needs to finish the job before a teammate can revive him. The elf swordsman looks disgusted, calling Seowoon an illusionist because of his strange magic. He stands ready with his curved blades, looking to finish what his archer buddy started. Seowoon wipes the blood from his face, looking totally unfazed. He tells the elf that if he wants to save his ally, he'll have to take him down first. Talk about a cold-blooded challenge. The elf looks absolutely unhinged, his eyes glowing as he snarls at Seowoon. He vows that he's not only going to take Seowoon down, but he'll also be the last one standing at the very end. Seowoon gives him a sharp, narrow-eyed look, his own aura flaring in response. He's not here to trash talk, he's here to end this fight and move on to the next farming spot. The elf lunges downward with a vertical strike, but Seowoon blurs into motion to meet him. They clash in a massive explosion of purple and blue energy that shakes the entire alleyway. The elf unleashes a double strike with his curved blades, yellow energy trails cutting through the air. He's moving with an intensity that shows he's definitely a high-tier player. Seowoon clenches his bloody fist, preparing a counter. Blue electricity crackles all around his arm as he gets ready to meet the elf's blades head-on. He delivers a massive uppercut, his fist glowing with a fierce white and blue light. He closes in on the elf, aiming a decisive blow straight for the shoulder to break his momentum. The elf is caught completely off guard, his eyes going wide as the punch connects. The impact sprays blood into the air as Seowoon's internal energy rips right through his defenses. Seowoon looks totally savage, blood splattered with gritted teeth. He admits to himself that the elf is fast, a sign that even for him, this isn't just an easy warm-up match. A close-up shows the elf's ornate curved blade vibrating from the force of the clash. The purple and black engravings on the metal look like they carry some serious magical properties. The elf spins into a bloody rush, a whirlwind of yellow energy, unleashing a barrage of slashes that Seowoon can barely dodge. This guy is a literal lawnmower of blades right now. Seowoon is panting, thinking that a sword is definitely more dangerous than a spear. He realizes that if he hadn't surrounded himself with internal energy, he would have been sliced into ribbons by now. We get a close-up on the elf's eye, and he is clearly confused. He's wondering why his sword didn't cut as deeply as he expected, realizing Seowoon's skin is tougher than it looks. The elf backs off, accusing Seowoon of using more illusion tricks to hide his real body. Seowoon just stays silent, standing his ground as blood continues to drip from his arm. The elf gives a creepy, overconfident smirk and tells Seowoon that his neck is next. This guy's ego is his biggest weakness, and Seowoon is about to exploit it. Seowoon leaps high into the air, a trail of red energy following him. He's repositioning, realizing he needs to change his tactics to deal with the elf's speed. He lands and clutches his bloody arm, sweat pouring down his face. He's racking his brain, trying to figure out how to counter that guy's movements without getting chopped to pieces. Suddenly, a realization hits him, and his eyes go wide. He remembers there's no penalty for failing this round, which means he can afford to take some risks. He closes his eyes for a split second, taking a deep breath through the pain. He's calming his mind, letting the adrenaline fade so he can focus on his internal energy. Seowoon stands tall, his aura shifting to a dark, menacing blue. He decides to stop trying to follow the elf with his eyes. Instead, he'll focus on feeling his opponent's energy and killing intent. He looks incredibly intense, blue energy flickering around his head. He tells himself that if he can't overcome this minor hurdle, he has no right to aim for the top spot. Seowoon has been practicing his internal energy for 2 months now. He isn't the same person who struggled in the first game. He looks like a total boss, surrounded by a vortex of power. Seowoon stands with his hands outstretched, looking like a demonic master. He's one of the few with the rare talent to manipulate internal energy at such a high level. A close-up shows his bloody hand reaching out. He's completely focused, tracking the tiny shifts in the air as the elf prepares to strike again. And that's what makes Seowoon special. Most people struggle with even basic chi, but he's already treating it like second nature. The elf lunges in for the kill, but Seowoon's expression stays cold and unmoving. He's waiting for the exact moment the enemy fully commits to the attack. Seowoon's palm strike catches the elf's curved blade and shatters it like glass. Pieces of purple metal fly everywhere as the elf looks on in horror. Seowoon pins the elf to the ground with a massive slam. The elf screams, demanding to know what's going on as he realizes his ultimate attack was just swatted away like a fly. Seowoon stands over him, looking down with absolute disdain. In this moment, he felt like he had finally broken through a wall that was holding him back. The elf reaches out a trembling hand, gasping and begging for a chance to wait. But Seowoon is not interested in mercy or deals. The system updates as Seowoon silences him with a brutal blow. The kill feed announces that Jin Seowoon killed Karl Grenier with brute force. Player count is down to 196. A loot chest drops, and Seowoon watches a swirling green mist rise from the body. He notes that the strong guys always have more vitality to harvest, making the effort worth it. He opens the chest, and a system window asks if he wants to use the recovery scroll. He hits yes immediately, knowing he needs to patch himself up before the next team arrives. He sits back and sighs, rubbing his forehead. He wonders why he always gets so worked up and messes things up, being his own harshest critic as he rests. He finds a damaged cloak of hiding in the loot. The system warns him it's lost its function and needs a craftsman to repair it. Seowoon just sighs, calling it a missed opportunity for an easy win. He decides to hold on to it anyway and see what else is there. He's definitely got that gamer instinct to loot everything that isn't nailed down. The system reveals a lightning-struck cottonwood bow. It allows the user to shoot arrows imbued with faint lightning energy, which explains why that last guy was such a pain to deal with. He also finds a multi-shot skill book. He's genuinely surprised that the archer learned a skill like this in-game, which shows just how fast people can power up. A close-up shows Seowoon's waist as he equips the new gear. He's looking more and more like a specialized adventurer and less like a college kid in a tracksuit. He looks down at the skill book with narrowed eyes, thinking he might as well try it out now that he's learned it. Time to see if he can pull off those triple shots too. Seowoon fires a rapid barrage into the distance. The arrows are a blur of blue energy, and he's clearly a natural with the bow. He's impressed, admitting this is way better than the basic crossbow he used in the first round. He knows this will be useful for thinning out groups later on. Seowoon walks through the quiet village streets, thinking there's probably only one team left in the area. He decides to take a short break and farm a little more before hunting them down. He looks through the empty houses, getting frustrated with all the junk he's finding. He complains to himself about the lack of high-tier drops, like a real cloak of hiding. He stops to look through a shop window, letting out a soft sound of interest. Something inside has finally caught his attention. He spots a large, ornate building in the town center. He knows those kinds of places are usually the best spots to farm for rare items. He peers through the wooden slats of a fence, checking the area for traps. He's being extremely cautious, since high loot areas always attract more dangerous players. A wide shot shows Seowoon approaching the large building under the afternoon sun. He looks like a pro assassin as he blurs toward the entrance. He enters a dark hallway with a sinister grin on his face. He thinks to himself that it's time to start a proper item feast, clearly ready to loot some legendary gear. He quietly shuts the heavy stone door behind him. He figures he should close it just in case, wanting to make sure he's not the one getting ambushed for a change. Seowoon starts humming a little tune as he heads up the stairs, hoping for something good to drop. Maybe a cloak of hiding or some rings that raise his stats. This guy is in total gamer mode right now. He reaches the top floor and looks around the empty room with a baffled expression. He can't believe there's absolutely nothing there. Talk about a total anticlimax. He punches the wall in frustration, leaving a massive crack in the stone. All that hype for a room full of nothing but dust and cobwebs. He leans against the wall, muttering that while things sometimes go as planned, other times they just make you mad. He's having a real unlucky RNG moment. Suddenly, he stops and looks down toward the street. He senses something moving nearby, and his bad mood evaporates instantly. Looking down from his vantage point, he sees two players casually walking through the street below. He takes a look at them, his predatory instincts kicking in. He analyzes them from above. They're farming without a care in the world. He wonders if they have any good items, and if it might be tough to face them alone. Seowoon peeks through a small round window in the tower, his eyes narrowed. He's already wondering how he should deal with them, planning his next ambush. A close-up on his cold blue eye through the window shows him looking like a demon watching its prey. You just know these two are in for a world of hurt. The two players stand in the street, wondering if they should enter the large building. The axe warrior looks ready to kick the door in, but the mage is being a little more cautious. The mage notices the door is closed and gets super excited. He tells his partner that this definitely means nobody has been here yet. Talk about famous last words. They enter the grand hall and spot a single wooden chest on a pedestal. The mage shouts that a healing scroll right from the start must be a good omen, completely oblivious to the hunter watching from above. Seowoon's boo hits the floor at the top of the stairs. He's grinning, thinking to himself that this place ended up being a useful trap after all. He leaps from the top floor, descending on them like a hawk. He figures if they're this excited over a basic healing scroll, their gear and skills must be absolute garbage. A close-up shows Seowoon's face as he drops in. He thinks to himself that if you see weaklings, you have to strike first. He looks absolutely terrifying as he prepares to harvest some easy vitality. A green-haired mage and his spiky-haired teammate notice a massive shadow expanding over the cobblestones. They are looking up, completely confused about what is descending on them from above. Seowoon drops from the sky like a meteor, crashing right into the center of their group. He is moving with so much velocity that the floor is cracking before he even fully lands. Seowoon keeps his cool as he prepares to engage the green-haired mage first. He figures that if this guy has any skill at all, he is going to have a protective barrier ready to go. He blurs into motion, charging forward to test the mage's defenses. He is closing the gap in a split second, proving he is the predator in this scenario. Seowoon's fist connects with the mage in a massive explosion of blue energy. He is not holding anything back for this opening strike, looking to end the fight before it even begins. The green-haired mage is absolutely shell-shocked as his barrier shatters like glass. He is sweating bullets, screaming out in a panic, asking where this guy came from. Seowoon narrows his eyes, his face looking fierce under the blue energy trails. He is already planning his next move, determined to finish this with his very next attack. The mage desperately tries to counterattack, summoning his special move, Showdown Fire. His hand is glowing bright orange as he tries to incinerate Seowoon at point-blank range. Seowoon is suddenly engulfed in a massive pillar of orange flames. The heat is intense, but our boy is not going down that easily to a beginner's spell. The mage shouts for a strike as he tries to focus the fire, but he completely misses Seowoon. Instead, the blast is heading straight for his own blonde-haired teammate. The blonde warrior teammate can only stare in horror as the fire spell heading right for his face. Talk about the worst teammate of the year award, this guy is about to get friendly fired. The blonde warrior is absolutely livid, screaming at the mage while his own armor starts to burn. The mage is stuttering out excuses, claiming he was aiming for the enemy, not his own partner. The warrior is desperately trying to pat out the flames, shouting that they will not go out. It is total chaos for this duo, and Seowoon has not even had to break a sweat yet. The green-haired mage is looking around frantically, wondering if Seowoon is alone. He figures that if there was a teammate, they would have attacked together by now. Surprise. Seowoon appears right behind the mage, looming over him like a shadowy reaper. He tells them since they are so bad at teamwork, it is time for them to just die already. The blonde warrior leaps back just in time to avoid a massive horizontal slash from Seowoon. He is clutching his weapon, realizing that Seowoon is moving way faster than a normal human. Seowoon's weapon is a blur of motion, leaving red trails in the air as he swings with everything he has got. He's putting the pressure on, not giving the duo a single second to breathe. The blonde warrior tries to retaliate, calling Seowoon a slippery eel. He is swinging his massive axe, but Seowoon is already positioning himself for the next dodge. The warrior is losing his mind, screaming that he will kill him as he charges forward. He's looking totally unhinged, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage. Seowoon blurs into a dark silhouette again, weaving through the warrior's wild swings. He is treating this fight like a warm-up, making the blonde guy look like a total amateur. Blood splatters across the cobblestones in a brutal spray. Seowoon has landed a deep cut, and the warrior is starting to feel the consequences of picking a fight with a rancor. We get a close-up on the warrior's face as he freezes, his eyes wide in total confusion. He lets out a quiet sound of confusion. He has lost track of Seowoon and knows he is wide open. Seowoon is actually attacking the green-haired mage from behind while the warrior is distracted. The blonde guy is looking over his shoulder, horrified that he fell for such a basic bait-and-switch. Seowoon has the mage pinned against the wall with his weapon at his throat. The mage is totally defeated, begging Seowoon to just take the axe off him and spare his life. Seowoon ignores the plea and unleashes a shattering strike. The impact is shown in a blinding flash of blue energy, clearing the entire area of smoke and dust. Seowoon looks cold and indifferent as the light settles. He casually mutters that he will take the finishing blow, sounding like he is just crossing an item off a grocery list. The blonde warrior is looking completely broken, his face covered in blood as he mutters, "Oh, damn it." He knows his teammate is gone and he is the only target left. The warrior's heavy armor falls to the ground with a thud as he shouts for his chest off. He has decided that the weight is holding him back and he is going for a high-agility desperate play. The warrior is bare-chested now, his muscles scarred and bulging with anger. He's staring down Seowoon, asking how he dares to mess with him like this. Seowoon watches him with interest, wondering if the guy has a weight debuff on his armor that just got lifted. He is curious if the blonde guy is actually going to get faster now. The warrior slams his giant axe into the ground, creating a massive explosion of dirt and rubble. He is screaming for a smash as he tries to crush Seowoon with brute force. Seowoon is sent flying into the air by the shockwave, looking like a rag doll against the backdrop of the shattered street. The power gap between the two is starting to close, but Seowoon recovers instantly midair, looking down at his target with focused blue eyes. He is prepping his next move, a straight dropkick. Seowoon's foot connects right with the warrior's chest in a massive impact. The force of the dropkick is so strong it sends the blonde guy skidding across the cobblestones. The warrior scrambles back to his feet, bleeding from the mouth. He points out the obvious flaw in Seowoon's move, saying that to come down from the air, you eventually have to land back on the ground. We get a close-up on Seowoon's eye as he realizes the warrior has timed his landing. He's looking genuinely surprised for the first time in this fight. Looks like the blonde guy has some brains after all. The warrior lunges in with a massive overhead swing, his weapon leaving red energy trails in its wake. Seowoon is caught in a tight spot, having to block a strike that could cleave him in two. The entire top floor of a nearby building shatters as the warrior's axe connects. The sheer environmental destruction in this lobby is getting out of hand. Seowoon is sent skidding across the ground, coughing and looking pretty roughed up. He admits internally that the blonde guy is really incredibly strong. Seowoon stands back up, surrounded by flickers of red and blue energy. He is not out of the fight yet, but he knows he needs to change his strategy. Seowoon mocks the warrior, asking if he thinks he can actually catch him with just brute strength alone. He has got that "I have already won" smirk back on his face. The warrior is absolutely livid, screaming that he is going to see if Seowoon's mouth is still flapping when he is dead. He is charging in for the final clash. Seowoon blurs into action, weaving through the warrior's frantic slashes with ease. He is moving so fast that his tracksuit is becoming a blue streak against the dark stone walls. He calls out his penetrating strike, delivering a point-blank punch that explodes with energy. He mocks the warrior, saying even an earthworm will writhe if you step on it. The warrior is sent crashing into a stone archway with a heavy thud. The impact is so hard that chunks of masonry are falling all around him. Seowoon casually walks away from the wreckage, telling the guy to have a good fight with his clone. Wait, a clone? Our boy just pulled the ultimate fake-out. We get a close-up on Seowoon's boot as he hits the ground. He is moving away silently while the warrior is busy fighting a literal ghost in the dust. The warrior looks around, totally bewildered, and screams, asking what is going on and when he got over there. He is staring at the real Seowoon, who is standing far across the courtyard. Seowoon points at the crumbling building, asking the warrior if he hears that sound. He points out that the big guy just split the entire building in half with his own failed attack. Seowoon stands on a ledge, looking down at his confused opponent. He asks if he is curious about what is going to happen next. Talk about some dramatic flair. A massive surge of blue magical energy begins to coil around the building's foundation. Seowoon has set a trap, and the whole structure is about to become a weapon. The building finally gives way, collapsing in a massive impact. Seowoon watches from a safe distance as tons of stone and timber rain down on the battlefield. The blonde warrior is looking up in pure terror, shouting, "No, wait a minute." He realizes too late that he has been fighting an illusion while the real Seowoon set up a demolition project. Seowoon appears amidst the dust, looking like a total boss. He is completely untouched while his opponent is about to be buried alive. The warrior is screaming to be saved as the shadows of the falling debris close in. This is a pretty pathetic end for someone who was acting so tough a minute ago. A massive red explosion finishes off the warrior and the building simultaneously. The sheer force of the impact is clearing the entire village square. Seowoon stands stoically as the bright light of the explosion fades. He's looking like the final survivor of an apocalypse here. He looks over the smoking wreckage, wondering to himself who gets the kill in a situation like this. He is more worried about his points than the guy he just flattened. Seowoon looks totally annoyed, muttering that if he does not get the kill credit, his reward will decrease. He's calling himself a bastard for letting his fun plan potentially screw over his rank. A thick cloud of dust settles over the ruins of the village. It is quiet, but you know there is loot waiting to be collected under all that rock. A single armored leg is sticking out from a pile of rubble. Seowoon notes that if there is not enough space for a body to spawn, things get a bit complicated. A loot chest suddenly spawns a few feet away from the corpse. Seowoon is relieved, muttering that he almost wasted a whole day digging through the rubble for his prize. The system dings, confirming Seowoon picked up the gloves of strength. They slightly increase his raw power, and he sighs that this is all he could salvage from the big guy. He opens the mage's chest next, and his eyes light up. He calls the green-haired guy a total golden goblin because the haul is looking legendary. The loot screen is packed: an exploding scroll, a cursed brooch, a philosopher's stone, and a fragmented manual. This guy was carrying some seriously rare items. Seowoon puts on the mage's robe, which looks pretty stylish but provides almost zero defense. He decides he has made too much noise and it is time to move on before other players show up. He checks the horizon, noting that the restricted zone is slowly closing in. He figures that since he started in an outer area, most of the remaining players should be converging on the other side by now. He looks at the game map on his ring HUD, debating if he should head straight for the center. He is playing it smart, thinking about the endgame positioning. Narrative text explains that he checked the remaining houses but found no more loot. He made the call to move out before it got too late to find a safe spot. Seowoon is a blue blur as he sprints through the wilderness. He notes that with his improved movement technique, he is traveling at a significantly higher speed than he ever could in the first game. A system message pops up, a tutorial announcing he has entered a monster spawning area. Looks like the PvE phase of the match is starting. The system explains that boss monsters appear in specific areas. If you manage to hunt one down, they drop special high-tier items that you cannot get anywhere else. Another tutorial window mentions buff monsters. These are not as tough as bosses, but killing them gives you a temporary power-up that can give you the edge in a fight. Suddenly, Seowoon freezes and looks up toward the canopy. He lets out a surprised sound, asking what it is and if it is a monster, as something massive blocks out the sun. It is a giant, prehistoric-looking bird with a massive wingspan and a razor-sharp beak. It lets out a piercing shriek as it circles overhead, looking for its next meal. A wide shot of the forest shows multiple monsters roaming around, giant snakes, flying beasts, and who knows what else. This place is a literal death trap for anyone without experience. A new duo appears in the distance, a purple-haired mage and a stoic warrior. The mage tells his partner to fight defensively while he holds the monsters in place with his support magic. Seowoon watches them from the shadows, intrigued. He has never seen a warrior and mage combination like this before and wonders how efficient their synergy actually is. Seowoon draws his polearm, his eyes turning cold and professional. He is not going to wait for them to finish their hunt. He is going for the steal. We get a close-up on Seowoon as he weighs his options. He wonders if he should start by taking one of them out. He is definitely getting that Lubu predator instinct again. A massive surge of blue energy erupts from Seowoon's weapon as he prepares to charge. The end of this tutorial is about to get very, very bloody. A giant, multi-headed snake monster is absolutely losing its mind, letting out a blood-curdling shriek as it lashes out at its attackers. The forest is literally shaking from the noise. The duo Seowoon was stalking is in the middle of a high-speed fight with the beast. The warrior is unleashing his 7-star sword technique, his blade becoming a blur of red and white light as he carves through the monster's thick hide. The mage teammate is not slacking off either, shouting for an ice lance as he summons multiple jagged shards of frozen mana. He's peppering the snake from a distance, trying to keep it from overwhelming his partner. The warrior looks over at his partner with a confident smirk. He is trying to keep their spirits up, telling him they will soon catch all these monsters and secure some top-tier rewards. But the mage is starting to feel the drain, his face beaded with sweat. He is complaining about how much mana he has to burn just to take down one of these things while the warrior seems to have it way easier. Suddenly, a massive burst of blue energy shatters the icy barrier. The mage lets out a terrified scream as he realizes someone, or something, has just interrupted their hunt. An arrow? The mage gasps as he barely managed to deflect a glowing blue projectile. He realizes they are under a surprise attack and someone is targeting them from the shadows. The warrior teammate looks around, panicked. He points out that their rewards do not matter right now and they need to focus on the new enemy before it is too late. The mage is totally losing it, screaming that they are about to die and they need to run away quickly. He is clearly not built for the stress of a PvP ambush. Seowoon is perched in the trees, holding his new lightning bow and grinning like a villain. He is wondering if they are having a mutiny and debating if he should poke them a little more for fun. Seowoon fires off a barrage of blue energy arrows, the sharp sound showing just how fast they are flying. He is treating this high-stakes moment like target practice at a carnival. The mage is frantically trying to regroup, shouting that here they come again. His eyes are wide with the fear of someone who realizes they are outmatched. A massive surge of energy erupts right in front of the mage, throwing him back. He screams as his defenses are being shredded by Seowoon's relentless assault. The warrior is desperate now, screaming at his partner to hurry up and cast the barrier again. The mage is snapping back, telling him he knows what to do and shouting for an Escrodan barrier. The purple energy shield forms around them, but the mage is already doubting it. He knows Seowoon has way too much destructive power for a basic barrier to hold for long. The warrior realizes they are in a lose-lose situation. If they run, they lose the loot from the monsters they just killed, but if they stay, they are sitting ducks for the sniper. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face, his eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. He mutters, "Aish, I told you the barrier will not work." He's clearly bored of their struggle. The mage dumps the rest of his mana into a new spell, the Escrow Dan Protect Wall. A massive purple field of electricity erupts, trying to block out Seowoon's projectiles for good. The warrior teammate is horrified, yelling "oh no" as he realizes his partner is pulling a desperate move. The entire area is starting to glow with a dangerous, unstable energy. The mage creates a literal crater of purple energy, shouting about what he is doing right now. It looks like he has accidentally trapped them both in a death trap. Seowoon lands on a nearby cliff, watching the show from above. He thinks to himself that since they put up a wall, it is actually better for him because now they are stationary targets. Seowoon kicks off the cliff ledge, leaping back into the action. He is moving with an intensity that shows he is ready to close the curtains on this duo. Seowoon analyses the purple wall, muttering that it is better for the duo to block like that instead of wasting mana on a regular barrier. But he notes that they also will not be able to see him coming over the top. Inside the wall, the duo is having a total meltdown. The warrior is complaining that they are basically advertising their position to everyone on the map, while the mage just says they have to wait until the wall disappears. The warrior loses his temper and grabs the mage by the robe, threatening to leave him on his own if he does anything foolish again. Companion or not, you are on your own. Suddenly, they both look up toward the opening of their wall and freeze. Seowoon is standing right on the rim, looking down at them like a judgmental god. Seowoon mocks them, pointing out that a wall like this is useless against curbing weapons like bows. He has got that "I'm about to ruin your day" look on his face. The warrior desperately asks if they can get rid of the wall right away, but the mage can only stutter that it will take about 5 more minutes. They are officially trapped in a cage of their own making. Seowoon reaches into a glowing purple rift, pulling out a small bundle. He's about to introduce them to a little parting gift. The system confirms it is a magic bomb scroll. The description says it is a scroll that explodes exactly 10 seconds after use. Seowoon is grinning like a madman. The prompt asks if he wants to use it. Seowoon does not even hesitate, clicking yes with a look of pure mischief. The countdown begins. Seowoon holds his polearm at his side, looking totally relaxed while his enemies are panicking below him. The timer continues to tick down. Seowoon is a dark silhouette against the glowing red sky. The tension is peaking as the timer approaches the inevitable explosion. Seowoon drops the glowing blue scroll right into the center of the duo's trap. It is falling like a shooting star of pure destruction. The timer hits 0. The screen goes white as the scroll reaches the bottom. The duo can only stare up in absolute silence. We get a close-up of the mage's terrified face, his eyes glowing with the reflected light of the bomb. He let out a final, quiet sound of confusion before the world around him detonated. A massive pillar of fire and rubble erupts into the sky. The booming sound does not even do justice to the sheer power of the blast. Seowoon watches the fireworks from the edge of the crater, muttering that the scroll's power is stronger than he thought. The giant snake monster is also getting roasted in the background. The shockwave is clearing the area, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. Seowoon just grumbles about how noisy it is, like he is mildly annoyed by the volume of his own kill. The dust starts to settle over a pile of broken stones and charred earth. The once mighty purple wall is now just a memory. A single mangled corpse is visible in the rubble. It looks like the mage did not survive the point-blank detonation talk about a total wipeout. Wait, the warrior is still alive. He is buried under the rocks, coughing up blood and letting out a weak, pained grunt. He is looking totally shattered, but he is not out yet. The warrior is gasping for air, clutching a jagged dagger. He is cursing his blockhead of a teammate, realizing he almost died a meaningless death because of someone else's mistake. We get a close-up on the warrior's eye as he sees a shadow falling over him. He lets out a weak sound of fear as he realizes the predator is coming to finish the job. Seowoon stands over him, aiming an arrow right at his throat. He casually says hello, like he is meeting an old friend at the market. Seowoon mocks him, saying that since his mage was kind enough to trap them both, he got an incredibly easy win. He is even debating internally if he should thank them. Seowoon stands back and laughs, telling the dying man that having an eye for choosing good companions is also a skill. He admits he still has a long way to go, but he is clearly proud of this play. Seowoon fires a blue energy arrow straight through the warrior's head. It is a cold, silent execution that ends the duo's match for good. A loot chest suddenly spawns next to the corpse. Seowoon notes that it seems the mage was caught in the explosion and died instantly, leaving his treasure behind too. The system dings, confirming Seowoon found the Book of the 7-Star Mind Technique. It is the fundamental mind technique for that sword style he saw the warrior using earlier. He continues looting and realizes he has hit the jackpot. He's found the sword technique, the movement technique, and even the footwork, all as a complete set. The system asks if he wants to replace his 100 Void Communion with the new technique. Seowoon just scoffs and hits no, calling them all useless martial arts for his specific build. He finds a new ring next, Toka's ring. It increases magic resistance significantly. Seowoon wonders if this is why the warrior was able to endure the explosion at all. Seowoon stands over the loot chest, his reflection showing in the polished metal. He is looking much more like a professional player now, geared up and ready for anything. He heads back into the forest, looking for the mage's box in the debris. He lets out a surprised sound as he spots something shimmering under a pile of scorched wood. Hee, I finally got it, jackpot. Seowoon is holding a fancy gold necklace. The system confirms it is Asher's necklace, made of pure gold. This dude is going to be so rich back in the real world. He finds an Ice Lance magic book as well, but he is disappointed to see it is a Circle 4 spell. He mutters that it is too high level of magic for him to learn right now. Suddenly, he stops and looks toward a clearing. He has spotted something else moving in the distance. Looks like the farm session is not quite over. A little later, Seowoon is walking through a graveyard of giant snake monsters. He's looking totally over it, muttering about how noobs were struggling against guys like this. We get a close-up of the severed snake head lying in a pool of blood. Seowoon has clearly been cleaning house while we were not looking. Seowoon stops and picks something up from the dirt. What is this? It is a small, glowing pouch that was hidden under one of the monsters. He looks inside the bag, wondering if this is a special reward for hunting the monsters. He has got that lucky gamer look on his face again. The system dings, confirming he has found Lamia's tears, which are used for magic experiments or item creation. He also scored Tyrone's necklace, which slightly increases his agility stat. Seowoon walks away from the carnage, muttering that the necklace is not bad, but he is genuinely confused about what he is supposed to do with tears or whatever they are, standard loot logic problems. We see a wide shot of the forest under a dark red sky. The atmosphere is quiet, but we know danger is always lurking nearby. Seowoon is meditating in a quiet corner, surrounded by a swirling aura of yellow energy. He realized that a boss monster buff can change the entire course of a battle, so he needs to find one ASAP. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face as he contemplates his next move. He's weighing two things. Does he actually have the ability to solo a boss, and are there other players thinking the same thing? He sits in a dark room, his silhouette looking intense against the backlight. He is planning his endgame strategy, knowing that one wrong move could cost him the whole round. The system announces it is Cloyd Survival Day 2. The first day is officially over, and the stakes just got higher. The survivor count pops up, 139 out of 200. Over 60 people were eliminated in just one day. Seowoon checks his own stats, noting he has 8 kills so far, so that is so-so, I guess. Seowoon starts moving again, his boots clattering on the cobblestones. He decides to head toward the center of the map where the first ping was located. He's walking through a barren, rocky landscape under a clear blue sky. He stops and wipes his forehead, muttering about why it is so hot here. Seowoon checks the horizon, wondering if he should have moved when the sun went down. He is looking a bit worn out from the heat and the constant fighting. Suddenly, a massive shadow passes over him. He looks up with a startled sound. Something big is in the air. It is a giant, majestic, phoenix-like bird flying through the clouds. It is carrying a massive treasure chest in its talons. Seowoon wonders if it is a supply item. The bird drops the chest, and Seowoon is already in full get-it mode. He is a blur of motion as he sprints toward the landing zone. The heavy metal chest slams into the ground with a massive thud, and Seowoon is right there, skidding to a stop in front of it. The system dings, confirming he has obtained Cloyd's treasure box. This is it, the ultimate loot drop of the round. Seowoon stands over the chest, but a system warning pops up. It says that if he obtains the treasure, his location will be revealed with a red light once every 30 minutes for 6 hours. Talk about a high-risk prize. We get a close-up on Seowoon's eye as he considers the penalty. He has got that all-or-nothing look again, realizing he is about to paint a target on his own back. He reaches out his hand, his finger brushing against the cold metal of the lid. He mutters that there is no risk of elimination anyway, so he might as well take the gamble. A massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupts as Seowoon opens the chest. The light is so intense it is probably visible across the entire map. The real battle for the treasure is about to begin. Seowoon reaches out his finger, slowly brushing against the cold metal of the treasure chest. The suspense is killing him as he finally makes the decision to open the box. As soon as the lid creaks open, a massive pillar of brilliant pink and purple light shoots into the sky. Seowoon stands right in the center of it, looking totally mesmerized by the sheer output of energy. I have not even checked the items yet, and it is already giving away my location? Seowoon is sweating bullets, looking up at the beam of light. He knows every player in the lobby just got a "here I am" sign pointing right at him. We get a close-up on Seowoon's eye as he looks into the chest. He lets out a surprised sound of awe. The loot inside is clearly way beyond anything he has seen in the tutorial so far. The loot notifications start pinging like crazy. It is a literal mountain of high-tier items. Cloak of Hiding, Red Cloud Pill, Circle Stone, Windblade Grimoire. He has just hit the motherlode. We get the item descriptions. The Cloak of Hiding lets the wearer vanish into shadows, and the Red Cloud Pill is an elixir that massive boosts inner energy but leaves you immobile for 10 hours. High risk, high reward. Next up is the Cloud Stride Martial Arts Manual. It is a movement technique that lets the user literally run like the wind, with the speed scaling based on how much internal energy you have. Seowoon is looking at his haul with a mix of excitement and frustration. He realized he cannot use the powerful elixirs or the Philosopher's Stone right away since he needs to be on the move. He stands amidst the glowing loot, holding a magic book. He knows if he can survive for just 6 hours, he will be top tier, but for now, his only goal is to learn the Cloud Stride and get out before the crowd arrives. We get a close-up on Seowoon's boot as he prepares to test the new skill. Run like the wind, he thinks, focusing his energy, ready to see just how fast this tutorial loot can take him. He activates Cloud Stride. Seowoon blurs into a vertical streak of blue and white light. He is not just running, he is practically flying across the desert landscape. He looks back with an intense expression as he gains speed. The blue energy trails are swirling all around him, showing the sheer output of power he is dumping into his movement. Suddenly, he freezes with a jolt. His gamer senses are tingling. He senses a group of enemies approaching his location from the rear. Seowoon is a blue blur as he sprints across the rocky plateau. He knows the enemies are still some distance away, but he is already thinking 3 steps ahead about how to lose them. He leaps over a high cliff edge, soaring through the air like an acrobat. He is confident in his raw speed, but he is worried about what kind of tracking magic or items they might be using to follow his trail. His boots hit the ground with a soft thud. He has decided to set a bait, hoping the pursuing parties will fall for his trap and give him enough time to fully vanish. Seowoon hides behind a massive rock, peeking out to watch the path behind him. He is as still as a statue, his breathing shallow as he waits for the hunters to arrive. He has left the empty treasure chest sitting in the open, still glowing with a faint remnant of its previous power. It is the perfect lure for any greedy player. A wide shot shows the abandoned chest sitting in the middle of a crater. The beam of light is finally starting to fade, but the damage to Seowoon's stealth has already been done. A duo of knights appears on the ridge, looking down at the chest. One of them shouts that the player probably has not gone that far yet, while the other notes they cannot sense anything with detection magic. The hunter in the dark cloak and mask pauses, letting out a suspicious sound. He's not as convinced as his partner and seems to be looking for a hidden trap. The armored knight reaches down and picks up a glowing red gem from the sand. It is a Tears of Lamia, which Seowoon intentionally left as a distraction. The system confirms the item. Tears of Lamia are used as a material for various magic experiments or for crafting items. It is rare loot, but it is definitely not the main prize. The knight concludes that the player must have grabbed the main items and ran off in a hurry, leaving some scraps behind. His partner is looking in the other direction, wondering if that is the way. The hunters walk away from the empty chest, with the knight assuming the runner is using detection magic while on the move. They are heading straight for the decoy trail Seowoon laid out. Seowoon watches them leave from his hiding spot, his reflection showing in the dark rock. He is grinning like a shark, satisfied that they fell for his basic trick perfectly. We get a close-up of Seowoon's smug smirk. They are so easy, he thinks. They fell for it perfectly. He has officially outplayed another group of tutorial noobs. Seowoon knows he only has 30 minutes before his location is revealed again. He needs to put as much distance as possible between himself and these persistent hunters. 30 minutes later, the sun is setting over the mountains, and we see a faint red ping on the horizon. The countdown is over, and the lighthouse effect is back on. Seowoon is resting under a group of dead trees, letting out a tired sigh of relief. He has managed to find a moment of peace, but he knows it will not last long. He checks his surroundings, and his eyes go wide. He counts 1, then 2 more enemy pings on his radar, which has suddenly increased. The narrative notes that they are not super close, but they are not that far either. It looks like multiple parties have converged on his position simultaneously. We get a close-up on Seowoon's panicked eyes. He's wondering if even more parties gathered toward the center of the map than he expected. He's feeling the walls close in. He sees 2 more silhouettes through the trees, both armed and looking dangerous. The endgame of the tutorial is turning into a massive free-for-all for the treasure. A massive red beacon of light erupts from Seowoon's position. Damn it, he thinks, of all times. The 30-minute reveal just activated right when he was trying to hide. Seowoon is looking totally stressed, shouting that this is bad as the light illuminates the entire forest. He is officially the most visible target on the map. We get an extreme close-up of Seowoon's eye as it glows with the reflection of an incoming fire attack. He did not even have time to react before the first strike arrived. A massive explosion of fire rips through the trees. Seowoon is sent flying, screaming in frustration as his resting spot becomes an inferno. He recovers mid-air, activating his cloud stride again. He is a blur of motion, desperately trying to put some distance between himself and the attackers who just tried to roast him. Seowoon is sprinting for his life as the forest burns behind him. He mutters that they are catching up at an insane speed, realizing he is not the only one with high-tier movement gear. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face as he looks over his shoulder. He is wondering if they are also using some kind of movement technique to stay on his tail despite his speed. The heavy hooves of a horse galloping through the flames can be heard. This is a major upgrade from foot soldiers. Looks like the pros brought cavalry to the tutorial. A knight in heavy gold armor is charging through the fire on a black warhorse. He lets out a deafening battle cry as he closes the gap with Seowoon. Seowoon looks back in total shock. A horse? He cannot believe another player managed to find and use a mount in this easiest difficulty match. Another knight appears, shouting for Leo's flameball as he launches a massive sphere of fire from his spear. The duo is relentlessly peppering Seowoon with spells while staying at a safe distance on horseback. We get a close-up on Seowoon as he is sweating hard. Damn it, they are both riding horses. He knows he's at a major disadvantage in an open field chase. A massive fire explosion erupts right under Seowoon's feet. He is yelling for a strike as he barely manages to leap out of the blast zone. Seowoon lands and immediately goes into a high-level form, martial phantom step. He is surrounded by a vortex of fire and wind, finally bringing his own high-tier techniques to the table. Seowoon creates multiple afterimages of himself as he weaves through the horse's legs. He is using the chaos of the fire to confuse the riders. The knights are furious, with one shouting what an odd technique and demanding they chase him down and kill him at once. They are looking for the real body among the clones. One of the knights grips his spear tightly, focusing his energy. You can see the red aura of a specialized skill starting to form around the weapon's shaft. He hurls the spear with insane force, screaming for him to take this. The weapon is a horizontal streak of black and blue energy, heading straight for Seowoon's back. Seowoon blurs forward, barely dodging the projectile as it grazes his cloak. The sharp sound shows just how narrowly he avoided being skewered. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face, looking totally bewildered. What? They already saw through my real body? He realized his phantom steps are not as invincible as he thought. A massive spray of blood erupts as the knight lands a direct hit with his second weapon. Seowoon is sent reeling, a look of pure pain frozen on his face. Seowoon is falling, blood splashing across the air. He realizes he was too overconfident and did not expect a beginner duo to have this kind of coordination. He hits the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. He is looking totally defeated, lying in the dirt while the riders circle around him. Seowoon manages to stagger back to his feet, surrounded by a massive blue aura. I need to concentrate my inner energy, he thinks. He is going all in for one last desperate play. He launches himself into the air, reaching out and grabbing the knight's own spear as it flies past him. And throw the spear talk about an epic Uno-reverse moment. A massive vertical column of blue light erupts. Seowoon is a blur of motion as he delivers a point-blank strike to the knight on horseback. The warhorse lets out a panicked whinny as Seowoon lands a devastating kick. The knight is completely caught off guard by the sheer velocity of the counterattack. The blue energy from Seowoon's strike rips right through the knight's defenses. Blood sprays everywhere as the impact launches both the man and the horse backward. We see a close-up of a massive pool of blood on the ground. The thudding sound and the debris show that the knight took a critical hit from that last combo. The fallen knight is looking at his shattered armor, muttering that this armor was expensive. He is more worried about his gold than his life bar. Typical gamer logic. The second knight is freaking out, shouting to be careful and that the guy is no ordinary opponent. He realizes they are at a major disadvantage despite having the number advantage. We get a wide shot of the canyon as Seowoon stands his ground against the remaining rider. The atmosphere is thick with dust and the smell of blood. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face, showing a fresh cut on his nose. He's breathing hard, but he has still got that bring-it-on look in his eyes. Seowoon is a blur of motion again, but he suddenly stops and looks toward the horizon. He has sensed something even worse arriving. Two black arrows whistle through the air, heading straight for Seowoon's position. It looks like a third party has just joined the fray to clean up the winners. The arrows land with a heavy thud, exploding into black and red energy. Seowoon is sent flying again, unable to catch a single break. One of the arrows slams right into the knight's shield, shattering it in a spray of blood. The riders are getting ganked by the newcomers just as much as Seowoon is. The warhorse lets out a final scream as it gets tagged by a black arrow. The rider is shouting in frustration as his mount collapses under him. Seowoon lands in a crouch, looking at the fallen horse and rider. He wonders if that is another duo attacking. He realized the tutorial just turned into a massive cluster fight. Seowoon blurs out of the way as 2 more arrows narrowly miss his head. He is dodging by sheer reflex at this point. The second knight is trying to keep his horse from panicking, screaming in frustration as arrows rain down from the ridge above. We get a close-up on a pair of hands drawing a massive bow. The glowing light on the arrow's tip shows that these are not just normal snipers, they are specialists. The new challengers are revealed, 2 hooded archers perched on the cliffs. They are looking down at the chaos with total professional detachment. A wide vertical shot of the canyon shows all 3 groups scattered among the rocks. It is a total Mexican standoff in the middle of a desert wasteland. Seowoon is sweating hard, looking totally overwhelmed. Damn it, he thinks. He knows he is caught in a 3-way crossfire and he is almost out of mana. The real battle for survival starts now. Seowoon is caught in a 3-way standoff, realizing he was so focused on one team that he completely missed the presence of another. He is standing in the middle of a desert clearing, surrounded by high-level players who are all eyeing his loot. On the ridge, a hooded archer gives his partner a cold order to fire at the slightest movement he makes. They are not taking any chances with Seowoon's speed and are ready to pincushion him the second he flinches. The blonde knight and the green-haired mage are also on high alert. The mage is panicking, asking what they should do, while the knight scoffs, calling the new arrivals flies that are starting to swarm in. Seowoon mocks the duo, asking what happened to that big confidence they had earlier. He has got that "I am not the one trapped with you, you are trapped with me" vibe, basically asking if they are scared now. We see a wide shot of the canyon floor. Seowoon stands alone against the other 4 players. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword or an arrow. The 2 newcomers, a pair of rugged-looking warriors in brown cloaks, watch the scene with intense interest. They are weighing their options, waiting for the perfect moment to jump in and steal the win. Seowoon is glowing with a massive blue aura, his internal energy humming under his skin. He realized that if they take him down first, it will just become a regular 2 versus 2 match, which is probably exactly what they are planning. The blonde knight draws his sword with a heavy clang. He is done with the talking. He shouts that it does not matter if there are 2 or 3 of them, challenging them all to come at him at once. The mage teammate is terrified, stuttering that there is no need to provoke the enemy like that. The knight just ignores him, telling everyone to get lost or get skewed. He is giving them one last chance to walk away alive. Seowoon looks at the knight with a mix of respect and pity. He admits the guy has some guts, but adds that he does not look like he's got much brains though. The knight narrows his eyes, his face looking fierce. He vows that there is no way they are letting anyone from the kingdom walk out of here alive. Talk about some serious interfaction grudges. We get a close-up of the elf-like archer from the third party. He's listening to the trash talk with a bored expression, looking like he is just waiting for the signal to start firing. The archer makes a counteroffer to Seowoon, telling him that if he sides with them, they will at least spare his life. It is a classic enemy of my enemy is my friend play. Seowoon looks over his shoulder at the archer, muttering about the elf. He is clearly not impressed by the offer of a temporary alliance. We get a close-up on Seowoon's blue eye as he weighs the situation. He realizes this world is full of grudges he has not even heard of yet and wonders what the right move is to come out on top. The knight's mage teammate is desperate, begging Seowoon to join their side instead. This duo is falling apart at the seams. Suddenly, everyone freezes as Seowoon reaches into his storage. One of the cloaked archers lets out a surprised sound, realizing what he is holding. Seowoon is holding a glowing blue orb in his hand. The system confirms it is a circle stone of the 4th circle. This is some high-tier loot that every mage on the map would kill for. Seowoon holds the stone up, mocking the mages. He tells them they should know how valuable a 4th circle stone is, calling it a pretty big deal for guys like them. He continues the sales pitch, telling them they could sell it for a literal fortune back in the real world. The other players are staring at the stone, their eyes full of greed. We see a wide shot of the standoff. Seowoon is standing in the middle of a desert wasteland, holding the ultimate bait. Seowoon casually rolls the stone across the dirt with a soft thud. He is treating a priceless artifact like a common marble. He makes his proposal. The team that wins gets this. He tells them it is way more fair than him picking a side and lets them decide their own fate. The elf archer is sweating now, his mask hiding his expression but his eyes giving away his tension. He mutters an "all right then," ready as he prepares for the chaos. The blonde knight and the hooded mage from the other team are also ready. The atmosphere is like a powder keg waiting for a single spark. Seowoon shouts for them to fight as he kicks off the ground, disappearing in a blur of motion. The stone sits alone in the dust, the prize for whoever survives the coming bloodbath. The 2 duos immediately clash in a massive explosion of light and steel. Seowoon watches from the air as the 2 teams tear each other apart for the bait. Seowoon lands on a high cliff, looking down at the fight. He knows there is no way anyone has got the time to use a circle stone within 6 hours anyway. He has just bought himself some valuable time. He starts running away from the scene, muttering that using a useless item to stall 4 people at once is a small price to pay. Plus, he knows he can just take it back from whoever wins later. Seowoon is a blue blur as he sprints across the rocky plateau. He is checking his mental clock, annoyed that there are still 5 hours left before his location reveal stops. A few minutes later, Seowoon reaches a deep canyon, wondering if this is the center of the map where he placed his pin. He peers over the edge of the abyss, muttering that the valley is much deeper than he expected. He feels like a boss monster could show up at any second. We get a vertical shot of the dark canyon wall. The atmosphere is heavy and ominous, with red energy flickering at the bottom. Suddenly, Seowoon freezes and his eyes go wide. He has sensed a massive surge of magic right behind him. A massive red beacon of light erupts from Seowoon's position. He groans, realizing it has already been 30 minutes. The target is back on his head. A familiar voice booms from the shadows, calling for Escrow's flame, as a wave of intense heat washes over the cliff edge. Seowoon looks back in horror as a group of players appears on the ridge above him. He is feeling a massive chi from one of them that is on a whole other level. There is no doubt about it. It is those guys I shook off earlier. Seowoon is sweating hard, wondering how they managed to catch up to him so fast. The knight from earlier is standing on the ridge, mocking him. He tells Seowoon that his little tricks only bought him a few minutes of peace before the hunt resumed. The mage unleashes his phoenix strike, summoning a massive bird made of pure fire. It is an absolute inferno that lights up the entire canyon. Seowoon has no room to dodge and goes into a high-level form, martial phantom step. He is surrounded by after-images of himself as he tries to weave through the flames. The firebird slams into the cliffside in a massive explosion. The sheer heat and pressure are turning the rocks into molten slag. Seowoon is caught in the edge of the blast, screaming as he is sent flying off the cliff. He is engulfed in flames as he falls into the dark abyss. We get a vertical shot of the massive fire pillar lighting up the canyon. Seowoon has completely disappeared into the smoke and chaos. The fire continues to burn as Seowoon's silhouette falls deeper into the darkness. It looks like the Lu Blue playstyle just hit a major wall. The knight teammate looks down into the abyss, muttering that now they cannot even loot him. He is annoyed that they potentially destroyed the treasure along with the player. The mage partner is more relaxed, saying Seowoon is probably dead anyway. He wants to get out of there before that massive pillar of light draws a crowd. The duo stands on the edge, their armor glowing in the firelight. One of them asks if they are taking his items, but the knight just scoffs, saying he has already got rare gear, so he does not really care. A system notification dings. A chain sword is a high-powered blade that can be wielded like a whip, changing shape at the user's will to dominate long-range combat. Seowoon might be down, but he is still thinking about the loot. The knight teammate is still complaining about his lack of gear, muttering that he would love to break his nose right here. They are arguing about how to get down into the canyon to double-check. The mage teammate suggests they wait here, saying he will go check with his levitation magic. The knight is skeptical, asking exactly how he plans on getting back up once he is down there. We get a close-up on a thick rope being tied around a waist. Looks like the mage is going for the old-fashioned mountaineering method instead of just magic. The knight teammate is hovering over the canyon, held by the rope. He is yelling, asking what the point of even using a rope is then. This duo's coordination is as bad as ever. The mage teammate just gives a tired reply, telling the knight to have some faith in him, promising he will get down no matter what as long as the knight does not cut the rope. The narrative notes that levitation magic is an incredibly risky spell, often referred to as a suicide spell because of how much focus it takes. Only a handful of high-level mages are even capable of casting other spells while floating. It means that while he is descending, the mage is almost completely defenseless. We get a vertical shot of the mage slowly drifting down the dark canyon wall. He is surrounded by a faint glowing aura as he fights against gravity. Seowoon is at the bottom, watching the descent from the shadows. He mutters that they are almost there, his blue eyes cold and predatory. The knight teammate is complaining that his life is flashing before his eyes. He is clinging to the rope, while the mage tells him to shut up since he is the one who insisted on coming. We see a close-up of the rope, which is looking incredibly frayed and ready to snap. The tension is reaching the breaking point. The rope finally gives way, the strands flying apart in the darkness. The knight and mage are in freefall. The knight lets out a terrified scream as he plummets toward the canyon floor. He's looking up at the broken rope with pure horror. Seowoon leaps from the darkness and catches the falling knight mid-air. He yells at him, asking what he is doing because that was dangerous. The irony is off the charts. The knight is totally bewildered, staring up at Seowoon with a quiet look of shock. He cannot believe the dead guy just saved him from a fall. Seowoon lands gracefully, but the knight is a bloody mess, hanging upside down from the rock. He groans about the blockhead of a guy. It is a gruesome scene. Seowoon draws his sword, looking ice cold. He is not here to be a hero, he just wanted to make sure he could finish the job properly. The knight's rope is shown as a thick blue cord, which Seowoon is holding in his hand. He has got that "I am in control now" look on his face. Seowoon stands over the downed knight, his sword at his throat. He's looking totally savage, the light from the canyon bottom reflecting in his eyes. A massive splash echoes through the canyon. A vertical pillar of water shoots into the air as something heavy hits the bottom. The knight teammate looks around, totally dazed. "There is water down here," he mutters, surprised that they did not just smash into solid rock after all that effort. Seowoon is actually in the water too, looking up as a group of players looms over him. He is surrounded by jagged shards of ice and rock, making him a sitting duck. Another massive water explosion rips through the canyon floor. The shards are flying everywhere as someone launches a new attack. Seowoon bursts from the water, gasping for air. He's drenched and looking pretty rough after that second blast. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face as he narrows his eyes, muttering to, "Wait a second." He has sensed something strange about the energy in the water. Through the darkness, a figure with glowing red eyes is standing on top of the floating knight's helmet. It looks like a new monster, or a very dangerous player has just entered the fray. Seowoon is treading water, looking totally baffled as the knight he just dropped resurfaces. That guy from earlier? He was not dead yet? Guess some noobs are harder to flush than he thought. The knight lets out a shocked sound as he realizes the monster who wrecked him is still right there. He looks completely out of his league, staring at Seowoon with pure terror behind that helmet. Seowoon is not giving him a second to breathe, winding up for a massive crushing blow. His eyes are glowing red with that classic main character "you are already dead" energy. He lashes out with a chain whip sword, the blade glowing with a fierce blue light. He is taking full advantage of the environment to keep this guy pinned down in the water. He calls for his chain sword to extend, dropping from the air with the whip-like blade ready to shred anything in its path. This weapon is a total headache to dodge in such a cramped spot. The chain sword whistles through the air with a series of sharp sounds, leaving trails of energy everywhere. Seowoon is putting on a masterclass in how to use a reach weapon to dominate a close-quarters brawl. The assassin teammate tries to jump in, but Seowoon's eyes are fixed on him with a terrifying red glare. He's looking totally unhinged right now, clearly enjoying the chaos of the fight. Seowoon clenches his fist, the chains of his weapon rattling as they coil around his arm. He is looking like a total final boss, ready to finish this duel off for good. We get a close-up on Seowoon's eye as the red glow intensifies. He snarls about using such a bothersome weapon, sounding like he is actually getting annoyed by the knight's struggle. The chainsword snaps tight, looking like it is about to deliver a lethal blow. The tension in the panel is through the roof as the metal grinds against itself. A massive spray of blood erupts as the hit connects. Seowoon is not playing around anymore, and that knight is definitely going to feel that one in the morning, if he even makes it that far. Seowoon is a blur of purple and black energy as he follows through with the strike. He is completely overwhelming the knight's defenses, turning the entire area into a splash zone of blood. He's got the chains wrapped tight around his fist, looking like a demonic gladiator. He is pulling the knight closer, ready to show him exactly why chasing a rancor is a death sentence. The knight lets out a desperate scream as he tries to break free from the energy-imbued chains. He is flailing in the water, looking more like a drowning rat than a warrior right now. Seowoon reaches out and grabs the knight's helmet with a vice-like grip. The clanging sound tells you everything you need to know about the pressure he is applying to that guy's skull. He leans in close, his eyes burning with a menacing red light. "You should not have chased me," he whispers, delivering the ultimate "I told you so" before finishing the job. Seowoon plunges into the water, a massive surge of blue bubbles and energy trailing behind him. He is taking the fight into the depths, and it looks like it is about to get even more brutal. Underwater, Seowoon is totally in his element, holding the knight down while the assassin teammate watches from above. The water is a brilliant blue, but the mood is as dark as it gets. He calls for a vital energy expansion internally as his aura flares up even under the waves. He is pumping all his power into his fists for the final underwater beatdown. The poor knight is drowning, his gloving pleas cut short as bubbles fill the screen. Seowoon looks like a terrifying deep-sea predator as he refuses to let go until the life bar hits 0. Seowoon stands back on solid ground, blue energy swirling around his legs as he dries off. He looks completely exhausted but satisfied with the double kill he just secured. The kill logs start pinging like crazy. Haruto Aoyama defeated Kelly Carl and Davidson. Seowoon just stares at the HUD, clearly realizing he has become the bogeyman of this lobby. He stands over 2 heavy treasure chests sitting in a puddle, letting out a long sigh. He is complaining about how heavy they are, but we all know he is not leaving a single coin behind. Seowoon finally pops the lid on one of the chests, his cloak dripping wet. He admits to himself that he should probably pass on underwater combat from now on. It is way too much work for a simple loot haul. The system dings, describing the flame orb. It activates a sealed fire spell in the direction it is thrown. It is a literal fire grenade, and Seowoon's eyes are practically turning into dollar signs. He looks at the next one, a fourth circle Phoenix Strike. He realizes the circle requirement is way too high for his current level, but he is still stoked to have it in his inventory for later. Seowoon hears something and stops, his hood shadowing his face as he makes a sound of interest. He is always on edge, knowing that a lone player with this much loot is a target for every scavenger on the map. He checks out the chainsword properly, noting that it can be wielded like a whip from a distance. So, this is that whip-like sword, he thinks, admiring the new addition to his arsenal. He stores the blade into his subspace ring with a quick motion. He admits he does not know any sword techniques yet, but he is not about to leave a high-tier weapon lying around for someone else. Seowoon stands alert in the quiet forest, looking totally badass under his hood. He is scanning the horizon, probably wondering where the next delivery boy with more loot is hiding. Two sets of boots walk onto the rocky ground, kicking up dust. A voice says the pillar of light appeared around here. Looks like some scavengers finally followed the beacon to the scene of the crime. The new duo finds the open, empty chests and looks totally dejected. One of them mutters that he looks like he is a step too late, realizing the big prize has already been taken by someone way faster. The two players stand there like total noobs, guessing that they probably took everything of value, obviously. They have no idea the person they are looking for is still in the immediate area. One of them looks over the edge of the cliff, still hoping to find a scrap of loot. They are being way too loud and careless for people in a death game lobby. Surprise. Seowoon appears right behind the lead guy like a ghost. His fist is glowing with that familiar blue aura, and you just know this kid is about to have a very bad day. A massive spray of blood erupts as Seowoon connects. He is complaining that he wishes he had an invisibility cloak, but honestly, with his speed, he does not even need one. The hit is so brutal that the poor guy's face is totally distorted. Seowoon is looking cold as ice, not showing a shred of mercy to the would-be scavengers. We get a close-up on Seowoon under his hood, looking like a total reaper. In the dark, I would be a god, he thinks, fully embracing the predator role as he moves in to finish the job. Several hours later, we see Seowoon at the bottom of a dark canyon. The text tells us he's been busy doing exactly what he does best, hunting players. The system announces that final locations will now be displayed. The match is entering the endgame, and the system is forcing everyone to group up for the final slaughter. Seowoon is panting hard, sweat dripping off his face. The constant fighting and running are finally starting to catch up even to him. He stands in a cavern surrounded by a literal mountain of loot chests. These small fry, they are getting carried away, he mutters, seeing just how many noobs have been busy farming for him. We get a wide shot of the loot graveyard. Green soul energy is rising from the open chests like a ghostly mist. It is a beautiful and terrifying sight that shows just how many players Seowoon has wiped out. Seowoon stands in the shadows of the cave entrance, looking back at the map. He is taking a moment to breathe before the final circle forces him into the open. He draws an arrow, his eyes glowing with focus. He has sensed someone approaching his lair and he is ready to give them a very warm welcome. The elf archer and his partner from the previous standoff are standing on the ridge above. They have felt a presence and are looking down with a mix of dread and anticipation. The elf archer is sweating bullets, recognizing Seowoon immediately. That is the guy who ran away earlier, is not it, he gasps, realizing they have just walked into a tiger's den. Seowoon gives them a cool, knowing smirk. The winners are you guys, he asks, his tone so sarcastic it practically hurts. He knows exactly who is coming out on top of this exchange. A massive, blood-red explosion rips through the air. Seowoon has clearly set a trap, and the poor archers just stepped right into it. The system dings, confirming there are now 99 survivors out of 200. Another elimination is confirmed as the blood splatters against the rocks. Seowoon is slowly but surely thinning the herd down to 0. Seowoon stands over the new hall, laughing to himself. Heh, lucky, you can never have too many of these rings. He is looking at his hand, which is now probably covered in enough enchanted jewelry to open a shop. He holds out 2 high-tier items, the Circle Stone and the Red Spirit Pill. Well then, now that the 6-hour handicap is over, he thinks, ready to finally use the real treasures he's been hoarding. We see a wide shot of the dark desert canyon. Seowoon decides it is time to find a quiet place to lay low and boost his specs before the final boss fight of the tutorial. He enters a pitch-black cave, looking back one last time to make sure no one followed him. He is being extra careful now that he is carrying the most valuable items on the map. Phew, finally get to sit down. Seowoon collapses against the cave wall, letting out a massive breath of relief. His tracksuit is a mess, but he is still in the game. He meditates in the dark, green energy coiling around him like a snake. He realizes it will take at least 6 hours to fully absorb the Circle Stone and the elixir, noting that this day feels incredibly long. No more hesitation. He pops the cork and chugs the purple elixir. He is ready for the pain, knowing that the power-up will be worth every second of agony. We see a shot of the night sky with a thin crescent moon hanging over the desert. The atmosphere is quiet, a stark contrast to the bloodbath that has been happening all day. 6 hours later, the sun is starting to peek over the canyon rim. The long wait is finally over, and it is time to see the results of the level up. I am gradually getting used to the elixir and the circle stone. Seowoon is standing in the cave, his voice sounding much more steady and confident than before. We get a close-up on his boots as he walks out of the cave. The firm thud and the dust show that even his casual steps are packed with a lot more physical power now. Seowoon stands tall against the morning light, and his new stats pop up. Name, Haruto Aoyama. Wait, Haruto? He must be using a fake ID. Vital energy, 310, mana, 40, magic resistance, 90. He is officially a hybrid beast. He looks at his hand, testing the flow of his new mana. He admits that compared to the top rankers from the first game, he is still nowhere near that level, but he is making progress fast. He stands on a ledge, staring out at the valley. He is thinking about Nam Sagwang and muttering that if only he could absorb his life force one more time. The hunger for power is real. Suddenly, his head snaps to the side. His improved senses have picked up something huge moving in the distance. He sees a faint red light glowing in a dark section of the canyon. He wonders if there are still guys hanging around a place like that, especially with the timer ticking down. Seowoon licks his lips with a devious, feral grin. He is not scared, he is excited. He is officially the hunter again, and he has just found his next target. He launches himself off the cliff. He mutters that he does not feel a shred of doubt about winning anymore. The confidence boost from those items is no joke. We see a lone loot chest surrounded by green soulfire. The narration tells us that the player hunting continued until the sun came up, showing Seowoon has been busy clearing the map. The moon is high in the sky as Seowoon continues his night shift of destruction. He is becoming a literal urban legend in this tutorial lobby. The system announces it is Cloyd Survival Day 3. The morning sun is bright as Seowoon catches his breath. That makes the third team, he says, sounding a bit tired of the easy kills. Seowoon is casually sitting on a massive, heavy-duty treasure chest. He looks like a king sitting on a throne of loot, completely unfazed by the carnage around him. He checks the survivor list and lets out a surprised sound of awe. There are only 42 players left out of 200, and it has only been 3 days. This lobby is being deleted at record speed. A new system notification pops up, stating that the locations of boss monsters and buff monsters will now be displayed on the map. It is time for the PvE endgame to begin. A hologram of Seowoon appears as he clicks yes on a major update prompt. He is looking super intense, realizing the game is about to enter its final, most dangerous phase. The map updates with purple icons for bosses and red icons for buff monsters. Seowoon sees a purple marker right nearby, and his eyes light up. Seowoon looks toward the horizon, his eye narrowed. It is close, I think I will go check it out. He is ready to test his new stats against a real monster. He walks through the rocky valley, noticing that the design of the game is meant to force fights as the player count drops. He is ready for anything, or so he thinks. Suddenly, he stops and his face goes pale. He asks if buff monster meant the dragon, staring at a massive, scaled tail disappearing behind a rock. We get a wide vertical shot of the canyon as a giant creature starts to rise. Seowoon looks like an ant compared to the massive blue beast awakening from the earth. He wonders if it is a giant snake. Seowoon is looking totally horrified, realizing he might have bit off more than he can chew. He thinks to himself that this looks like something you would need like 8 full parties together to finally beat. The beast's massive reptilian eyelids slowly open with a soft whoosh. The scale of this monster is absolutely insane. It is like a mountain is waking up. We see a close-up on a giant, vertical yellow eye. The monster is looking right at Seowoon, and its gaze is cold, prehistoric, and hungry. The chapter ends with Seowoon looking absolutely terrified, a single exclamation point floating over his head. He has officially entered a boss fight that he is not even sure he can survive. Seowoon is staring up at a nightmare. A massive, multi-headed snake monster that makes the wolves from earlier look like puppies. He realized that to hunt something this size, you would need at least a full raid party, not just one guy in a tracksuit. The beast lets out a deafening shriek as its massive throat expands, ready to swallow anything in its path. The sheer scale of the monster is honestly ridiculous for a tutorial map. The monster's hiss vibrates through the entire canyon, sounding more like a steam engine than an animal. Seowoon is frozen for a second, just taking in the sheer amount of death potential staring him down. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face, and man, he is sweating bullets. A single exclamation point says it all. This is the first time he has felt genuine terror since entering this round. He does not waste another second and starts hauling ass in the opposite direction. His boots are a blur against the dirt as he puts his agility stats to good use. He skids to a stop once he's at a safe distance, his chest heaving. He is trying to keep his breathing quiet so he does not draw any more unwanted attention. The snake monster just watches him leave with those cold, vertical yellow eyes. It does not seem interested in a chase, which is the luckiest break Seowoon has had all day. Seowoon watches from behind a rock as the massive beast suddenly quiets down and coils itself back up. He's totally bewildered, wondering why it gave up the hunt so easily. He figures out the mechanic. It is an active type monster that only aggroes when you enter a specific range. He admits that if something that huge was constantly roaming, the player count would be 0 by now. Seowoon decides to put that fight on the back burner for now, realizing he is not ready for a boss raid solo. He walks off into the forest, trying to play it cool despite his heart still racing. The sun is filtering through the trees as Seowoon continues his journey toward the center of the map. It is quiet, maybe a little too quiet for a battle royale with 42 people left. He is casually snacking on some jerky, wondering why everyone is playing the endurance game so early. He has not run into a single soul for hours, which is starting to make him suspicious. He stops mid-bite, his head snapping to the side. He has heard something in the bushes, and his internal alarm is screaming. He does not take any chances and unleashes a wind blade toward the sound. A vertical crescent of green energy rips through the foliage, proving his reaction speed is still top tier. The wind blades shred through the leaves and branches like they are made of paper. Seowoon is standing ready, expecting a high-level assassin to jump out. Instead of a warrior, he hears a high-pitched scream coming from the brush. Seowoon looks completely taken aback, realized that sounded way too much like a little kid. He peeks through the opening he just carved in the trees, his eyes narrow. He is looking for the trap he is sure is waiting for him. We get a close-up on Seowoon's boot as he cautiously steps forward. He is keeping his guard up, not wanting to be the guy who gets ganked because he felt pity for a child. A small boy is huddled on the ground, trembling and sobbing that he is sorry. This is not exactly the fierce competition Seowoon was expecting to find. Seowoon stares in total disbelief. It really is a kid? He is wondering what kind of sick game designer drags a 9-year-old into a deathmatch. He lets out a massive sigh, the tension finally leaving his shoulders. He is feeling a mix of relief and genuine annoyance that he almost nuked a toddler. "How old are you?" Seowoon asks, but he does not get an answer. Instead, a massive shadow looms over him from behind. A huge warrior with spiky hair and a crazy grin is mid-swing with a heavy sword. Seowoon's eyes are wide as he realizes he let his guard down for a bait kid. Seowoon blocks the massive blade with his forearm guard, sparks flying from the impact. The ground beneath him is cracking from the sheer force of the sneak attack. Seowoon is not just defending, he is pushing back. He is staring the attacker down with an "I knew it" expression, while the bully looks shocked that his hit was blocked so easily. The bully lets out a pathetic grunt of pain as Seowoon's counterforce rattles his teeth. He is foaming at the mouth, realizing he just picked a fight with a literal monster. We get a close-up on Seowoon's face, looking cold as ice. He realized this duo was using the kid as a decoy to make enemies drop their guard, a truly bottom-tier strategy. Seowoon stands over the fallen warrior, his aura flaring up with a menacing green light. He's looking totally savage, ready to collect some easy vitality. The bully is groveling on the ground, wheezing out pained gasps as Seowoon looms over him. He went from predator to prey in about 3 seconds. Seowoon looks over at the kid, Lyle, who is huddled in the grass. He notices the boy is covered in scars from deep wounds that were clearly healed by low-tier scrolls. This kid has been through hell. Seowoon gets a grim look on his face. Out of everyone he has met in this game, this duo is definitely the most sickening for exploiting a child like that. The bully teammate manages to scramble back, muttering that he is better than he thought. He is still trying to act tough despite being covered in dirt and blood. He pulls out a glowing red orb, his eyes full of desperate greed. He is banking on this item to turn the tables, muttering that if he can just kill him, all that power will be his. He flings the flame orb at Seowoon. The projectile is a streaking ball of fire that looks like it could level a house. Seowoon just stands there, watching the orb approach with a deadpan expression. He does not even move an inch as the fire closes in. A massive explosion of fire and smoke engulfs Seowoon. The bully is just a silhouette in front of the flames, laughing like he has already won. The bully is cackling, shouting about how it serves him right getting burnt to a crisp. He is gloating about the rare item he stole from a bleeding heart mage. Suddenly, his laughter stops, and his eye goes wide with pure terror. Something is moving inside the smoke that should not be alive. Seowoon casually walks out of the inferno, his tracksuit completely untouched. A system window pops up. Haruto Aoyama, magic resistance, 90. Talked about a hard counter. The bully is hyperventilating, screaming that it is impossible. That was a third circle spell. Why do you not have a single burn? He is realizing he is facing a god-tier spec. Seowoon does not answer with words. He delivers a brutal punch straight to the guy's jaw. The clanging sound and the spray of blood let you know that fight is officially over. Seowoon grabs the bully by the neck, lifting him off the ground. He mocks him, saying it is not like he is actually going to die, but the pain is going to be very real. We get a close-up of Seowoon's terrifyingly calm eye. "You deserve to die in even greater agony," he whispers, delivering the final verdict on the child abuser. Seowoon snaps the guy's neck with a single hand. The bully lets out a final scream as the panel turns red with blood splatters. It is a brutal, close-range execution. Seowoon is looking like a total demon, his tracksuit splattered with gore as he drops the corpse. The kid, Lyle, is huddled on the ground, clutching his head and crying for his mom. He's completely traumatized by the violence he's been forced to witness. Seowoon stands over him, his face softening just a little bit. "Hey kid," he says, trying to sound a bit less like a professional assassin. Seowoon asks the boy for his name. Lyle is still shaking, barely managed to whisper a few letters before finding his voice. "I am 9 years old. My name is Lyle." The kid is a mess of sweat and tears, looking totally lost in this nightmare world. Seowoon stares at him, realizing the kid was just on his way home from school when he got abducted. He is wondering if the boy is incredibly lucky to still be alive, or incredibly unlucky to be here at all. Seowoon asks if this is Lyle's first game. The boy nods, confirming he was just snatched off the street in the middle of a normal day. Seowoon reaches into his storage, muttering that he will give him a little help. He has decided to play mentor for a second. He hands Lyle a 4th circle stone and a bag of dried meat. The kid looks totally confused, asking what it is. The system confirms the trade. Seowoon is literally handing over a king's ransom in loot to a 9-year-old just to give him a fighting chance. Seowoon explains that he is already at the 4th circle and does not need the stone anymore. He tells Lyle there are no insanely strong guys around here, so he should be fine if he uses the items right. He turns his back and starts walking away, giving a casual wave. "As long as you survive, being invited here will become a massive opportunity. Do your best to survive. See ya." Lyle stands alone, clutching the glowing stone and the meat. He is staring at Seowoon's back with wide, grateful eyes, probably the first kindness he has seen in weeks. Lyle watches his savior disappear into the woods. He's no longer crying, but he is clearly still in shock from the whole encounter. Seowoon walks through the forest, reflecting on his own past. He realized that just 2 months ago, he was not much different from that kid hopeless and lost. He wonders how old man Jang Doshan is doing. He admits that without the master's help, he would have vanished from Cloyd's survival a long time ago. Suddenly, he freezes as the notification pings in his ear. His internal monologue is cut short by a major system announcement. The system dings, flashing a message. Ren Hayami and Dolph Duo has defeated the boss monster. Seowoon is totally floored. Someone actually managed to take down a boss while he was busy playing babysitter. Ren Hayami? Seowoon repeats the name, trying to place it. He's looking pretty serious now. The fun part of the game is officially over. Then he remembers. "Do not tell me it is that cocky high schooler I saw in the lobby." He is looking incredibly annoyed that a kid beat him to the punch. He blurs into motion, sprinting toward the boss location. He figures that right after a boss fight, they must be pretty exhausted. It is the perfect time for a Lu Bu-style ambush. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous forest area. The atmosphere is thick with the aftermath of a massive battle, and you can see lingering magical energy in the air. We get a close-up on Seowoon's boots as he moves silently through the grass. According to the map, it should be around here, he thinks, stalking closer to the boss area. He peeks through the bushes and spots his targets. "Oh, found them?" he mutters, his eyes narrowing as he assesses the situation. He sees a massive, slumped shadow in the distance. Is that the defeated boss monster? Seowoon realized that was not the deal he expected. A group of players is arguing near the corpse. One of them is shouting, asking if they promise not to fight in the boss area. Sounds like a fragile truce just shattered. An old man in armor is furious, screaming that was before the boss monster was defeated. He yells at them for cowardly stealing the final blow and now having the nerve to complain. Talk about some classic endgame toxicity. A spiky-haired warrior with a mace scoffs at the old man, calling the citizens of the Empire petty. He challenges them all to come at him at once, boasting that warriors of Thistle do not care about enemy numbers. The hooded leader of the other group just gives a creepy, hidden smile. He mocks them for spouting nonsense about honor while being perfectly in sync at times like this. Seowoon watches from the shadows, his eyes fixed on their every move. He's listening to the trash talk with a bored expression, waiting for them to start killing each other. A female warrior in traditional robes steps forward, telling everyone to refrain from mocking their comrades in arms, even if the alliance was brief. She points out the obvious: the only thing that matters is the actual profit. She asks the room if they intend to split the reward. She's looking super focused and incredibly dangerous under that calm exterior. We get a wide shot of the canyon floor. All the surviving teams are gathered around the boss loot, and the tension is peaking. A voice says that if that is so, then there is only one way forward. We see a close-up of a hand reaching out, ready to draw a weapon. The atmosphere is like a powder keg waiting for a single spark. The female warrior flares her aura, her face turning fierce. From now on, with all my might, I am going to kill you. The free-for-all has officially begun. Seowoon watches the chaos unfold from his perch in the trees. He mutters that it is a shame he does not have any popcorn, clearly enjoying the entertaining show from a safe distance. Suddenly, Seowoon's expression turns cold. What is that guy talking about? He has sensed something he did not expect. The hooded leader of the boss-killing duo, Ren Hayami, looks up toward the trees. He shouts for Mr. Haruto Aoyama, telling him he can hear him and that hiding is useless. He has spotted our MC. Ren Hayami gives a devious, sharp-toothed grin from under his hood. He looks totally unhinged and way too confident for a high schooler who just finished a boss fight. Seowoon stares down at him with pure disgust. What a sickening bastard, he mutters. The main event of the tutorial is finally here, and it looks like it is going to be personal.